If the co-chair would sit down, I'd call the meeting to order. Good morning, everyone. This is the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. It's Tuesday, August 25th, 8:32. I call the meeting to order. We'll start by calling the roll. Tom?
Hartwell.
I'm here.
Hartwell present. Shara.
He's here.
Shara present. Baird.
Present.
Baird present. Representative Burkle.
Burkle present.
Representative Burkle present. Eggerling.
Here.
Eggerling present. Senator Herr. Kaharski.
Here.
Kaharski present. Senator Lang. Palmer. Here. Palmer present. Saxhog.
Saxhog here.
Saxhog present. Suss.
Here.
Suss present. Representative Vang.
Here.
Representative Vang present. Mr. Chair, there are 10 members present.
Great, we have a quorum. Next is to review and approve the minutes. I'm sorry, the agenda for the day. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? We have a motion. Any discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. You were sent a copy of the minutes of our last meeting. I'd love a motion to approve the minutes.
So moved.
Any corrections to note? All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Conflicts of interest to report. I know, Ted, you have a couple of proposals.
I think we eliminated one of them, but I still have one on Clean River Partners request.
Okay,
I don't have the number.
that's fine. Just want to disclose. Are there any others? Great. My comments, we got a long couple of days. We will at the end of today discuss among ourselves and everyone in the audience any reactions to today, thoughts, follow-ups. We'll do the same tomorrow. You were sent a scoring sheet electronically. Tom also put one in the packet for us. I would encourage you to start doing allocation as we actually go through the process, change it as you may, but the process of remembering gets a little foggy at the end of the day. So both notes and initial allocation might be helpful to you as you go forth. We did, and I think you've been notified, the Lower Sioux proposal was pulled at the last minute. They did not feel as prepared as they wanted to be. They'll probably be back next year. So we have an extra 15 minutes.
What number is that?
Good question, and we'll let you know as soon as we find it in the agenda.
Lowest two.
So thanks.
I honestly can't tell you.
Mr. Chair, that is PA 06.
PA 06.
Thank you. Thank you. Ronnie on the spot.
I think everybody's been through this before. If we can get through one of the presentations in less than 15 minutes, we won't drag it out. Some will take a little longer as questions come. And I hope we'll get to the point, or we'll have a meeting where we don't have to cut off discussions, but at some point it becomes too long and I'll ask you to take additional discussions out to the hall if we get there, to try to keep us on schedule. Any questions for me or the staff before I'm going to turn it over to Christina for a second, but there any questions about our process or anything else, this would be a great time. All right, Christina, it's up to you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members. Just a couple quick items I wanted to make sure we're on your calendar and update you on. From the last council meeting in July, there are a couple questions to help inform the hearing process, any questions that you might have for project proposals. One of them related to Sandy's work in the status update, and I'm just sharing with you in your packet the ML 2023 program acquisitions update. This is just showing programs that have completed their ML 2023 acquisition goals, which is basically a year early, which is a good thing. Second, there is discussion regarding the restoration evaluation program and if there were trends in any of our program partners who are continuing to kind of struggle or maybe not meet the standards expected. And we've met with our EP team at DNR. They've done some analysis and overall it's good news. There's a few areas where program partners could have made some improvements either in the planning or in the implementation. But generally, we're not seeing anything that is a consistent practice that is of concern or any particular program partner that is continuing to have actions that are maybe not quite up to par with the restoration evaluation programs. Related to that, I wanted to draw your attention to an opportunity to get a little better lens into the work of what this restoration evaluation program is doing when they're going out to see projects that have been implemented. This year, you may recall that the focus is on restoration projects that are maybe 7 or 8 years old or older. So going out to see how are they holding up. And the DNR team has invited the council to go out and visit Meesville, Bluff Restoration in Dakota County. It's already on Monday, this coming Monday from 10 to noon. I did receive an invite this morning from Wade with all of the details and maybe Tom can send that out on Thursday. But for right now, it's near Cannon Falls, Monday, 10 to noon. And this is the restoration evaluation program visit to see the kinds of questions they're asking and what they're looking for in these evaluations. Additionally, members, another event, a big event for our state is the 75th anniversary of the wildlife management areas. This is going to occur on September 10th from 1 to 3:30 at Keystone Woods, WMA in Northern Washington County. You'll be receiving an email invitation to that as well this week. Note, plan ahead if you're going. The parking is a bit away from actually where the event is going, maybe more than a mile. They'll have shuttles, but you're going to want to get there a little bit early. And we are asking for an RSVP if you are able to attend that. So look for that invite. Finally, Mr. Chair, you mentioned the allocation information, the spreadsheet that Tom sent out yesterday. Mr. Pavelko and I met with representatives from MMB last week to get a better understanding as far as the funding availability for fiscal year 28. And we've been provided a number and we're suggesting a more conservative number. The number is 181 million is expected to be available. This takes into account sales tax revenue, investment revenue, the turnbacks is included, as well as factoring in the reserve requirement. As this is, there's a bit of time left in this calendar year and we won't receive the November forecast till the first week in December. We've suggested $175 million number for you to be using for your allocations. Again, staff is looking for those. I think it's September 8th. Using that $175 million is a 3% less than what is currently projected, and we feel that a more conservative approach is appropriate at this point. And again, we'll have that number first part of December for your December meeting to be able to distribute as appropriate. And then lastly, Mr. Chair, I do just want to thank staff and all of the program partners for the effort to pull off these 2 days of hearings. I think they're well organized and staff has worked really hard on that, and program partners have been really responsive as far as getting us their information and confirming their presenters. So it definitely took a team to have these days be pulled off successfully. So thank you to all who are involved. That's it, Mr. Chair. If there's any questions, we're happy to answer them.
And the 175 million that staff is recommending, we've obviously had in past years a whole lot of money left over in December that comes a surprise. The investment income has been wrong. They have not counted any turnbacks in giving us the number for the initial allocation, which this year is in there. The investment income is in there. So with luck, the number they gave us is a lot closer than it's been in the past, but we won't know till December. Do you have anything to add in terms of, as our treasurer, doing all of the work you've done in terms of
Oh, yeah.
using the 175 million as a number?
No, I agree. I think, being more conservative at this stage of the game, even though all those other factors are included. If it's higher, I think we're better off having a little more money to spread around than trying to peel back money. So I think, I do think 175 million is a nice conservative estimate for what I've seen over the last 3 years.
Does anyone object to using 175 million as a thing to work on from the allocation, which is in your spreadsheets? I don't think we need a formal vote on that.
Makes sense.
But unless someone thinks it should be something else, that's the number we'll just go with. I'm seeing nods and smiles. Everyone except Daryl. With that, we'll just get into the hearings. 2 minutes early. The first one to hear is FAO2 Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project. And so just to remind everyone, we have how many minutes for a presentation before you give them a warning, Joe?
5 minutes for a 5-minute warning, 2 minutes for a 2-minute warning, so 10 total. 5 minutes for a question.
Just clarifying for everyone. So you've got 10 minutes, but you don't have to take it all.
Thank you so much. Hello, Mr. Chair, Ken Council members. My name is Tim Terrell with the Mississippi Headwaters Board. I'm the project manager for the Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project. Joining me online today are Paula West, the project coordinator, and Peter Jacobson, a retired DNR fisheries researcher who has assisted us with a wildlife habitat analysis to prioritize future habitat protection. At this time, I'm turning the presentation over to Paula West.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the council. Can you hear me?
Yep. Thank
All
you.
right, thank you very much. The Mississippi Headwaters Habitat Corridor Project is a partnership of the Mississippi Headwaters Board, Bowser, and the Trust for Public Land. Our focus is creating fish and wildlife habitat protection complexes and corridors along the first 400 miles of the Mississippi River, which is its headwaters. It winds through 8 north-central Minnesota counties along with major tributaries. These habitat complexes provide clean water for fish survival and spawning, food and shelter for migratory waterfowl, and places for wildlife to raise their young, hide from predators, and roam around to forage for food. These complexes also reduce forest fragmentation, which can lead to disturbance of habitat and degradation of water quality. A secondary benefit of creating these habitat complexes is public recreation, including hunting, fishing, and passive recreation, along with clean drinking water for millions downstream. I'd like to refer you to the project illustration in your notebooks, if you have them open. And I'd like to refer you to the Indian Jack complex at the bottom of the illustration page. Habitat complexes such as this one are created using fee title acquisitions and or conservation easements that are adjacent to public land. That can be federal, state, or county. This complex is now a DNR WMA. It's an example of how public land which surrounds this complex, combined with 2 fee title acquisitions, which are the yellow and green parcels, and 2 conservation easements, which are the red and purple parcels, can create a large habitat complex. In this example, these parcels create a complex of 594 acres and 2.5 miles of lake shoreline and 3 miles of the Mississippi River. It provides a safe haven for wildlife and helps protect water quality and fish habitat, along with creating significant public recreation opportunities. Many similar habitat complexes have been created throughout the North Central Headwaters region with this council's past support. This ML27 proposal is requesting additional funds exclusively for conservation easements, since those funds have been nearly spent. Trust for Public Land is not requesting funds for fee title work because sufficient funds are still available. Conservation easements are a vital part of these habitat complexes because they significantly enhance the overall ecological function of the complex. They provide a safe haven for wildlife and more area for the wildlife to move around within the complex. And they offer a cost-effective strategy for expanding high-quality habitat while contributing to the overall quality of public recreation within these habitat complexes. I'm now going to turn the remarks back to Tim.
Thank you, Paula. So in Mr. Council, Chair, in 2025, the council asked grant recipients if they had a strategic focus going forward. Over the past 6 months, this project has launched a strategic effort to identify high priority wildlife areas and a process for identifying critical parcels to achieve the greatest habitat protection benefit. While not yet complete, this process is a broader landscape level assessment identifying where conservation efforts can have the greatest habitat impact, along with increasing habitat biodiversity and connectivity. To assist with this effort, we commissioned retired DNR fisheries researcher Peter Jacobson to conduct this strategic analysis. I'll turn it over to Pete to explain his work.
Yeah, thank you, Tim, and thank you, Mr. Chair. Good morning, everyone. I'm excited about this proposal because it's designed to protect the wonderful wildlife resources that still exist in the Mississippi Headwaters region. The Headwaters region has many excellent wildlife habitats that, for the most part, are still intact. We have a chance to keep it that way. I was asked to do this analysis similar to analysis of water quality that I did when I was still working for the Minnesota DNR. In that water quality analysis, we related the amount of land use disturbance to lake phosphorus concentrations. We found that when land use disturbance increased past 25% of a watershed, lake water quality started to decline. So, if we can keep at least 75% of a watershed undisturbed, we will likely have good water quality. That's the basis for the 75% protected lands target that has become a common goal in the water quality world. So I did a similar analysis for wildlife habitat quality. The analysis evaluated whether increasing land use intensity within a watershed was associated with measurable changes in wildlife habitat quality. I used 3 important wildlife habitat GIS data sets: the DNR State Wildlife Action Plan, the Nature Conservancy's Resilient Lands Initiative, and the DNR Watershed Health Assessment Framework. And then we examined how metrics from each of these data sets changed as the amount of land use disturbance within a watershed increased. This allowed us to identify whether consistent relationships existed between increasing land use disturbance and declining wildlife habitat quality. We found that the 75% watershed protection goal protects a substantial amount of wildlife habitat, which is not unexpected given how ambitious really the 75% target is. What was more surprising was that wildlife habitat quality seemed to be even more sensitive to land use disturbance than water quality, with measurable impacts occurring at relatively low levels of disturbance. This suggests that there may be some areas within the region where protecting more than 75% of a watershed could provide additional benefits for wildlife habitat. However, protecting more than 75% of a watershed is not realistic in most of the Headwaters region. We recommend using a higher goal only in select areas with limited development and exceptionally high wildlife habitat values. That is the basis for the map on the back of the project illustration. Please turn to that map. It highlights watersheds with significant public land and high wildlife habitat values. Private lands adjacent to these conservation complexes would be ideal candidates for focused protection through rim conservation easements and fee title acquisitions. Over the summer, I've had some great discussions with DNR wildlife managers focused on both game and non-game species, and they're excited about this approach. The newly designated conservation focus areas in the DNR's updated statewide wildlife action plan will also help our landowner targeting. These maps will help us with our implementation partners to focus on lands with exceptional wildlife habitat value. Thank you.
So thank you for your past and future continued support. We are open to any questions at this time.
Great. Questions? No questions. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Appreciate your work. Next is FA03, Minnesota Forests of the Future, Phase 11. Go ahead.
Hey, good morning. Thank you, Chair Hartwell, staff, and council members. My name is Andy Kernan, and I am the Forest Legacy Coordinator for the Minnesota DNR Division of Forestry. I've been with the DNR for almost 11 years, and in February, I started working with my predecessor, Christine Ostern, in the Forest Legacy program. Christine has recently retired from the DNR and has handed the keys to the program over to me, and given her reputation and legacy, these will be some big shoes to fill. I am here today to propose funding for FA03 Minnesota Forest for the Future Phase 11 Southeast Blufflands to Northern Forest Protection. We are requesting $8 million of outdoor heritage funding to permanently protect 3,326 acres of forested habitat through the purchase of conservation easements on working forest on privately held land. These parcels are spread out across 9 counties in southeast and north central Minnesota. In addition to what we are requesting, we are providing $550,000 in leverage from state and federal sources. Our request is to focus protection on strategic forested habitat, build on existing protections, and to address private inholdings and regional conservation goals. Our program works with willing landowners to purchase conservation easements and property in fee to protect large blocks of important forested habitat and working forests to ensure that native forested lands remain forested in perpetuity. Protection of these lands will ensure that habitat and other resources are protected, that the lands are monitored, and that they are managed consistent with BMPs. Our forest land protection work benefits all Minnesotans. Land that is protected through these voluntary conservation easements stays in private ownership, are managed responsibly, makes forest products available, and stays on the property tax rolls.
I can hear agreed.
The Minnesota Forest for the Future program is very popular. The rate at which we receive contacts and requests from interested landowners continues to accelerate, demonstrating, in part, the threat to our forests and the need for forest protection. The need and demand for forest protection through the program we offer far outpace our capacity and resources. We have worked to strategically select parcels to include in our current request. We use a GIS-based ranking process to apply a set of objective, quantifiable metrics to prioritize only those acquisitions that advance our forest land protection mission and fit with DNR strategic priorities. We use independent fair market appraisals to determine the appraised value of the conservation easements. We also work with partners to reach landowners to identify, prioritize, and fund projects. One of the partnerships we are currently growing is working with the MFRC Regional Landscape Committees, which include employees from NGOs such as the Nature Conservancy, local soil and water districts, private forestry consultants, and Minnesota Forest Resource Council members to implement protection strategies to regional watershed needs and local land protection goals. With the pressures of population increase, urban sprawl, and conversion of forested land to agriculture, it is increasingly important that our natural resources stay intact in large parcels whenever possible. Habitat fragmentation is the leading cause of species decline and loss of quality of habitat today. The Outdoor Heritage Fund's 25-year framework indicates that forest land is converted to other uses at the rate of 3,600 acres per year, with the highest conversion rates occurring in the north central area of the state. Through this proposal, we have an opportunity to be proactive and keep 3,326 acres of natural area intact and prevent forest fragmentation. Fragmentation and parcelization not only affects our game species, but our non-game animals as well, such as songbirds, reptiles, and pollinator insects. By protecting these forest lands in larger parcels, it allows wildlife to find sanctuary areas away from roads and people, promoting healthier populations and healthier ecosystems. The Forest Legacy Program, a federal program which we coordinate within Minnesota, is a complementary program to the Minnesota Forest for the Future program, providing staffing dollars and project funding. We have acquired and administer some of the largest conservation easements in the federal program system in U.S. Forest Service Region 9. Since we began in the early 2000s, we have protected over 362,500 acres of high conservation value forested lands, the majority of that with the Minnesota Forest for the Future conservation easements, which would not be possible without the support of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Funds. There are 13 conservation easement programs in the DNR, but only 4 are currently active. 2 of those are the forestry conservation easement programs. 92% of all acres in conservation easements in the DNR are in these 2 forestry programs. Our guidelines have been developed and implemented over 15 years, ensuring effective program management and that our stewardship is sound and efficient. A forest stewardship plan is included with each conservation easement and updates required regularly. The plans make the land eligible for DNR's forest stewardship program, including technical assistance and cost sharing for forest management projects, and many conservation easement landowners choose to participate in these programs to better conserve and manage their privately owned forested habitat. Ongoing stewardship includes annual landowner meetings and on-site monitoring. Next, I would like to speak to the public benefits of our program. 92% of our easement acres provide public access for hunting, fishing, hiking, and other recreational uses. When surveyed, public access is one of the largest barriers to new hunters and the main reason listed for hunters and anglers not going afield. Our protection work keeps large blocks of forest intact, not only protecting habitat, but also keeping water quality and quantity high, keeping our watersheds healthy and drinking water supplies clean and intact. Our working forest conservation easements help sustain the region timber-based and tourism economies by protecting the land base, and on some easements providing public access. Easement properties are managed using sustainable forest management plans and best management practices. We conduct annual monitoring visits to each property and with each landowner to ensure that easement terms are followed and our investment is protected in perpetuity. In terms of mitigating climate change, there is high potential for natural climate solutions in Minnesota. We just need to strategically and continuously invest in it. The Nature Conservancy reports through their research that reforestation and improved forest management are the 2 most impactful actions we can take for sequestering carbon and mitigating climate change. All our working forest conservation easements are required to have forest management plans. The permanent and perpetual connection that is established with private forest landowners through the existence of the easement and the connection to professional forest managers leads to increased forest management and more activities such as reforestation. In summary, our purpose is to protect high conservation value forests from fragmentation and conversion. When forests are protected, it is good for everything and everybody. Fish and wildlife habitat is protected, water quality is protected, groundwater and drinking water is protected, jobs in the forest industry and recreation are protected, private property ownership is protected, climate change is mitigated, and public access is secured. Please help us continue to do our work to protect Minnesota's important forested lands. Thank you. This concludes my prepared presentation. I'm happy to take any comments or questions.
Questions? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was just looking at the prior allocations for 2025, and you do note in the application here that you have a cost of 3.6 million currently, I'm assuming, going through the process. Is that all from the 25 allocation, or is that from previous allocations?
Yeah, thank you for your question. Yes, that is all for the 2025 allocation, which expires in 2029. And those are the ones that are in progress. I'm currently, there are some more in the queue to spend down that remaining $1.8 million.
Other questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And then, is it open to the public? I'm a little confused because it says yes, but it says you need to get permission from the landowner.
Yeah, again, thanks for the question and a little clarification around the private or the public access. It's not a requirement on our easements. It is something that the landowner can choose to do on our larger easements that we've purchased, such as the Blandon and the Mopus lands. We do highly encourage that to be written in the easement language. But again, it's not required through these easements, but it can be encouraged. So it's available if they like.
So Blandon being removed from the equation because I think they're a subset of their own and their property,
Yep.
because they allowed public access prior to our purchase of it. But what's the percentage of landowners that allow public access?
So I suppose I don't have an exact percentage. I can get that percentage for you. If you're going off of just easement percentages, it's probably quite low, but overall acreage, it's quite high, as I mentioned. But
When
again,
you say
I can get that
quite
percentage.
low, like single digits or 20% or?
Again, I don't want to take a guess. I'm guessing it's probably within that, 5 to 10%, somewhere in there. But I can find out a solid number for you.
If you can get the exact numbers and give them
Yep.
to staff, they'll circulate it for everyone.
And Mr. Chair, it just seemed like this year there was a little bit more of a trend with, yes, it's open to the public, but then the clarification within the application that it's really not.
Yes, but the question in the application it's about public benefit as well.
Yeah, we had actually, I'm glad you brought up Senator Lang. There were a series of these where it had the same kind of language to it, and I had exchange with staff about this. There probably needs to be an adjustment in the application next year to make it clearer.
Yeah, and I thought we had addressed that.
Because you can't answer no and then give an explanation. You can only answer yes and give an explanation. So if you answer no, you're not, there's no ability.
Down.
Yeah, there's no, yeah, so it's a goofy thing.
I've never applied for it, so.
Yeah.
Matt, did you have a question?
No, that was actually.
Okay. Ted?
Mr. Chairman, talking to some of my forestry friends, because I know very little about forestry, their concern is that the forest management plans and the stewardship plans have a harvest cycle that is too short to ever establish anything even remotely close to what we would say is old growth forest. And I'm curious how, when you deal with all these individual properties, each with its own management plan, is there a process where someone steps back and says, some of these parcels need to have management plans that are 60 or 70 or 80-year harvest rather than 20, 30 or 40-year harvest? And how do you address that?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So through those management plans and those stewardship plans, a landowner is required to work with a forestry professional, and they abide by our best management practices and our sustainable forestry guidelines. That doesn't mean that state land management, and I was a forester in Bemidji for years before coming over to this position. There are no rotation goals set to private land. It's up to the landowner. So that being said, any harvesting, there would likely be reserve areas implemented on the site to have a refugia of older trees, as well as resetting the current stocking to younger age classes.
Does the value of the easement reflect the economic value of the logging, which is going to be different based on the harvest rotation plan?
Could you clarify that question?
Does the appraised valuation for a specific easement reflect the economic value of a different harvest rotation period?
So not necessarily. These easements are appraised by a third party fair market appraisal, and they take into account, I'm not sure the process, but probably the timber value as well as what the comps in the area are worth. So they're not necessarily looking strictly at timber value. I suppose it could raise the appraisal value if, say, for instance, it's high value timber on that.
I think what Ted is asking is, if you had an easement that only allowed harvesting every 60 years instead of every 20 years, would it change the value, and do you even do that?
My understanding that at rotation ages isn't taken into account as far as the appraisal goes. Thank you for that clarification.
Any other questions? Great, thank you. We'll move on to FAO 4, Pine and Leech Watershed Phase 4 Forest Habitat Protection. Go ahead, please announce yourself for the state. And
Good morning,
those
Chair
in the
Hartwell and members of the council. The opportunity to speak with you today. My name is Ryan Carlson. I'm a resource conservationist for the Cass Soil and Water Conservation District. I'm here today with Dana Gutzman. She is the manager for the Cass SWCD. Sharon Doucette from Bowser is also here. She's required to answer any questions. And I'm here with Jason Edens, a private landowner from Pine River, Minnesota, who completed an easement as part of Phase 3 funding. We are here on behalf of the Cass, Crow Wing, and Hubbard SWCDs requesting Lessard-Sams outdoor heritage funding for Phase 4 of the Pine and Leech Watershed Habitat Protection Project. I'd like to give Mr. Edens just a few minutes to comment on his particular easement.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, good morning. My name is Jason Edens, and I am a private landowner in rural Cass County, Minnesota. I'm very grateful for the opportunity this morning to speak in support of conservation easements generally and the proposal from the Cass County SWCD and its partners specifically. I own and homestead a very special riverfront property on the Pine River, about 5-6 miles north of the eponymous town, the town of the same name. With 2,000 feet of riparian shoreline, our heavily forested acreage has become a remarkable wildlife corridor, a habitat corridor. as it is bound by state land upstream to the east and adjacent to state land south of our property. Since my wife and I bought the property in our 20s, we have had the joy of seeing a profusion of wildlife, both inhabit and transit our property, from apex predators like wolves and bobcats to tanagers and turkeys, pine martens, and the rusty-backed bumblebee, the ghost pipe and northern white cedar. Our property is very biodiverse. It's been an honor to play a small role in the stewardship of our land and the integrity of the regional habitat. As a continuation of that stewardship and our commitment to our land, I decided to put our land in a conservation easement with the support and encouragement of the competent crew at the Cass County SWCD. In the 30 years that we have owned this property, we have witnessed significant habitat fragmentation upstream and downstream. Knowing that our forests will remain whole and intact in perpetuity is a small legacy that a conservation-minded landowner like myself can leave behind for posterity and also as a bulwark against future forest fragmentation. To be clear, please note that we still hunt and fish and hike and use our land because it is our land. The conservation easement has not changed any of that. Finally, members of the council, when my wife and I and our beloved Mutt walk our property on the daily, we often marvel at how the already gigantic Norway pines are just cresting their very first century. As we sit in the shade of the white pines along the river's edge, we whisper about the numerous families that will come and go as those trees live many centuries. That is a conversation and a certainty that we can only have because we put our land in a conservation easement. Thank you for your time.
The Pine Leach easement phase 4 request is about the habitat that Mr. Edens mentioned. Specifically, it's about protecting the large connected forest landscapes that provide habitat for wildlife, protect water quality, and support the outdoor recreational opportunities that make Minnesota special. And we have a very clear attainable goal. We need to protect 6,000 acres to reach our 75% protection threshold. The Pine and Leach watersheds are a statewide conservation priority. Together, they support more than 800 lakes, including high-quality walleye, muskie, and cold water lakes, as well as habitat for more than 120 rare, endangered, and threatened species. These watersheds are also unique because where they sit in Minnesota. As you drive north on Highway 371, you can almost tell when you get there, as the traffic thins out as people exit to visit the various lakes and forests that Minnesotans value. This is a landscape where forests, wetlands, lakes, and rivers are tightly connected, making it the heart of Minnesota's outdoor recreational opportunity. But there is also a growing challenge. Cass and Crow Wing counties continue to see people choosing to live, build, and invest here. Now, that growth brings economic opportunity, which in our neck of the woods, we welcome and needed. But it also brings increased pressure on the remaining large blocks of private forest land. That is why this project is focused on protecting habitat before fragmentation occurs. The strategy is straightforward. Work with private landowners to permanently protect priority forest land through conservation easement. The land stays in private ownership. The landowner continues to pay property taxes to the county. The landowner continues to manage the forest. But the conservation easement ensures that the forest remains a forest. That creates a lasting public benefit without taking the land out of private ownership. This is particularly important because public lands alone cannot meet the conservation need. We need to fill the gaps by protecting the private forests that keep these larger habitats intact. On the second page of the handout we provided is a great example of what this looks like on the ground. With the help of LSOHC phase 3 funding, an 87-acre easement on the back map was completed in the Leech Lake River watershed in 2025. This single easement protected a land bridge between Moccasin and Baby Lake. More importantly, it connected 397 parcels and more than 36,000 acres of public land, completing that large contiguous complex. This is the kind of result we are working to replicate. We're not simply accumulating acres. We're trying to strategically protect the pieces that make the larger landscape function. And we've already demonstrated this approach works. Across the first 3 phases of funding, 28 easements have been secured, protecting 1,362 acres. Phase 4 proposes 14 additional easements protecting 840 acres. These 840 acres are an important step towards the larger goal. With the overall goal being 75% protection, we need 6,000 acres to complete our plan. Our intention is to use the SFIA program to protect 3,000 acres and the easement program to protect the remaining 3,000 acres. What this means for the council is that this is not an open-ended request. There's a defined goal with a defined gap, and we have a strategy to close that gap. By investing in strategic forest protection, we're implementing the region's watershed goals in a way that provides multiple benefits at the same time. And that's what's important about this proposal. This is a habitat project, but the benefits do not stop with habitat. Protecting private forests provides healthy lakes and rivers. It preserves scenic landscapes, and it strengthens the hunting, fishing, and outdoor recreational opportunities that support local communities and economies up in north central Minnesota. We're using public dollars to leverage private landowner commitment to create a permanent public benefit that will continue to pay dividends for generations. So as you drive north on 371, think about the landscape and those 800 lakes and the families that use that resource every weekend. Think about the wildlife that depends on these connected forests. Think about the public lands that are already here and the private lands that connect them. And think about what happens if we wait. Every year that passes brings additional pressure and additional opportunities for forest fragmentation. Once the large forest is divided, it's tough to put it back together. But right now, our goal in those two watersheds is within reach. We've got watershed plans, identify the priorities. We've got a group of people that have experience doing conservation easements. The opportunity before this council today is to build on that success and protect the landscapes that make the Pine and Leech watersheds a destination for outdoor recreation. Ultimately, as it says on the handout, this is about keeping Minnesota's forests green. It's about making sure that these forests remain connected so wildlife can move across the landscape, our lakes and rivers remain healthy, and future generations continue to have the opportunities to experience the North Woods that we have today. With that, I just want to thank the council for your consideration today and your time, and for your continued investment in Minnesota's outdoor history. With that, we would welcome any questions.
Questions? Daryl?
So just for clarification, thanks. Just for clarification, so this proposal is requesting funding for 840 acres. You need 6,000 acres, is that correct?
Correct, sir.
So assuming you got full funding, you're 25% of your way there. Should I expect that I would see you in here like 4 more times and then we'll never see you again?
That is my hope. We are working diligently on SFIA, getting in private landowners to enroll in SFIA, which has them commit to an 8-year, 20-year, or 50-year commitment to keep their forest and trees. We are, over the past 8 years, we're increasing the amount of participation in that program in those watersheds. We're around 700 acres per year. We've been climbing, bringing more people into that program. So if we can continue that trajectory, which I can't promise because it's predicting into the future, but based on our past productivity, that's our estimation. And our hope is that if we can get 3 or 4 more cycles, that for these 2 watersheds, you won't hear from the pine leech habitat protection anymore because we will have accomplished it. And we are working diligently. Please know this, because I'm the one that does it. That's what's odd about hearing from me versus other people today. I'm the guy sending out the letters. We're trying to replicate this. They have to be connected to some public land. They've got to be a high priority. Otherwise, we're not using those dollars.
So what are the bulk of these rim easements? Are the bulk of them SFIA? How would you characterize them?
So when I talk with private landowners, I guess, I talk with private landowners about what options they have to continue to keep their forest in a forest. One tool that we have is to help them reduce their property taxes. It's the 2C program, which maybe you've heard of. The problem with that from a forest fragmentation standpoint is the landowner is really only committed to a 1-year window. The other tool I have, like I mentioned, is the SFIA program, where they kind of commit to an 8-year, 20-year, or 50-year timeframe to keep their woods in trees. And then the other tool I have, which is one we're requesting dollars for today, is the easement program, which is a perpetual protection program. So as part of our outreach efforts, I mean, I spoke to 10 lake associations this year with people that have land scattered all across Cass County. It's about trying to help them understand what role their forest plays in this bigger landscape. Because a lot of them come up just for the weekend and spend time on the lake. They don't understand how the big system is operating. And so that's part of my role. I don't know if I answered your question. I hope I did.
Thank you.
I guess from an SWC standpoint, what is your percentage of private landowners that allow public access in comparison to what the DNR was mentioning earlier?
I would say to this point, it's been very low testifying today. We now have on our application a checkbox that's been added to request walk-in access. I'd say it's close to zero, sir.
Okay. So you don't allow public access on your property?
Thank you for the question, sir. That was not actually a part of the conversation when I went through the easement process, so it wasn't a formal option. Do I? I generally do, but I of course do sort of my own individual vetting of who the individual is, but that was not a formal process of our part of our easement process.
Okay. Do you live there full time?
I do, yes.
I'm curious why the SWCD puts in no money. There's no leverage in this proposal. No skin in the game. You're just asking us to fund it all. Why?
Yeah, I could address that question. So with the SWCDs, we don't actually have levy options. So we are really run with the SWCD aid and then also just grant based. So we don't often have our own money in reserves, but the work that we do does generate match in other ways. So as part of our request today, we're really looking at it because we have these watershed-based goals. We have these watershed comprehensive plans that we're following, and that is a way to help meet these goals is to get that 75%. And through those last 3 rounds of funding, we have actually exceeded the match for those watersheds that are required for the watershed-based implementation funds by $1.3 million. So although we're not directly leveraging a match, the other work that we're doing is really adding to the work. It's just multiplying. So we're not doing a direct match for these easement acquisitions, but our work is impacting in different ways and different matches. And I will say we haven't been great at always getting those match amounts in there. So I would think that we're actually probably closer to 2.6 million in match for those watershed plans.
Are you asking landowners to participate by donating part of the value of the easement? Or are you just paying 100% of the appraised value?
Not 100% of the appraised value, but we are not asking them to
Of the
donate.
appraised conservation easement value.
Yep, the RIM value.
Yeah, we use the RIM program and that pays 60% of the tax assessed value. That's how the value of the easement is determined.
So you're not asking for a donation.
We haven't, but
No.
it's certainly something
Why
we could
wouldn't you?
start. Easy to add.
Okay. Other questions? Good enough. Thank you. Next is FREO 1, DNR statewide forest enhancement. I'm already stumbling on words and it's early.
This where we get the grill, Ted.
You can do anything you want. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good morning, council. My name is Ted Dick. I'm the Forest Habitat Supervisor for the DNR Division of Fish and Wildlife. We've been here before, oftentimes with some partners from other divisions to show how well we work together and get along in trying to implement some of these broad forest projects across the landscape. I thank you for your time today. We always appreciate the opportunity. The proposals we bring, phase 7, it's, in my opinion, it's not really a phase type of thing. It's just 7 iterations of the same kind of thing. We manage millions of acres of forest and we appreciate everything we get. And each time we come with a new phase, it's doing some similar things, some new things. But it's all, we think, very worthwhile and important on the Minnesota State Forest that belong to every one of the people of Minnesota. So we think our work is efficient and well managed. We think we do it as well as anyone, and we're cost effective. We work together to create healthy forest systems, including improved habitat and improved forest for the timber economy and jobs and recreation. It all goes together. You can't have good forests for habitat without being able to use timber harvest as an important tool to manipulate those habitats. So one place I wanted to start, last time Joe Pavelko asked us to come and talk about some of the mitigating measures we take in terms of some insect and disease responses in the forest. One of those was spruce budworm, and we talked about what a fire hazard that is. And I think we've seen since I was here in May that you see the commissioner and forestry director Thielen on TV, Lee Freilich, people talking a lot about spruce budworm and how changes in spruce budworm over the years and changes in the climate have made a native pest, a native insect more impactful in terms of, I don't know if you saw Lee Freilich on Almanac a month ago. He was talking about all the impacts right when the forest, the boreal forests were burning hot, and he was talking about spruce budworm, and he said, you know, it's interesting now with the warmer temperatures, the longer growing seasons, spruce budworm can pull off 2 generations in a summer where normally it was only 1 when you had a shorter growing season. You can just imagine when you're killing balsam fir understory, it just makes for such a volatile fire situation. So what we do, there's value in that native pest. You know, it feeds a lot of birds, but we clearly can't allow it to move forward. I mean, the fire danger outranks everything else. So what we do, we work with removing the balsam fir and replacing it with other surrogate sorts of species that give you that complex conifer understory and sort of break up the balsam fir and reduce that amount of dead balsam fir. So that's a twofer. You're getting reduced fire danger, and you're also getting the ecological values replaced. And on several of our projects, starting 2 or 3 years ago in our grants, we've come in with the support of the timber industry with MFI supporting that, and DNR Forestry supports that too. Whatever we can do to create a diverse, healthy understory that includes less balsam fir and less particularly the dead balsam fir. So that's one of the projects we're proud of, and one that we'd like to do more of should we get additional funding. Other invasive species, you know, we've talked about buckthorn here several times, and we use funds for the buckthorn management. We've talked about, are there better ways to get this done? And understory management of buckthorn is incredibly expensive, and it's different tools and it's different people. If you're treating buckthorn, you're generally not a logger. You could be, but you know, the question was asked a couple of years ago, why can't you just treat this during the course of other work? And it's quite expensive. It's quite labor intensive. We do the best work we can to get it done, but it requires funding. It doesn't get done just in the normal course of doing those timber treatments. Another invasive species, interesting, kind of new to me since the last time we were here in Houston County, there's some amber cork trees. The species is only known to have escaped landscaping and established in the forest in a handful of locations. But the largest that we're aware of is in state forest land in southeastern Minnesota. So that's one we're trying to get on top of and knock these invasive cork trees back to enhance and maintain the beautiful oak forests that have such a important wildlife and cultural and recreational value in southeast Minnesota. So that's a couple of the invasives that we work on in our projects. I said the last time I was here, we didn't want to be known as the pest control kinds of people, but this is the most important stuff that needs to get done that doesn't have funding from other sources. And another one is ash mitigation, emerald ash borer. Ron, Councilmember Shara, we were talking last time that Reamer Longville, one of my favorite grouse hunting places, and one of yours too. That's the first place I ever heard of emerald ash borer, right in the places we go. And there's a pallet mill right there in Reamer that uses that ash, but you can't just cutting it, removing it isn't a sufficient treatment. So Chris Gronwald, one of the partners, one of our forestry friends who usually presents with him here, they work on mitigation measures. You can take the aspen out, but the hydrologic function of the aspen is extreme, or the ash borer we're talking about here, not aspen. You need to replace that function to keep that stand, to keep that area from swamping into a wet area and losing its forest cover altogether. So Chris works really hard whenever there's an ash project coming up. We try to have money available and say, right when you harvest that, we want to have these particular species available in this contractor to plant in and around that to try to keep that water moving, keep it from turning into cattails. And the money we've received from you has been very effective for that. And we consider ourselves a DNR sort of leaders in those things. But prescribed burns is another one. The ecosystem benefits we've talked about here before, they're a little more challenging to fund because they're sort of weather dependent and they require input from a bunch of staff that aren't normally in on this. You know, you have to have your fire crews and people ready to go. And so that's a challenge, but we've pulled that off with money from here before. We'd like to do more of that. It just requires maybe a little more flexibility, whatever. We need to prioritize those to make sure we can get them done. But in this age where we get these spotty droughts and things are burning more often, doing fuel reduction and ecosystem benefit burns is something we only want to do more of. Tree planting and tending, we work with all the divisions to plant new mixes, more diversity, reduce monocultures. More diversity on the landscape gets you healthier forests that can respond to more variable circumstances. So we use brush saws. You've heard a lot of talk about herbicide use in this type of work lately. We generally we prefer projects that use mechanical treatments as opposed to herbicide treatments. So I just wanted to mention briefly that the Nature Conservancy, I think they're presenting a proposal later today. You know, we've heard about that before. We work with our partners, Jim Manolis and Chris Dunham at the Nature Conservancy, that sometimes there's difference in the prices. It's tough to tell, but it depends on what your underlying project is. You know, a burn, you can get a lot of acres for fairly cheap. We're doing the invasives like the buckthorn can cost a lot more. So we think our stuff, we share ideas, we work together with some of those other groups. We split things up geographically and administratively, but we think it's a good partnership that has plenty of room for multiple divisions. So I guess in closing, I'd mostly like to say thank you. Thank you again. We appreciate this. We can't get it done any other way. The forest is changing, the climate is changing. It's not business as usual. We want to maintain our commercial harvest for as long as we can. But when you look at those northern forests that are burning still this summer, they go back to Lee Freilich in presenting, he's talking about losing some of those iconic red pine forests in the next 70 years because we're kind of on the transition zone between the prairie and the forest. And if we don't do things to keep planting those and reduce the fuel loads, do prescribed burns to minimize the impact of the wildfire burns, I don't want to have somebody say in the future, why didn't they do more to manage those forests to try to keep them as healthy as long as they can. So we appreciate the money and appreciate the time. We'll take questions if there's any time.
Questions? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. When it comes to prescribed burnings, in a former life, trying to find someone to do a prescribed burning was almost impossible. Did we get away from that historic, in the last 20, 25 years? And when you said you wanted to do more, is that something that the benefit has kind of come full circle and we see that a little bit more than we used to? Or is that, and then a part two to that question, are you limited to only northern forests, or are some of the southern river valley forests that, are in my neck of the woods, are they on your target list too?
Both good questions. Thank you, council member. When I talk about the northern forest, it's just the one that came up lately, and that's where most of the burning's going. But our projects here and most of our projects cover the forested region of the state. And like I mentioned, the Houston County thing, I'm a wildlife guy instead of a forester. And I used to be married to a forester and we worked in the same office. So it was always, we wanted to burn as soon as the snow was gone.
What'd you talk about when you got?
Foresters have to suppress it all. I've had people I know very well call water bombers on things that we were trying to burn. So that working together is interesting, but fire's always been important. It's always difficult to do because of the timing. As soon as it gets to the appropriate time to burn and the fire risk comes up and all of a sudden you get all the fires that went like this, everybody, no matter what kind of staff you have, they're all going to that and they're coming from around the country. So if you do burns in areas, I think you saw some people on social media were saying, oh, we were going to burn something here, but our federal funding got stopped or something that might have impacted. We want to do burns for the ecological reasons. And when we do them, it makes it easier to fight the wildfires. There's less fuel there. It's not just a fuel reduction, but it has tremendous ecological benefits. So we want to do more. We've always wanted to do more, but I think the public support for that, they see it more when these things come to light. People say, why didn't we do something before this that could have reduced the impact of this and saved some buildings and some timber? Does that answer your two questions? But yeah, we like the southern part of the state just as much, the driftless and everything else.
Mr. Chair, thank you. Just one kind of clarification in your proposal, there's a pretty large amount for travel. And then you said you would be renting equipment. What kind of, is that just vehicles or is there other equipment you'll be renting as part of this proposal?
I think that's from some of the other divisions. And I think part of that is with equipment like planting equipment and burn equipment in particular. So those, whenever you do one of those, to get enough people and units and things, you have to move it around. And it's not usually just DNR equipment. A lot of the specialized equipment you have to get from somebody else. We encourage contractors to operate and supply those things as businesses. So it's not just money coming back to DNR. So it could be any of our projects that the equipment could be someone else's that we use. And then travel, some of our other divisions do things a little differently, and there's travel involved with forestry. I know we had talked at a previous meeting about the using overtime money to pay for some of the burn people, and it's kind of the same with the travel. We can find ways to work around their normal suppression activities, but it's got to be overtime, and we have to find a place to pay for that because that's not in their normal budget. So you'd be paying for them, and it would work the same with the equipment. We'd be paying the fleet cost or the rental for whatever.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
So I'm curious, you've got 5 open appropriations, $8 million remaining. Why are you asking us for more money?
Because there's a lot of acres and a lot of need. And thank you for the question, Mr. Chair. I checked with people on my way here. Like I said, this was kind of last minute, and the ones that are open like ML 22 and ML 23 will be completely spent out and hopefully reported done by the end of the fiscal year. And ML 24 is on its way to, I believe, Mandy told me 100% encumbered right now. And so that, I think 21 is already closed out. So 22 and 23 are spent and just need to be worked through by the end of the year, they will be accomplishment reports. 24 encumbered, 25 we just would have got rolling in the last year. So, and then 26, we just got the money a month ago. So we're on track. I don't think in the 5 or 6 years I've been doing this, I don't think we've ever missed a budget or had to give more than just, you know,
It's not about missing, it's about spending the money when you've got it. I mean, to have open appropriations for 3 years of $5 million. Committing it is great, spend it. I mean, from my perspective, I'm not hearing why you need it now this year. Because you've got plenty of money at the rate you're spending to continue to spend without money this year. I'm just being honest. It's like,
thank you.
We got 500 million of requests and 175 million of money. I'm not hearing why you need it.
Well, thank you
right
for the
now.
question. And it's our opinion on the team that they're, you know, we're just doing a small percentage of what's available, but sometimes it takes a while to work through the process. If you get the money and then you put it out for bids and go through all the official DNR contracting and reporting, we sort of do it as some of those that are weather dependent or equipment dependent can take a little longer, but our goal is to get it all spent down at the best time possible with a 0 at the finish line. And I know it looks like there's a bulk there that's not done yet, but that's a point well taken. We could try to focus more on the ones we have there and then come back, but we like to keep my face back at the council every year just to let you know that we appreciate it. But
we appreciate you're here.
I'll take that back to the group and
other
work on
questions.
Drawing them down.
Great, thank you very much.
Thanks.
Next, FRE 03, Metro Forest for Minnesota Wildlife and Communities. Go ahead.
Chair, members. My name is Rebecca Tucker, Metro Program Manager at Great River Greening, and with me today is our Conservation Director, Todd Rixine. Thank you very much for the opportunity to present our proposal, Metro Forests for Minnesota Wildlife and Communities, FRE 03. If you're not familiar, Great River Greening is a nonprofit with over 30 years working to inspire, engage, and lead local communities in conserving and caring for the water and land that enrich our lives. In this initial phase of the Metro Forest program, we have partnered with 8 public landowners to prioritize 264 acres of forested uplands, oak woodlands, and floodplain forests on 9 sites throughout the metropolitan urbanizing region. All sites are publicly owned and accessible with planned and shovel-ready restoration projects, as well as cash or in-kind match committed by landowning partners. Forests in the metropolitan urbanizing region serve as an increasingly rare refuge for both local and migratory wildlife. Where possible, public ownership has prevented urban forests from being developed, maintaining existing natural spaces within connected habitat corridors. Frequently, however, previous land use, lack of funding, and limited public staff capacity has contributed to the degradation of these public spaces over the decades. The outlined restoration projects in this proposal support the upfront heavy lifting efforts landowners require to ensure sustainable and healthy forest habitats into the future. For every year that passes without these initial efforts, the advancing invasive species in the ground layer and understory, decreased canopy openings, and increased non-native seed banks raise the cost and complexity of required initial restoration activities. Several sites have partners who have already begun limited volunteer and locally funded work on these sites, enough to confirm the need and demonstrated commitment of the communities to these projects, but not enough to reverse the decline in habitat quality alone. These projects are critical and time-sensitive opportunities to restore diverse forest habitats for the benefits of the local and migratory wildlife, as well as the large communities in which these urban forests sit. At each of the 9 sites, we have worked with the landowning partners to prepare timelines of proposed restoration activities tailored to the individual target habitat goals. Activities will include extensive invasive tree and shrub removal using standard project practices like winter forestry mowing, as well as more targeted practices such as growing season hand cutting, which reduces the need for herbicide use in biologically sensitive areas. The subsequent wood waste from these deliberate and less widely destructive activities will then be converted into biochar on site as part of these projects to reduce carbon emissions, prevent soil scarring, and improve soil health. These restorations also include native plant reintroduction and establishment through planting and seeding of species that will be sustainable by the landowners and beneficial to the unique wildlife needs of each site. All projects span the full 5 years of the state appropriations to make the most use of the funding and the time given to these efforts. And the partners behind this work and their commitment to the stewardship of the resulting healthy forests are not temporary. Each of the 8 partners owns and manages the publicly accessible land for the long term, committing to the ongoing stewardship following restoration completion. The required actions to maintain the restored habitats are designed to be within the ability of their existing natural resource programs after the completion of these OHF-funded actions. Bringing your attention to the handout in the proposal, as well as the supplemental material provided to you today, the maps and descriptions highlight how crucial these individual restorations are to the larger landscape context of the metropolitan urbanizing region. Lock Park, for example, is an 83-acre degraded oak and mesic woodland encompassing 1.5 miles of Rice Creek. The city of Fridley has prioritized this green space as being central to its park system, but the site needs initial buckthorn removal to be able to restore and maintain a diverse forest landscape. River Park to the west on the Mississippi in Brooklyn Park, like the paired East River Flats and Mississippi River Bluff projects in Minneapolis and St. Paul respectively, are all publicly owned stretches of upland river corridor in need of restoration. Similarly, restoration of the 23-acre Chatham Trails in Arden Hills benefits the health of the directly adjacent 200-acre Ramsey County Tony Schmidt Regional Park, and Marsh Lake Phase 2 in Bloomington adds acres to the oak woodland restorations the city and ongoing Outdoor Heritage Fund projects are managing within the more than 500-acre 9 Mile Creek wetland. The Huel and Sunrise confluence properties connect forest habitats along the Sunrise River next to Forest Lake itself. And finally, speaking to the landscape level of this work, the proposed Bayport South WMA restoration is 50 acres being restored to protect the total 600 acres WMA and SNA complex that runs along the St. Croix River. Restoring these public forests to diverse and healthy habitats impacts more than just the vegetation. This mosaic of public corridors within the urbanized portion of the state provide crucial resources for wildlife navigating through and existing in a human-developed landscape. As such, Great River Greening has outlined plans to monitor and communicate the presence of wildlife at these sites throughout the duration of these restoration projects. We propose to deploy acoustic and ultrasonic wildlife monitoring equipment at sites before, during, and after restoration, using acoustic classification software to identify species and track activity over time. Passive monitoring of sounds on these sites captures data on birds, bats, and other wildlife that directly respond to changes in forest structure, providing measurable and reportable evidence of habitat improvement that goes beyond vegetation establishment alone. The wildlife species that could be recorded as present in these sites throughout the monitoring include species of greatest conservation need, such as the red-shouldered hawk, peregrine falcon, Bell's vireo, cerulean warbler, big brown and tricolored bats, as well as more common wildlife species whose presence indicates the overall health of the habitat. Monitoring equipment purchased with joint OHF and private matching funds will be available for use on future OHF-funded projects, extending the investment beyond this appropriation period. Staff time to support this portion of the Metro Forest program is included in the requested labor to strengthen our ability to communicate this success and legacy of this program. The restoration work proposed here will increase the health of forest habitats throughout the connected ecosystems that span 4 counties, 5 watershed systems, and are within the reach of the most densely populated conservation landscape in Minnesota. By managing restoration at this level, the request would support a full program of 9 known and coordinated projects with 8 public partners on 264 acres of land, compared to individually managed projects funded under multiple grant requests. This allows for dollars savings related to the economy of scale for project management, as well as through the efficiency of state and program reporting on a single allocation. Additionally, the wildlife monitoring of this component of this proposal uniquely adds tangible community engagement and the ability to tailor and adapt our restoration specifically to support the wildlife in this region. Great River Greening brings over 30 years of forest restoration experience, established crew capacity, and active community relationships, which uniquely prepares us to coordinate this work starting July 2027. Chair and members, thank you for your time, and we are happy to answer any questions you may have about this proposal, Metro Forest for Minnesota Wildlife and Communities, FRE 03.
Questions? Daryl?
So in looking at your proposal, you've got the 8 public projects basically. So you could do one or all or some of them, correct?
Member, thank you for your question. We are prepared to be able to do all of the 9 projects, and we have the ability to scale depending on the allocations provided by the funding itself.
If you don't receive your full funding from us, will you be applying for CPL grants for those individual projects?
We have, Chair, thank you for the question, Chair and members. We have discussed the potential of CPL projects with individual landowners. We have also given information on the CPL program to potential landowners themselves. The efficiency and coordination that this coordinated set of 9 projects together, or however many the scaled potential allocations allows for, does increase our ability to do these projects themselves. A lot of our landowners explicitly are not able to do CPL projects on their own. We would be potentially looking at the feasibility of CPL programs with projects that would not be able to be funded through this group allocation.
So of the dollars you're requesting today, which ones aren't able to do CPL? How many dollars would that be?
Chair, member, thank you for that question. We might have to get back to you on that specific dollar value number. It again is dependent upon the resources, not only being able to be provided by the landowners themselves, but also the scale and size of the project as to whether or not we would be able to facilitate individual projects on a CPL level with that landowning partner, depending on that scale. But we will respond to you with that answer.
Okay, I look forward to getting that information. Thank you.
So, Ted, go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Great River Greening's model has always been mostly volunteer work. Is that still your plan with these? That you'll use volunteers that are often recruited by the property owners?
Chair, member, thank you for that question. Our model as an organization does very much include volunteer efforts as well as engaging the communities in which these projects sit. For these projects themselves, the work that's planned and outlined is largely contract-based.
Okay.
And the plans themselves may hopefully include some variety of volunteer component specifically to engage the community itself. But the vast majority of the work, especially all of the things that cannot be done by volunteers, is what our base contract budget will support.
I thought the cost per acre seemed quite high, and it seemed extremely high if there was going to be a lot of volunteer work involved.
Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess, could you just, you mentioned in your presentation that there's 50 acres within a WMA that exist of 600. And where does the activity take place? The WMA is County Municipal Permit Protected Conservation Easements. I'm just curious to the breakdown because it doesn't really go in the chart breakdown. It just goes right to the 265 on non-DNR land, city, state, federal. Can you give us an idea of is it more than 264 acres then, or does that, how does that, it didn't make sense when I read through it that you don't have anything marked on like WMAs or easements, but you mentioned both.
Chair, members, I believe we do have marked on WMAs, and it is 50 acres of restoration specifically on the Bayport South WMA. That is on the WMA easement itself. And if that's incorrectly marked in our proposal, we'll make sure to correct that. That is within the habitat complex. That is the bigger picture of the rest of the WMA as well as that SNA, which is where that 600 acres comes from. But we would not be claiming any of those adjacent acres on the restoration itself.
So it remains a 264 total?
Yep, correct.
Okay.
Thank you for that question.
So I'm curious about the acoustic monitoring. It may be a great idea, but it sounds like research to me. It doesn't sound like project work. Why do you think it's project work, something that should be funded with these dollars?
Chair, thank you for that question. And members, it is definitely a unique piece to this particular proposal. It is not research on our end. It is understanding the spaces that we are facilitating the restoration on. And we can do site visits to be able to see what vegetation is there. We can do site walks. We can do meanders to get on the understanding of the plant species themselves. But we frequently are not able to get that understanding of the wildlife species. And we view this potential component, which also would be supported by private funds as well. We already have a grant proposal out to supplement the cost of that purchasing of the equipment itself already out. We view this piece of this proposal as giving us the ability to do the restoration itself better and more specifically guided towards the habitats, as well as communicate the wildlife component of this work to the community and the landowners that will be managing these spaces in perpetuity.
Other questions?
Mr. Chair, if I could get a little more clarification on that issue. So is this considered more monitoring than research?
Member and Chair, thank you for that question. Yes, we are considering this monitoring. And again, our goal is to be able to utilize that information, hopefully within the length of the allocation itself. Again, having these funds be utilized over those full 5 years. If we have that understanding of what habitat is on site at the beginning of a project or even during the restoration itself, that gives us the ability to tailor the restoration towards the needs of those specific wildlife, as opposed to just reporting what's there or not. It's just a lot of things that we can't do on our own as we walk a site individually and look at things without this additional piece of monitoring potential.
Okay, no, thank you.
If I can just add to that, I think Chair members, part of the reason we looked at this as a look at the wildlife monitoring is results driven, and how can we report back to council what we're seeing on sites over time. We can talk about vegetation, but we're not able to come back and say, this is what the site was before, and here's what we're finding out 5 years down the road of what has come in or what is starting to use the habitat that council has invested its dollars into.
Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do you analyze all that information internally, or is that like shared across a broader scope? Does the university have it? I'm just curious about like, do they have best management practices for acoustic monitoring? I'm not sure.
Chair and members, thank you for the question. This would be a pilot program on our end for this specific type of monitoring. And the devices that we've looked into purchasing have their own software to be able to kind of provide a list of species itself. So anything that we would be sharing out to the public would be lists of occurrences as opposed to the data itself or the recordings themselves, much akin to iNaturalist observations that are shared publicly on an app. But that would be part of what we would be looking into develop internally. We do not have partnerships with the University of Minnesota or any other institution at this time. Again, specifically trying to use it as not only a communication tool, but also to be able to give landowner feedback, engage with the community to say, here's a species of greatest conservation need that was heard on site, or how we're tailoring towards the needs of species that we're not recording on these projects.
Is that something, I'm not opposed to by any means, but is that something where I don't ever remember hearing about us funding anything like that?
We have not. My question is, if you hear one Connecticut warbler or 100, how do you know the difference and what are you going to do with it? I happen to think this is research. I don't feel like this is project work, but I'm curious. You don't really, listing the species doesn't help. Knowing the quantity of species might actually provide interesting information.
But I mean, don't we ask them how they're going to monitor in the proposal request? So how is this not meeting that requirement? I'm just curious.
Maybe
Well,
it was what
this
sucked the
is an
ATV
entire
food
program of monitoring, which is
I'm-
unlike anything we've ever seen. I mean,
Science does advance. I mean, we're seeing new technologies implemented for monitoring and those kinds of activities throughout what we're doing. So
I don't know.
I'm just puzzled.
It's worth a discussion on
Yeah.
our part.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, council and members, this is a piece of this request. The vast majority of the funding and the project itself is the restoration activities. So it is not the main focus of this proposal by any means. It is a small piece of the funding, labor, as well as potential equipment purchases, which is, I would say, considerably less than a percentage of the dollar value itself that we are attempting to add to the main work that is the habitat restoration proposed in the project specifically.
All right, thank you. We'll move on to FRE 04, Minnesota Forest Recovery Project. Go ahead.
Morning, Mr. Chair and members. I'm Chris Dunham, Associate Director, Resilience Forestry with the Nature Conservancy, alongside Nate Ide, who is the Land Commissioner for Lake County and also a Two Harbors firefighter. In just 3 appropriations, we've accomplished over 30,000 acres of enhancement treatments, 928 acres of protection, and added an additional 115,000 acres of enhancement leverage. We believe the well-coordinated and highly effective partnership catalyzed by the Forest Recovery Project is unique and is a critical strategy for managing habitat at a scale and with an agility that can make a difference. Forest issues have been in the news again this summer, on our minds and in our lungs. It's not hard to make the case for the need to invest in the stewardship of our forests. But I want to spend a few of our precious minutes here communicating our capabilities, describing how our partnership in the Northern Forest works between several public agencies and other NGOs, and sharing how outdoor heritage funds drive and sustain much bigger results beyond this proposal, often 3 times the OHF funded acres. You may have seen in some news recently that the Nature Conservancy planted 3.2 million trees this spring. We're proud of our capacity to do big things. We're able to go where there is a need on public lands, whether state, county, or federal, tribal as invited, and bring the workforce to do anything from planting trees by hand with 60 workers to clearing wildfire damage with large equipment and logging crews. We're nimble and responsive. We were able to direct crews and funds to planting 300,000 trees the first season after the Greenwood fire burned. We were out planting and clearing dead trees on the Camp House fire last year as soon as the fire was out. When emerald ash borer was discovered in Gooseberry Falls State Park, we were there with a crew of 12 within just a few days, cutting ash and planting a diversity of replacement trees. We work on over 20,000 acres per year with TNC contracts, but none of it happens without the partnership and the motivated and dedicated staff from multiple agencies in roles from leadership to the field. Here's a quick description of how the partnership works. We have an MOU with DNR that includes 4 of the divisions. We have national and local agreements with the Forest Service covering both national forests, and we have county agreements where necessary. We travel to agency field offices throughout the year. We sit down with their staff, strategize and plan on enhancement activities and priorities. We manage an online GIS layer where the parcels and work details are submitted by partners from across the northern forest. We pair that planned work with the appropriate funding sources and budgets and develop requests for proposals and do the contracting through the Nature Conservancy. Field work is administered on the ground by TNC and by agency staff. As work is completed, detailed records go into our data management system where we track every dollar on every acre across hundreds of parcels and a variety of funding sources. This proposal will enhance 14,000 acres of forest through a variety of strategies addressing a suite of issues to benefit fish, wildlife, and native ecosystems. Details on the treatments, the habitats, and species benefits can be found on pages 2 and 3 of our proposal. But a quick summary, we'll be replanting after wildfires, restoring riparian forest corridors on streams and lake shores, improving Lake Superior coastal forests, diversifying forests after spruce budworm and ahead of emerald ash borer, prescribed burning in forested settings, contributing to the forest recovery after the Bemidji blowdown from last summer. And very importantly, the maintenance work like cutting brush from around the previously planted trees, protecting plantings from being eaten by deer. I want to point out that we're very focused on the durability of our work. We can't just plant trees and walk away. As you've heard from DNR, from Ted this morning, and we'll hear from other forest presenters, the need for this work is large and keeps increasing. We have to be thinking big and building in synergy, efficiency, and leverage every place we can to work at a scale and a pace that makes a difference against wide-ranging threats that don't recognize ownership boundaries. The partnership coordination that goes into managing this large enterprise across ownerships and on hundreds of parcels per year is impressive, and it used to be pretty novel and cutting edge, but has become second nature to us now. We're very close-knit with our partners, from public agencies and all stages, from the annual planning work to implementing the work on the ground. TNC works in all 50 states, and we've seen some really good partnerships across the nation, but our work in Minnesota is quite special in the way that we work together. We work with agency land managers. They invite us in. We discuss what needs to be done and get after it. I don't know if it's Minnesota nice or just Minnesota practical, but I'm proud to be joined by Nate here, who is both nice and practical. And he's going to talk a little more about the importance of the forest recovery project to both our forest habitats and our communities.
Mr. Chair, members, for the record, my name is Nate Ide. I'm the Land Commissioner of Lake County. I've been Land Commissioner for 14 years, with Lake County for 21 years. Lake County manages 156,000 acres of tax forfeited land, Lake Superior's to the south, the boundary waters to the north. I've seen increased threats and challenges to the forest, from ecological like fires and bugs to the lack of forest product markets that take away our ability to manage the forest and generate income for reforestation. And as a volunteer firefighter for the past 2 years, I've had 2 wildland fires in a row that I've been able to help with and watch Many structures burned to the ground. All of these threats lead to an unhealthy forest, which affects our residents who live in the forest, the tourists who recreate in the forest, and habitat loss. The partnership between Nature Conservancy and Lake County is special. Because of the challenges, we're able to do things we can't do on our own. The past success of the Nature Conservancy partnership is why I'm more than willing to drive 6 hours to the cities to show my support. The partnership and coordination between the Nature Conservancy and my staff is very efficient. The ability of the Nature Conservancy to scale projects across multiple ownerships means better contract prices, more secure contracts, and dedicated staff to administer the projects throughout their life cycle. This is a worthwhile project, and it will make a difference in the Northwood Forest of Minnesota.
Thank you, Nate. This council has helped build a strong partnership of public agencies and NGOs that can work across land ownership boundaries and jurisdictions the way fires, bugs, and windstorms do. We have built an efficient and effective habitat enhancement machine capable of working at a scale and with a speed and agility that can make a difference. Our enhancement funds from previous years are all but spent, so we're back asking for your support in fueling the machine so we can keep up the pace, enhancing our forests for wildlife in a way that makes them more resilient and less costly to steward for the next generation of Minnesotans. Thank you, and we'll be happy to take questions.
Carol?
How do you prioritize the tracts of land that you're going to provide assistance on?
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the question. So we went through a prioritization exercise a few years ago, consisting of a lot of science with data for different plant communities, and then comparing those plant communities to their current conditions, knowing what the potential of those plant communities are, and then doing kind of analysis for the difference. And what we come up with was about 30% of the northern forest is in need of enhancement or restoration work. And we obviously can't go out and tackle all those acres at once. So we narrow those down to specific landscapes. And then when we're working with partners, we're factoring in what they're working on, where those gaps are, where we can come in with this partnership to basically kind of bring some synergy to those operations.
So as you look at this funding request, is this going to be like on federal land, state of Minnesota, county? Is there is there a ratio that I could be aware of?
Mr. Chair, members, that the question about where we work across ownerships, looking at the handout, we do work across federal, state, county ownership. It's all public land. Percentage wise, we're able to go where the need is. You know, sometimes we'll have a situation that happened like the Camp House fire, and you've got a high percentage of state and federal lands. We might work there. Or we might have a situation where the county is needing help in a different area. So it kind of moves around. We could get you actual percentages for past work because we track all of that in our database. But it ends up being fairly even over the course of a few years across whether it's federal, state, or county.
I'm gonna say I'm a cynic in that I'm a cynic. So I serve on my county natural resource advisory board, and I mean I'm aware of fires in our area as well, but I look at it and I know what our timber sales value is as the county, and I know up in your area logging timber values is probably not a lot different than where I'm at. And so I think, gee, you have long-term timber sales that support replanting. We're replanting in our county from fires. And I'm not sure what the state does, but the state obviously sells timber as well. So, I mean, I get maybe in the, spruce beetle issues, some of those kind of things, but I struggle with replanting in areas where counties are actually actively managing their county forests and getting timber sales from that.
Thank you for the question. We've got a county land commissioner here from Lake County.
Yeah, thanks. Happy to answer that question. Since I've been land commissioner, my planting budget has been 0. So we're in an area far enough from markets where we have a hard time selling our wood. A couple of years I've actually been in a deficit, which is unique for counties. We're supposed to make money. So it's just a problem of markets, a problem of being too far and just lesser quality timber. We do the best we can, but it's different than other counties in Lake County.
We work very closely with the timber industry. And, you know, what we're seeing is that we don't have that luxury anymore of having the timber sales that can really drive the management, and we can follow behind with our restoration. Now, markets are bad in the northeastern part of the state. We've lost mill capacity, and we're down to, you know, relying on some conservation dollars to do a lot of important work in areas that we do our best to prioritize. When you start looking at the map, you can tell that we are having an impact, and we appreciate the opportunity.
Tom?
Commissioner, when, based on, and Mr. Dunham, based on previous experiences, if we don't go and reconstitute these areas that are burned, what grows there? I mean, we want to go in there and do the things that we're talking about, but what happens if we don't?
Yeah, Mr. Chair and members, so we can kind of look at it as we've got this altered forest. You know, we're not living 200 years ago where a burn goes through and there's a seed source of white pine and red pine and all the species that we know and love in northern Minnesota. We've kind of tinkered with the system, and now we own it in a sense. And that's what we're asking for, is the ability to come in and help those systems. And the good news is that the forest is very resilient. You know, things come back, and with a little bit of guidance on our part today, the work that Nate's counterparts or staff will have in future generations will be less than what we're faced with. You know, they'll have that. They'll have some, oh, wow, we've got some white pine now to work with as natural seeding. We're not just faced with brush or aspen and birch. You know, nothing against aspen and birch. We've made a great living off of those trees. But at this time, we're really seeing the need to, you know, do our part. You know, it's our generation's time for stewardship of these forests.
Thank you.
Other questions?
Ted, did he answer your question? What comes
I
back?
think, yeah. Absolutely.
Great.
You see, what he's saying is that 250 years ago, if there was a fire, you know, everything just kind of came back versus Russ Heinzelman's history. And but that's not the way it is anymore. So,
We've messed with the system.
yeah.
Good enough. Thank you. We'll move on to PA01, accelerating the wildlife management area program.
Wait.
Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and council members. Representing Pheasants Forever, I'm Mary Jo Hill, a Minnesota Public Land Specialist, and with me today is Jake Granforce, our Minnesota Public Lands Manager. And we're glad to be here to kick off the transition into the prairie proposals for the day with our Accelerating the Wildlife Management Area Program Phase 19 proposal. This proposal is a continuation of Pheasants Forever's established program with goals that continue to align with the council's priorities, setting out to protecting, enhancing, and restoring prairie and wetland upland habitat, while also providing expanded public lands for Minnesotans as state wildlife management areas. At the time of our proposal, this program has been able to acquire 146 parcels, which has been 18,688 acres added to the WMA system in Minnesota. Since our proposal in May, we've also closed on one additional 76-acre parcel. Our program has also been able to provide over $17 million in non-state leverage funds to this program. Our program has and will continue to build on complexes of habitat, acquiring land from willing sellers that is directly adjacent to or very close proximity to existing WMAs. We work closely with our local DNR Division of Wildlife staff colleagues to make sure that the properties that we're acquiring are a good fit to add to those WMAs. We then also work with that staff closely to restore any habitat needs that are on those properties before we convey them to the state as a wildlife management area. We will continue to work in the prairie regions of the state that are in the prairie, forest prairie transition, and metro LSOHC regions. The consistent continuation of this program has allowed us to have the greatest impact by building upon habitat that has been acquired with prior appropriations from this council for this program. As an example, highlighted in the illustration that we provided with our proposal is the work that we've done on Arlington WMA. There's a map that's been included with our proposal that this area is in the metro region of the state, eastern Sibley County, just about 68 miles southwest of here. Over 3 appropriations, starting in ML 2014 and then again in 2023 and 2024, we have been able to acquire 402 acres to become a wildlife management area just outside the city limits of Arlington. With an adjacent rim easement that's actually not shown on the map, but it connects the first parcel that we purchased with $14 and the second purchase that we made, connecting the green and red parcels on your map, is a rim easement that then expands this habitat area to over 440 acres of connected prairie and wetland habitat. An additional restoration highlight on this project that we're showing here is that our most recent addition, which is highlighted in green on your map, also included 77 acres of wet meadow and floodplain of High Island Creek, which is an impaired designated water, with a combination of existing protection of those public lands and the rim easement. Now more than 2.5 miles of this creek buffer is protected, which is really just an additional benefit to the already protected upland and wetland acres of these acquisitions. A now common theme in our program, it is really hard pressed for us to find an acquisition that is not expanding upon prior work done in this program or with one of our partners that are presenting this week. We believe that that's an outcome of our program successfully using strategies that we lay out in our proposal, as well as accomplishing the goals that we have set in our accomplishment plans and proposals over the past years. We are requesting a continued investment in prairie and wetland habitat like Arlington WMA and in our partnership with the Minnesota DNR to add an additional 1,560 acres of public lands in the WMA system. And now I'm going to turn it over to Jake to give an update on the status of all of our current appropriations.
Good morning, Mr. Chair and members. For the record, my name is Jake Grandfors. I'm our public lands manager for Pheasants Forever. The handout that you have at the pie charts is what I'll be referencing. It's where we currently stand on our open appropriations. This does not count any of our closed appropriations, but on the left-hand side is the fee title budget. We've got 78% of that of our fee title, and I guess the fee title, this pie chart is only for the fee title portion of the overall budget. It doesn't count on the back. It's got all the different categories. This is strictly fee title and then the contracts and supplies budget for the restoration. So on the fee title portion of it, we've spent 78% of our appropriation. And that is projects that are complete. They're either owned by PF or conveyed to to a DNR at this point. There's 1% of the funds that we have basically have one project right now under purchase agreement waiting to close, and then the remaining 21%, almost $5.5 million, is in what we call, I guess, the unobligated but planned. So those are all projects. I guess I would view it as like our acquisition pipeline. There are projects in the works from appraisal. Some of them have survey, title work done. They're in various stages. We just don't have a signed purchase agreement yet to be able to consider those legally obligated. But currently, we have basically all of our monies is obligated to projects. There's, if a project came in today that DNR or partner wanted to pursue, currently I have to tell them we can't, we don't have the funds right now unless the project falls through. So the unobligated waiting is $0. We have no money waiting, and that is including our money that just started in July. Now, again, that's just planned. Something could fall through, but we have appraisals. All those projects are in the works for the fee title portion. So we're in a pretty strong, I mean, it's a good problem to have, but it's also, you know, it's never easy turning away a good project. And there's other partners that, you know, we see who else maybe has some money, but I think you'll hear a common theme today that I think a lot of our partners are in a similar boat with acquisitions. And then just switching over to the restoration side of it, a little different story, but that's because it's, so we'll start with 25%, 24% has been spent. The restoration's done, legally obligated. Again, that's contracts that we have with contractors to do restoration work. And then we got 32%, $1.5 million that is planned. That is work. We've worked with our partners to identify what needs to be done out there. It's just not contracted yet. And we don't have a binding contract. And then that unobligated waiting, that is essentially money waiting for us to finish purchasing that $5.5 million, that million and 28% is basically the restoration money for those projects. So that's why there's a little bit larger balance, say, planned and waiting. On the restoration side is we can't do the restoration until we purchase the property. So with that, that's kind of the current status of our WMA program from a budget perspective. And Mary Jo did an excellent job giving the summary of what we're doing in our proposal. So with that, we'll open up to any questions.
Questions? Suzanne, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm curious because I've heard some weird stories, but are you seeing any significant uptick in the you know, in private landowners wanting to sell lands, sort of more so than there were, say, 5 years ago? Or is it leveling off? Is it dipping? You know, what does that interest level look for fee title acquisition at this point?
Thank you for the question. I would say it sure seems like there's more interest coming, and it's all kind of anecdotal, but part of it, I you know, some of it's the economy. Land prices are still high, and I think, you know, people are taking advantage of the higher land prices and or shuffling things around and, you know, in their portfolio of land of what they want to sell and that sort of thing. But we've had several fantastic projects come in, you know, this year that I don't know if it's just a, you know, what it's attributed to, but yes, I would say generally there's been a uptick in interest in selling. And
yeah, so it may be sort of an opportunity for us to work on some really significant projects and fee title versus easement this year. So
yeah, yep. And like I said, our current budget, if we don't get any money this year, we're basically just working through our current acquisition. So there definitely is a need if we want to continue purchasing property to fund, you know, acquisition work.
Okay. Yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, a couple of quick questions. The DNR land acquisition cost, that's the cost to convert it to actually a WMA, which is why there's only acquisition costs in the first couple of years. Looking at your chart, ML 20, 21, and 22, you got DNR acquisition costs, but there aren't any 23 forward. Is that because?
No, we switched, the council switched to the core
That's the
function.
IDP
Yeah,
piece.
Got it.
yep.
Thank you. Can land that is currently in an easement, like can that be purchased and then converted over into a WMA, or can crap not be converted that way? Do you know?
It can be, but if we were to do it with OHF dollars, we gotta come and present it to the council and request for further justify why it needs further protection.
Why it's gone.
And it's
Okay.
up to the council to decide if.
So it's not a double dip.
Yeah.
Last question. You know, it seems like every year you guys are asking for a pretty significant amount of money and we end up giving you what we can. How do you go from $15.9 million to, you got an average of roughly probably $3.5 to $4 million per year? How are you deciding to scale that?
We scale disproportionately. So if we get a quarter, a half, whatever it is, basically all the budget items are.
Yeah, I guess maybe I should ask it a little bit more precisely. You list a number of target counties. Are there particular counties that you then focus on, or is it still pretty much whoever raises their hand and whoever comes to you kind of thing?
Depends how the projects come to us, right? Ideally, you could just sit there and wait for the very, very best project to come, but then you're not, that might not come. So we are like Mary Jo said, all of them are, you'd be hard pressed to find something that's not adjacent to building on, they're all great projects. So it's more of a kind of, as we obligate money, once we're out, we're out. Again, focusing on those properties that are, adjacent to, these different complexes, but yeah, it's more or less fund the projects as they come in.
And
Thank
maybe
you.
just to add a little bit to that too, Jake, is sometimes we are asking landowners if they're willing to wait until we get another appropriation or find another source. It's not always an option for all landowners, as you know, but that's a tool we've deployed when we haven't had as many funds as we'd like for a certain project.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's an excellent point. We have two landowners that are basically waiting, that said they're willing to wait for future funding. So very good point.
So I have a question. Can I go, Ted, and then?
Yeah,
Go ahead. You go.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I question the amount of money that's spent on a piece of property to sort of reshape it.
Sure.
Whether it's excavating silt in a low spot, filling in ditches versus maybe just ditch plugs. How much greater is the habitat value when it's reshaped and restored to its historic variations in elevation versus just getting rid of the drainage, plugging the ditches, and letting what's there fill in with water? It seems like we're spending an awful lot of money on what I would call aesthetics, but maybe there's a tremendous habitat value. I'd appreciate some education, maybe not all right now, but
Sure. And yeah, we can definitely talk more in detail. I think that one aspect of those plans in restoration, when you're talking about, ditch filling or plugging or whatnot, is that we're not only looking at the habitat value, but we're also looking at the durability of those projects and the long lasting, like, will they last? Will that, what we did, last to long term, and those habitat benefits continue? So some of that, what you might be considering like extra moving of dirt, extra work, does it look nicer? Sure. But also, is that going to stay in place longer and that we don't have to come back, or the DNR doesn't have to come back and fix it or patch it or put additional investments in it? So some of that's an upfront, I'd say, investment cost.
So this summer we did a tour of restoration projects and one of the things that became very obvious is that not all restoration is alike. Specifically wetland restorations. I've been struggling with how to judge your wetland restoration against anyone else's and whether or not it's equal money and how do I know what I'm buying when you say I'm going to do wetland restoration versus when someone else says that? Is there a way for us to have a better sense of what it is we're really getting? Because what we saw was your idea of wetland restoration is different than others, and yet the dollars are just restoration dollars to us. And I'm really struggling internally with how do we know what we're buying with wetland restoration? And how do we compare one to the other?
It's a good question. Thank you for the question. We work with our partners, DNR, area wildlife staff, our restoration specialists, work with the local staff to kind of identify what the restoration needs are and work through a restoration plan. So, on the wetlands, we're often taking kind of direction or coordinating with them directly to determine what the needs are out there and whether that's, tile, breaking tile, doing scrapes, whatever's needed out there. I mean, I guess I don't know what, how it really, how much it, like, I feel like between a few of the partners, our work is on the restoration side similar, as far as what it takes to get from a crop drained wetland to a restored basin. There's still similar requirements needed to get there, I guess. I'm not sure what on the tour,
Well, there were people who were digging out old wetlands and people who were breaking tile. The cost of doing that is dramatically different.
Sure.
And so the question and obviously the results of doing that vary in terms of its wildlife benefits. So how do we know what we're buying when you say wetland restoration?
The question. And to add to that, Mr. Chair, I think on the tour, one thing that we saw was older WMAs that needed significant amount of work to be what they originally intended. The wildlife staff that took us on the tour talked about some of the areas that were, we looked at a couple places that were pretty rough, older WMAs that hadn't been touched in years. And then we looked at some that had been done more recently, and the difference in restoration practices between those was pretty substantial. So as a council, when we look at WMAs, it's interesting to maybe more money should go into some of the stuff that we've purchased in the past as far as restoration work, because I know that the practices are different and it's just the nature of the beast as we've been doing this for how long now, but
I just can't get my head around when I read proposals, what are we getting?
But is that a function of what the DNR is requiring them to do versus them
No,
wanting to do one thing?
it's what each individual project manager thinks is, and I don't mean this negatively, appropriate for the restoration when.
Well, and that was a topic of discussion on
Yeah.
that day is, what right looks like.
I'm not saying anybody's doing it wrong. I'm saying there's a cost difference for how far you go. And when I read a proposal, I don't understand how far we're going and what we're really buying.
It seems to me the only way to get there is to literally deconstruct every one of them, because there's, 15, 20 projects within here, and each one of, whether it's PF or whether it's TNC or whether it's whoever's working on them, those habitat experts are making that determination based on that individual project. You'd almost have to break this up into its.
And I'm not saying I have a solution or
No.
I'm identifying a problem. I'm identifying something that I don't know the kind of decision that I'm actually making. And it's,
It's on willful ignorance. There's no.
That's why we had these project updates afterward to see where those things are being.
I don't even know the language we use to identify a level of restoration. You know, we saw projects that dug out basins and removed hybrid cattails and others that just simply allowed water to flow onto the property. And I just, as I read the proposals and people say, we're gonna do wetland restoration, and I don't mean to pick on you, you're just the first I get to ask this to. I'm not sure how to figure out if your project is more efficient with the dollars or better for habitat for species than anyone else's. And so I'm asking questions because I really don't know enough to know how to ask the right
Well,
question.
I mean, I understand that as well. And what I found most astounding, I mean, I've worked in the wildlife field for most of my life and seen, from what I saw on this last tour was beginning to see a really significant shift in the mentality of restoration activities. In the past, you know, a lot of these things, you'd gone out there, you dug a hole, you slapped in a levee, and then you had a water control structure that you had to deal with. They're getting way away from that type of restoration, which is incredibly more costly than even just putting diversion levees in, which is a lot of what I'm seeing, so that they're letting the water manage itself more or less.
Is that good or is that bad?
That's good. That's a good thing. That they're trying to design a lot of these things so that Mother Nature can do what Mother Nature's gonna do once you break the tile, but in some cases, the lands have been leveled and so you have to do some of that digging out and level in, and some minor levee construction in order for them to function adequately. How you tease that out of these proposals, in my mind, is almost impossible.
I don't think you can. I think that every project is gonna dictate what needs to be done.
Yeah,
You
you know,
can't say,
if-
well, this one, everyone is a cookie cutter, we're gonna do.
And even
do-
the same
do-
property,
Yeah.
year to year to year requires different things too,
Yeah,
you know?
absolutely. So, I mean, it's a complex
I
issue.
think it's a discussion we can have. I'm not picking on anyone.
Sure.
I'm saying this is an area where better understanding would be good for everyone.
Sure.
Do you want to ask the individual organizations to come back on a day when we can discuss that particular item?
I would like the entire council to have more exposure to the degree of wetland restoration.
I have a suggestion. I think the council should take us all duck hunting, pheasant hunting, a regular basis, so we get a chance to experience those differences. I welcome the opportunity.
I think there might be some public scrutiny of spending council dollars on that there.
Kind of a thought building on Senator Lang's thought, though, it does seem like we're going to have over the next several years, this decision on acquisition versus restoration and enhancement. You know, there's always been the argument, buy the land while it's available. And I generally ascribe to that. But then there's also what of the restoration and maintenance of these properties needs to be coming from this council. Certainly acquisitions that came for this council would seem to be ones that we ought to be responsible for managing. I guess I would just want to make sure this doesn't become a substitute for funding that should be given to the DNR outside of this. Because this is not intended to be a replacement for lack of funding for other WMAs.
But to the extent that we keep acquiring lands, someone has to mean that.
100%. Land acquired by OHF should be, the restoration enhancement needs to be part of that. We have to eventually switch over to more management of those lands, as long as it's those lands.
Yep, I think that's a strategic discussion in my mind about the strategic planning, where as we try to direct funds and tell people what we're looking for, do we need to say we want, I'll make up a number, 25% of our funding should be going towards, keeping, maintain, restoring facilities that we already own, you know, rather than buying more or leasing more, we better take care of what we have. I don't know. I mean,
Yeah.
there's not an unlimited source of funds. It's unlimited in that there's next year, but at a point in time, how many acres are we maintaining? How many projects are we having to maintain because we're required, because they're ours?
Well, and we acquired projects that could use a little restoration, and we still own projects that need a lot more and would benefit more. And do we prioritize what we bought over something that needs it more?
Yep.
We have lots of discussion
Yes,
we can have.
yes.
Well, you have total of $15 million in PRE in two grant applications and 13 in acquisition, right? At some point, we ought to start seeing some level of balancing, I think.
But when's enough land acquisition enough? I don't know the answer to that. I don't know if there is an answer, but I mean.
We're gonna solve that all within PA 01.
Okay, I'm gonna call this. Thank you very much. I did not mean to pick on you, just so you know. But I think we should have
It's a good
session
discussion.
to talk about.
Absolutely.
We're gonna take a break. We're running a little behind. We'll start again at 11 o'clock.
You did lose one presentation.
Oh, man, I haven't started to get into that yet.
Sorry.
We
did lose one presenter, so we need time, right?
No, we didn't, because we built that in. All right, we're back. Sorry to break up everyone's fun. We'll have lunch in a little bit, but next is. What's that? Next is proposal PA03 DNR Accelerated Native Prairie Bank Protection. Go ahead.
All right, thanks, Mr. Chair. Good morning. My name is Judy Elbert. I am the Scientific and Natural Areas Unit Supervisor for the Division of Ecological and Water Resources with the DNR. As mentioned, I'm here to discuss PA03 Accelerated Native Prairie Bank Protection Phase 9. This proposal aims to continue our work with private landowners to permanently protect and manage remnant native prairies across Minnesota with emphasis on the Minnesota Prairie Plan Conservation Priority Areas. Native prairies, as you all know, is also referred to often as virgin or remnant. They're grasslands that are dominated by original prairie vegetation, usually occurring where the sod has never been broken. Native prairies are intricate natural ecosystem that consists of thousands of different species of plants, animals, fungi, microorganisms that developed over thousands of years. These complex systems serve as critical habitat for a disproportionate number of our rare species, so endangered, threatened, special concerns. 41% of Minnesota's rare species are associated with native prairie, even though native prairie comprises less than 0.5% of the state's land area. High quality native prairies, like those we're aiming to protect through this proposal, offer the highest tier of habitat for grassland dependent pollinators, birds, and animals. Despite decades of advancement, grassland restoration efforts still fall short of the diversity and habitat quality provided by native prairies. Prairies once covered about 1/3 of Minnesota's land area, but today only about 1.3% of Minnesota's original native prairies still exist. Despite being a conservation priority for the last few decades, approximately half of Minnesota's existing native prairie remains unprotected, and many lack the management needed to keep them healthy. Unfortunately, native prairies are still being lost, whether that is to cropland conversion, mining, development, or simply degradation to lack of management or non-prairie focused management. Since very few remnant prairies remain, it is essential that these prairies are protected, as well as being managed very well. And that's what this proposal aims to do. Native Prairie Bank is Minnesota's leading conservation easement program for the protection of high quality remnant prairie. And we've protected 15,840 acres since 1987. A big thanks to the past appropriations received through the Outdoor Heritage Fund, we have been able to protect more in the last 15 years than we did the 24 years prior to that. The Native Prairie Bank program prides itself on being highly selective and prioritizes enrollments of lands that contain high quality prairie in the most strategic locations. 88% of Native Prairie Bank easements occur within Minnesota Prairie Plan priority areas, with 85% of sites located in prairie cores and 3% of sites located in corridors and strategic habitat complexes. The SNA unit, which includes both the SNA and Native Prairie Bank programs, protects more documented rare species per acre than any other state outdoor recreation system. We are protecting hidden treasures throughout the state of Minnesota. I included a few photos of the prairies we have protected with previous OHF appropriations on the illustration that I submitted with my proposal. All previous appropriations are closed and final reports approved by OHF, LSOHC staff. I often tell people our job is to find not just a needle in a haystack, but a pinhead in a haystack. There's not a lot of remnant prairie left that meets the high standards and quality that our program aims for. We scour the state to find these unique fragments and essentially try to pull the puzzle pieces back together. I would be remiss if I did not mention the amazing landowners that we work with every day to protect and manage these prairies. It is a teamwork between our prairie specialists and landowners that makes Native Prairie Bank so successful in maintaining these prairies long-term. The Native Prairie Bank program has a proven track record of implementing prairie management activities on Native Prairie Bank easements. Since 2010, just since 2010, the program has completed the following enhancement activities. We've installed 277 miles of fire breaks and completed 11,329 acres of prescribed burns. We've controlled 7,279 acres of invasive and woody species. We've improved management of over 6,000 acres of grazed and hayed prairie by implementing conservation grazing and haying plans. Please note that enhancement funding is not included in this request. Landowners enrolling land in a Native Prairie Bank easement have the option to retain haying or grazing rights with an appropriate reduction in payment. This option allows Native Prairie Bank easements to remain a part of working farms. This proposal seeks funding for the protection of an additional 500 acres of Native Prairie Bank easements, focusing on the best native prairie that still exists in Minnesota. And with that, I will thank you for your time and take any questions that you have.
Questions? So I have a question on your use of neonics. You're allowing it on land that you own. And I get that you're cooperating with farmers, but it's not allowable. Why would you do that? I can't support your funding at all if you allow that. It's a big deal to use neonics.
Yes, Mr. Chair, members. So we average, like, I think the last appropriations, we didn't even do any restoration at all. Everything we brought in was already remnant prairie. The amount of acres we're here is minute, right? It's a lot of times it might be squaring up a parcel. It might be connecting it to something else. It's very minor, and all of it's restored by the end of the proposal timeframe. What happens is usually it's the landowner who owns that land, and they're operating that with their larger operation. And so we allow them to farm it the way they have been until we can restore it, which is usually a year to 2 years tops, generally speaking, after we have it in easement. And essentially we're avoiding asking them, we do ask them to use non-neonic seed. The problem is if they say no, then we essentially have to lease like 0.3 acres of their land, essentially to like their neighbor, right? And it creates a lot of relationship problems. The other part of that is if we force them to do that, they have to clean out all their equipment for like 0.3 acres to swap it over, right? It's more of a matter of, it's a lot of work for really small, short period of time, very small acres amount of scenario. Now, if it's something that this council insists that we need to do, we will do that. I just know that it probably won't be that well received by the landowners when we do that, but.
Well, if you don't do it, it isn't received well by the bugs, which you kill. I don't know. I have an opinion. It's strong. Everyone knows that. Any other questions? Good enough. We'll move on to PA04, DNR, WMA, and SNA acquisition.
Easy.
Chairman Hartwell and members, thank you for the opportunity to present. I'm Jeff Tillman with Minnesota DNR Fish and Wildlife Division, working on WMA acquisitions and helping to coordinate partner-led acquisitions that will be conveyed to DNR as WMAs. I'm here today seeking your support for our WMA SNA acquisition proposal. And since 2010, we've acquired over 13,000 acres. We're asking you to fund another phase of our program because our work clearly fits within the constitutional intent of the Outdoor Heritage Fund. We've been successful in utilizing our past Outdoor Heritage Fund appropriations to meet or exceed our accomplishment plan goals. To continue our work as outlined in our proposal, we're seeking $10 million to acquire 900 acres of WMAs and SNAs in the prairie planning section. It's important to note that the funds that we receive from the council are used to increase our ability to acquire additional WMAs beyond the funding that we currently have through internal budgets. And our request this year is larger than some of our previous requests because we've spent down our internal budgets and we currently have several parcels that we currently lack the funding to purchase. Also, this is a fee title acquisition that allows public use and access in perpetuity. We're focused in the prairie planning section because that's where the need for habitat and recreational opportunities is greatest. I want to draw your attention to the handout that I handed out, which shows the amount of public land by counties. And you can see that the public land in Minnesota is not evenly distributed. Most of the public land that we have is in the northern, more forested portions of our state. Contrast that to the prairie regions of the state, where only 1% of our native prairie remains and 90% of our prairie pothole wetlands have been drained. 80% of that land in the prairie planning section is cultivated land. Most counties in southwest Minnesota have less than 1% of land in public ownership. Prairie and wetland habitats, as well as recreational opportunities in that region of our state are limited. Wildlife management areas are especially popular in the fall, especially among pheasant hunters, often playing musical chairs, hopping from one WMA to the next. Our proposal, along with that of our partners, is aimed at increasing these exceedingly rare habitats and increasing recreational opportunities for Minnesotans. For WMAs, we select high priority parcels that are based on several criteria that emphasize the presence of native prairie, where we can find that, restorable wetlands that improve water quality and wildlife habitat, distance to larger cities. We know that those WMAs that are closer to population centers receive more public use. And how that property fits within several of the conservation plans that Minnesota DNR has. There's a duck plan, pheasant plan, and the prairie plan. And we want to try to acquire parcels that fit within those priorities. We're working very hard to build upon existing habitat complexes, because building on complexes helps to increase our management efficiency, and we can provide more habitat opportunities for a variety of wildlife and different life histories. Larger complexes also improves our ability to restore wetlands, as larger wetlands may cross property boundaries. And if the wetland is split, it may not be feasible for us to restore only part of the wetland. Scientific and natural areas preserve Minnesota's natural heritage and prioritizes parcels that are sites of biological significance, contain unique, rare plant and animal species, and sites that are undisturbed and are representative of a specific ecoregion. Public access and connectivity to other conservation areas are also a priority, and for OHF-funded parcels are compatible with hunting and fishing. In addition to acquiring fee title parcels, our proposal also seeks to restore prairie and wetlands of our acquisitions. These restorations include seeding with native grasses and forbs, removing or rerouting tile lines, and restoring wetlands and managing invasive species. There are several proposals that also seek to acquire property to be added to the WMA system. And the collaboration between DNR and our conservation partners has been very effective at increasing habitat and recreational opportunities. Partners have their own specific landscapes or species that they're prioritizing, whether it's waterfowl and wetlands, pheasants, prairie chickens, or native prairies. Since there are other proposals seeking to acquire lands for wildlife management areas, you may be asking, why fund our particular proposal? The DNR is working towards many of those same goals, as well as others that may be more administrative, like acquiring additional access to an existing WMA, acquiring a parcel that has the outlet of a wetland. We can install a water control structure to help better manage that wetland habitat. Maybe buying properties that have a portion of that parcel in a conservation easement, where we can use a separate funding source to acquire that portion of that parcel and still use OHF funds for the remaining parcel that's not under easement. And some landowners are just more comfortable working with the DNR in parcels that don't quite fit with partner objectives, such as deer or turkey habitat in the prairie planning section. Collectively, the DNR and the partners all fill a particular acquisition role, and many hands make light work. I'm happy to report that since our proposal in May, we've made significant progress on our past appropriations. And for ML 21 through 25, we've acquired parcels that will meet or exceed our accomplishment plan goals. And we have 2 parcels on our ML 26 appropriation for which we just received funding. Often we don't list much for match in our proposals, and I want to talk a little bit about that. In this year's proposal was the first time we've listed match, and we listed 10%. And generally speaking, as a state agency, we can't make a commitment of funds or leverage without having that fund encumbered or reserved for that specific use. And at the time of our proposal, we don't have appraised value, so we don't know how much match we can put forward. We do typically match our appropriations with other state funds, and this would be RIM, the Critical Habitat Management License Plate, or a surcharge, which is a $6.50 fee attached to small game license sales. For the last 5 appropriations, ML 21 through 25, we've averaged 42% match on our appropriations where our acquisitions have been completed. And again, those are state funds. What we're not counting, in addition, are parcels where we use Pittman-Robertson funds to match those, and those generally we use after the acquisition is completed. There's a sense of urgency with our proposal as the real estate market is good right now, and roughly 80% of the offers that we extend have been accepted. As Jake from PF had also mentioned, we have more parcels to acquire than we have money to purchase. One of the things I wanted to point out was that we had a very successful year last year. We added nearly 10,000 acres of new WMAs to our system, and it also coincides with the 75th anniversary of our WMA system. The partners, the DNR, we all owe a lot of gratitude to the council and the work that they've done to add additional WMA and habitat to the system. Fee title acquisitions in the prairie regions of the state provide long-term habitat protection, restoration enhancement, improves water quality and recreation opportunities in a landscape that is severely lacking in these habitats. We appreciate the continued support of the council and happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Great, questions? Andrew?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So $10 million for acquisitions. What's the DNR's budget for acquisitions internally?
It varies quite a bit. I would say 2 to 3 million if we're lucky. Right now, we are using our RIM budgets and surcharge, and we have offers either out in appraisal or we're working through title work, and those budgets are allocated or spoken for. We can't right now, I cannot add a new acquisition to either of those budgets. I simply don't have the money for those right now.
Okay. What about, what was the DNR's budget in 2006, 2007 for acquisitions?
It was a much larger, I can't remember the exact dates, but we did have a much larger RIM budget several years ago. And since that time, we've spent that down. We made a much more concerted effort to spend those on restoration enhancement and acquisition. And so we had more money available at that time, and our asks to the council were much lower, which is the reason I mentioned in the last 2 proposals, we've been asking for $10 million. In previous proposals, we were only asking for 3. And that coincides with reduced budgets that we've had internally for acquisitions.
So prior to Lessard-Sams, what, on average, what would you say that it?
I'm not sure I could answer that. It was well before my time.
Okay.
But that was for RIM. You said that those were RIM dollars, but what about just acquisition dollars for WMAs and SNAs?
So that we were using rim and surcharge. And so our rim and surcharge budgets somewhere around 3 to 4 million, I'm guessing.
And you were using that for acquisition?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I should also add restoration and enhancement. It wasn't just solely for acquisition.
So it was rim funding, not rim easements.
Correct.
Got it.
Yep.
Thank you.
Yep.
Matt?
PA01 has got Brown and Renville County, and PA04 has got Chippewa and Yellow Medicine. How do you all decide which application gets which counties? Those two are, as good news is the cost per acre is relatively the same, so that's good. But I'm curious how you all coordinate so that you're not all going after the same parcels or the same counties.
So we coordinate very closely with all of the partners. So Ducks Unlimited and Pheasants Forever, we talk on a very regular basis, and we also have a standing call every first Monday of the month. Other partners we meet with quarterly. And so generally partners or area staff will bring a parcel forward, and we'll talk about it amongst ourselves. Who has funding available? Who has, what is it a priority for them? If a parcel comes to DNR, a landowner comes to area staff then bring that parcel forward and it's got a lot of wetlands on it. I'm going to forward that parcel to Ducks Unlimited to see if they're interested in that. If it's more upland based, I may forward that to Pheasants Forever, the Nature Conservancy. If it's in Martin County, we're going to go to Fox Lake. So we do coordinate very closely with who has funding available and who's got the priority for that parcel that best fits their appropriations.
Other questions? Ted?
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, you partially answered my question about trails, where you say that they don't allow new motorized trails on existing WMAs. I tried to be pretty precise in my questions to refer to pedestrian or bicycle trails only. Is the DNR at the present time allowing regional estate non-motorized trails across WMAs?
It would be on a case-by-case basis.
It's not an absolute no.
No, it's not an absolute no.
I guess with personnel changes, things change.
So, our first and foremost, the WMA is based on wildlife recreation and habitat. And so where trails are consistent with that, then we would allow that. But generally speaking, the issue comes down to who's going to maintain those trails. And is it a good use of our area wildlife managers' time to be maintaining those types of trails? We do I believe there are examples where there are other trails, but another group or another entity is doing the maintenance and installing that trail.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could, I think when I'm referring to regional trails and state trails, obviously the maintenance would be done by the regional entity and the other part of DNR, that's the
Yeah.
Parks and Trails Division. But I'm pleased to hear that it's not an absolute no.
No, if it's a paved bike trail, then that would be different.
Ted, when you say non-motorized, can you define that for me?
Well, I guess they already talk about snowmobile trails that pre-exist, but clearly dirt bikes that are motorized or ATVs, those sorts of things.
What about electric bikes? What about electric bikes? Are those motorized or non-motorized?
We could probably spend days debating when an electric bike is no longer a bicycle.
What about a horse?
I'm not an expert on that.
What about horses?
Horses present some unique problems.
Horses aren't allowed on WMAs.
Track.
Horses aren't allowed on WMAs. I found that out because we have horses. that have-
Usually a
next to
dual
a
track
WMA.
required.
Got a ticket.
Had a discussion.
But to my knowledge, horses are not generally
right.
considered motorized.
We're going to move on here. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, did I miss?
Rick Walsh had his hand up.
Oh,
Oh, yeah, thanks, Tom. Sorry, I was just gonna add, you pretty much answered the question about the horses, that horseback riding is not allowed on
Okay.
WMAs, and e-bikes. I don't know it off the top of my head, but there's 3 different categories of e-bikes, and some of those are considered of the type that are non-motorized and would be allowed on WMAs, some are not.
Thank you.
You bet.
We're gonna move on to PA05 Great Lakes and Wetlands Restoration Initiative.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Hartwell, Vice Chair Shara, members of the council, and members of staff supporting this effort. I'm John Smeltzer, President of the Board of Directors of Spirit Lake Protective Association, and we bring something to you today that's a little bit different than I think what you've heard. It may not be the first, but it's certainly one that's a little unusual. We actually are from Spirit Lake, Iowa area out of Dickinson County and are looking north, which is a portion of our mantra within the Board of Directors of Spirit Lake, that we have to look north to be able to attend to some of the needs of our area. We're the founding members of the Great Prairie Lakes and Wetlands Restoration Initiative that actually encompasses Jackson County and Eastern Nobles County. Our energies are building this coalition, this effort largely from the Minnesota and Iowa-based conservation groups, mixed individuals, organizations, and a focus on past success and investments in the area in anticipation of building a durable, multi-year effort, although we come only asking at the beginning here for year one, informed by the successful efforts that we've had over many, many years and watched in Martin County. We've been working with Doug Hartke in trying to understand how those programs have been so successful over the last decade. Our reasons today for proposing this work are threefold. We want to build a sustainable and resilient process to restore marginal farmlands in portions of Jackson and Nobles County through state-of-the-art restoration processes, resulting in the creation of more diverse biological community. We know that the Jackson County and Eastern Nobles County areas are prime areas for both habitat and hydrological restorations that will benefit many and provide enhanced biological diversity. And we want to suggest that this emerging effort, the Great Prairie Lakes and Wetlands Initiative, is positioned to help fulfill those outcomes. Spirit Lake is serving as the current lead in this effort. We are an experienced 501c3 on the Iowa side of the border, founded in 1930, very dependent and increasingly focused on both major drainage basins immediately adjacent to this area that include the Little Sioux River drainage. We sit on the Headwaters Coalition of the Little Sioux, and we also were involved in the 46,000 acre drainage, of which about 60% of it is in Minnesota, coming down through the Loon Lake system, Clear Lake, Rush Lake, Chandler, and others related. Our role has been to serve as really the catalyst in the formation of the new initiative. We have spoken within the board, as I've mentioned before, that looking north is extremely important. And so we're here today, and we believe it's time to do so with all seriousness in next step in the acquisition. With me today is Joe Ullman, a 15-year member of the board of Spirit Lake Protective Association, also has served as a founding member of this group. He's going to speak briefly about the vision that brings us here. We also have Stacy Salvood from the Conservation Fund and Jake Chronister, Lake Regional Biologist with Ducks Unlimited, to briefly comment on the effort and to assist with questions. Both of these organizations have been very, very active partners in this emerging effort. I'll turn it over to Joe.
Good morning, Chair and Council. Thank you for this opportunity to speak to you today. The Great Prairie Lakes and Wetlands Initiative is a group of like-minded, conservation-focused residents of Jackson County, Minnesota, and Dickinson County, Iowa. Anchored in a multi-state watershed, our goal is simple yet ambitious: to transform marginal lands and impaired watersheds into a landscape of restored wetlands, thriving prairies, and pristine water. We envision a future where our local lakes, streams, and wetlands offer a home to nesting loons, rafts of canvasback ducks, and frolicking river otters, where the songs of meadowlarks and vesper sparrows sing our restored prairies awake each day. This area is one of the most altered parts of Minnesota. In Jackson County, for example, almost 80% of the available landscape is farmed. That's 80% in a region where soil samples in regional ecological modeling suggest 35 to 40% of the land was historically wetlands. Tiling has removed the wetlands. Without the natural filtration of connected marshes, sediment and chemicals enter the watershed unchecked after every large rain event. Native aquatic vegetation is gone. Fishing and swimming advisories are commonplace. At the height of summer, blue-green algae blooms and fish kills assault our beaches and our nostrils. Loon, Little Spirit, Pearl, Rush, and Clear Lakes, the Little Sioux River, judicial ditches 8, 13, and 28 in our target area are all listed as impaired waters. Lying in the critical Mississippi Flyway, those waterways once were part of a vast labyrinth of small lakes and wetlands that offer a critical rest stop for migratory butterflies, birds, and waterfowl as they navigate their way north and south each year. Now those migrators face a much more hostile environment as they attempt to transverse the area. Our plan is to systematically return marginal farmland to the natural filters they once were, to both slow and clean the water as it moves downstream, while also offering native cover for game and non-game species alike, to offer safe havens to the migrators, whether water or prairie, on their long trip north and south. John?
So I had mentioned earlier that Spirit Lake Protective Association was an experienced group with projects of this nature that have already included fundraising and actual implementation. One of the projects we've most recently been involved in was the Moore Slough Waterfowl Production Area acquisition and redevelopment as a marsh. I think the questions that were asked about how much is enough are absolutely appropriate. And it's on the Minnesota side of the border, previously known as the Howard K. Vincent. We worked with Minnesota Pheasants Forever initially in that, and then have continued on working both with Minnesota Pheasants Forever, Iowa Pheasants Forever, as well as the Ducks Unlimited group. It's a 195 acre property. It's a 78 acre lake now, 120 acres of restored upland. And has been acquired through those efforts that we've mentioned, and including some outdoor heritage money that's been involved in the project. We also brought, as an organization, $250,000 of our own Iowa-based money into that project. That was a $2.1 million project. And we found that we can be successful in actually acquiring additional dollars and moving them into Minnesota, supplementing. With that, I want to make sure that we know that Outdoor Heritage has also been involved in Iowa, putting $250,000 down in a project to establish an electronic fish barrier down at the end of Lower Gar many, many years ago that's been successful largely, not completely, but largely in maintaining the sanctities of our waters. We've been a very good collaborator. We support lots of other projects and other people. I won't go into the detail of those, but there have been many projects over those years that we've been involved in actively and like to see things through to completion. With that in mind, I will turn it back over to Joe for a brief closure.
So in summary, you just heard our commitment to build a sustainable and resilient process to restore the marginal farmlands in portions of Jackson and Noble County. You heard us describe the dramatic alteration that has taken place in that watershed from its original form, which makes it prime for habitat and hydrological restoration. And we shared past successes that position the Great Prairie Lakes and Wetlands Initiative in an excellent position to accomplish those outcomes. We hope you can join us in making that vision a reality. Thank you. I will now turn to our two experts, partnering organizations, for their comments on this request, Ducks Unlimited and the Conservation Fund. Stacy, will
Keep
you
it-
speak first?
Keep it quick because you're out of time.
Yep. I just have a couple of quick comments for the council and for the chairman and members. My name is Stacy Salvavold, and I'm the senior field rep for the Conservation Fund in Minnesota. And I just wanted to inform everyone TCF's role in this new partnership is to bring our nationally recognized real estate experience and land protection to support the Spirit Lake Protective Association in buying land for wildlife habitat in Jackson and Noble counties in either wildlife management areas or waterfowl production areas in partnership with the state, the feds, and our other conservation partners in the room. And just wildlife and water don't recognize jurisdictional boundaries like state lines. As you can see in your handout, this is already a focus area for the state of Minnesota for their wildlife action plan. This is a place that needs our investment in conservation, and this project has the ability to deliver that. Jake, if you want to close really quickly.
Sure. I'm Jake Cronister, our Ducks Unlimited regional biologist. DU's role here is to restore the lands that are acquired. As Stacy said, DU, TCF, DNR, and the service have all vetted this partnership. We believe will be very successful. The service has committed $250,000 to the group. To wrap it up, we look forward to this work, and we hope you see its need as much as we do. We're ready for any questions.
Questions?
Yeah, a couple. One is related to DU and the restoration side. I don't see how much dollars is for restoration in this. I didn't see that in here.
I don't recall off the top of my head. It's probably around 500,000 for restoration, 5 or 6.
Okay, so the restoration work will be done
by DU.
By
So
DU.
our budget should be split out into 3. So there's a TCF budget, Spirit Lake acquisition, and then a DU restoration budget.
Okay.
So anything towards restoration is through DU.
Okay.
Looks like about 700 grand from DU for
Like a 7,
contracts.
yeah.
Okay, sorry, I missed that. Second question is we're hearing Jackson and Nobles County, but it looks like the parcels are all Jackson. Is that just phase 1 that you're looking to do here?
Yeah, in the entire vision, we are influenced by 2 drainages, both the Little Sioux drainage as well as the one out of Loon. And we only anticipate that we'll have a project or 2 projects at maximum. We still are in conversations with the Noble County folks, particularly the eastern port. It's an expansion.
I think Joe wants some extra work on the Pavelco WMA.
I'm a little confused. Your outcomes, your actions to maintain outcomes only talks about invasive species, but I don't know how that fits with restoration of wetlands. What's not
Yes, thank you.
described well in your
Thank you, Chair.
application?
Wetlands come with uplands too. And we're not just restoring the wetlands on the lands that we buy. We're also going to be restoring the uplands. And invasive species are in both uplands and wetland communities. And the outcomes and the long lasting effects will mostly be handled by our takeout partners, the DNR or the Fish and Wildlife Service. And most of that will be handled by them. So what these groups can provide in the long term might be some technical assistance on how to manage a wetland or some hands-on invasive species removal.
Okay.
Chair, just a quick comment to add on to that. I think one of the biggest challenges that land managers face in the prairie part of the state is implementing enough management and active enough management to keep trees at bay. So when we're talking about invasive species, we're not just talking about your traditional weeds, but trees invading prairies is a never-ending problem requiring haying, grazing, burning, and other tools to maintain. So that ends up being one of the biggest focuses for long-term management for our agency partners.
Good enough.
I guess I have one more quick question for the DU work. When you're doing contracting, I'm assuming you're doing contracting for that work. Are there any rules associated with where those contractors come from? Do they need to come from within state or can they come from Iowa? Just curious.
Yes, thank you, Chair and Member Kucharski for the question. I don't believe we have any procurement obligations to only hire within Minnesota contractors.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Next is PA 07, Martin County WMA acquisition.
Good morning, Chairman Hartwell and council members. It's a great day to be here to testify on behalf of PA 07 Martin County DNR WMA Acquisition Phase 11. I am Doug Hartke, Grant Coordinator for the Fox Lake Conservation League of Sherburne, Minnesota. Within our partnership again this year, our grant will continue to work with the Conservation Fund to assist us with all real estate portions of land acquisitions and Ducks Unlimited to help with all wetland and grassland restorations. Stacy Sullivan, Minnesota Senior Field Rep with the Conservation Fund, and Jake Cronister, Regional Biologist with Ducks Unlimited, join me. Our partnership continues to work well with Minnesota DNR to add important WMA additions to existing Martin County habitat complexes. Currently, the DNR has less than 3% of land base in Martin County. Our club works with the Minnesota DNR to proactively determine the most ideal additions and roundouts to the current habitat complexes we already have. We are a local grassroots organization and know our local landowners and our county habitat extremely well. We will have county support of any land acquisition. The Fox Lake Conservation League is a local club with around 400 members and have been very active in land acquisitions and have been a local recipient of LSOHC funds for 10 separate phases. I'm very happy to report the concerns noted on our current application of our spending. We currently have 3 acquisitions closing in approximately the next 45 days of over $3.65 million. Each one of these additions is included in my handout or our handout today. They're all active additions to existing WMAs in Martin County. They're all awesome acquisitions, totaling about 380 acres. So with these 3 closings, and we do have active purchase agreements in place, these 3 purchases will expend our 2024, 25, and over half of our 2026 PILT budgets. And we haven't even got our contract yet for this year's 2026, should get it this week. But all 3 closings are set for September. The additions of these public lands have been a great boost to the Martin County public WMAs. We have had great support from our county commissioners. I would like to thank the council for our past funding and continued support of our projects. We are truly making a difference for conservation in Martin County. Our partnership will be highlighting a Gleam WMA dedication on September 19th. I believe you all should have gotten an invite this past week. Gleam WMA is just west of Truman, Minnesota. I believe we have about a 260 acre acquisition with 2 separate LSOHC purchases. We took a pump out and we established about a 30 acre wetland without doing anything else other than removing the pump. But that dedication is September 19th, and I invite any or all of you to show up. It'd be a great day to celebrate the success we're having in Martin County. I guess next, Stacy's here to talk about the conservation role.
Well, good morning again, Chairman and council members. For the record, my name is Stacy Salvavold, the Senior Field Rep for the Conservation Fund in Minnesota. And again, our role in this project has been to bring our real estate expertise in land protection to helping Fox Lake Conservation League protect wildlife habitat in Martin County. This partnership amongst our 3 organizations maximizes our efficiency to use each partner's unique experience, expertise, and skills. We often get asked, what is the goal of these projects? Doug just invited you to the Gleam WMA dedication this fall, and I want to share a story about it with you to help explain the goal. Gleam WMA started out as a 26.5 acre wildlife management area. This partnership purchased and restored 265 acres, which literally increased the size of this WMA by 10 times. The pump that Doug talked about that drained the low areas was shut off. Other wetlands were restored, adding water to this unit, and uplands were restored with a diverse mix of native prairie grasses and wildflowers. TCF hosted a site visit to Gleam this summer with some of our partners. We arrived on a bluebird day to singing dickcissels, a boisterous prairie bird that travels from Venezuela to breed on the prairies of southern Minnesota. It was quite the greeting committee. There were a bunch of them singing, sitting on top of all of those native plants that had been restored. We walked our visitors to that restored 25 acre wetland in the middle of the unit, and to our astonishment, a pair of river otters interacted with us as soon as we walked up. I grew up in southern Minnesota, and I never imagined seeing river otters in a place that is solid cornfields on the upland. These unique draws in Martin County are fabulous corridors for wildlife to be able to move. This is the goal: functioning tracts of wildlife habitat open to the public for their use and enjoyment. This project truly is a field of dreams. If you build it, critters will find it and make it home. This partnership has changed small WMAs like Gleam forever and has doubled the acres of WMA in a county that's over 95% covered in row crops. We sincerely appreciate your time today to share our success and continued investment in improving Martin County's wildlife habitat. And again, I'll extend our hand. Please come out and whether it's the Gleam WMA dedication or come for a tour, we would love to host you. Now I will hand it over to Jake Cronister with Ducks Unlimited to explain DU's role in this partnership.
Good morning again. I'm Jake Cronister, DU's Southern Minnesota Regional Biologist. In this program, DU leads all the habitat restoration activities. I'm so excited to share that we are doing some really great habitat work in Martin County. DU is actively designing and permitting restoration on 2 quarter sections that were recently acquired, and we're looking forward to starting on the next 3 this fall. 4 of these 5 tracks have complex tile drainage systems which need modified, and DU is uniquely qualified with our team of water resource engineers who make difficult restorations a reality. I'm going to keep it short and simple there. Fox Lake, in my eyes, is really the star of the show here, making these conservation dreams a reality in their own backyards and all on volunteer time. I hope you continue partnering with us in Martin County. We're making a real impact on both wildlife and people. We'll take any questions you guys have.
Questions?
I have a question about, I'm sorry, was someone else?
No.
I'm trying to reconcile the cost per acre. If I do the math on the application, it's one of the highest, it's 15,000 per acre average. I get that it's in prime farmland and that's going to be higher priced. Then I look at the application on a per acre basis for the properties listed and it's running about $13,000 an acre. And then I looked at the handout and it's great to see that you're spending the dollars here. Those are all around $10,000 an acre. Help me understand what math am I missing here?
Thank you, Chair and Member Kucharski. It's part of our equation is not just purchasing the land, but restoring it. And these are very expensive restorations in the grand scheme of statewide wetland restorations. Takes a team of engineers to design. Most of these have public drainage systems that go through them. So there's a lot more to it than just buying. These are very expensive restorations.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
The discussion of what's a restoration.
Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to PA08, Minnesota Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program. They're known as CREP.
What?
CREP. Go ahead.
Good morning, Mr. Chair, members and staff. My name is Dusty Anthony. I'm a easement programs coordinator with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources and the manager of the Minnesota Conservation Reserve Enhancement Program, which I'll refer to as Minnesota CREP as we go through the presentation. Thank you for the opportunity to be here today to discuss with you PA08. This $10 million request is to support a local, state, federal partnership through the Minnesota CREP program by permanently protecting and restoring approximately 1,020 acres on 17 rim easements through voluntary enrollment. The number of easements and acres funded with this program will be dependent on the size and location of the applications received. A little background about Minnesota CREP. In January of 2017, Minnesota signed a CREP agreement with the USDA, United States Department of Agriculture. At that time, Minnesota CREP was available in 54 counties in western and southern Minnesota. The agreement, which was set to expire next month, was extended last year through 2039 and added 12 counties in northwest and central Minnesota. The amended program area, which can be seen on page 1 of the handout, now includes all counties in Minnesota with over 30% agriculture. Minnesota CREP is a local, state, federal partnership delivered locally by Soil and Water Conservation District staff and Bowser. In this partnership, Bowser staff coordinate with federal partners on the overall Minnesota CREP process and program oversight. In addition, Bowser staff are responsible for easement acquisition. Local staff promote the Conservation Reserve Program, or CRP, contracts, and Reinvest in Minnesota RIM easements, assist with easement processing, and provide key technical assistance and project management services. SWCDs work with landowners to simultaneously enroll in 2 voluntary conservation programs. The first is a 14 to 15 year federally funded CRP contract, as well as a perpetual state-funded Bowser administered RIM easement. Landowners receive payments from both programs. The federal CREP agreement requires at least 30% program costs of state funding, leveraging up to 70% of program costs through the federal funding. Those federal funds are used for direct payments to landowners and farmers who enroll in this voluntary program. Minnesota CREP creates and enhances grassland and wetland habitats, working with farmers and agricultural landowners to target environmentally sensitive land across 66 counties using filter strips, wetland restorations, drinking water protection, and grassland restorations. Native plantings on those acres provide critical habitat for grassland-dependent species, filter water, and prevent erosion. While still in private ownership, the land is permanently restored and enhanced for habitat benefits and water quality. The 66 county program area, like I mentioned, can be seen on page 1 of the handout in the green. Also on the handout on the backside are examples of some restorations that have taken place through Minnesota CREP, as well as some landowner experiences and quotes. Minnesota CREP will protect the highest priority areas across 66 counties by targeting riparian areas and marginal agricultural land for conservation, enhancing habitat for wildlife, pollinators, and non-game species and game species, restoring hydrology, improving water infiltration, and mitigating flood risks, and reducing nitrate contamination in drinking water supplies. While federal leverage for this program is secured, an anticipated amount was included in the proposal due to many variables that make up the federal funds this program will leverage into Minnesota. Landowners enrolling into the CRP program receive annual contract payments through the federal funding. They may also receive a sign-up incentive payment, a practice incentive payment, and receive cost share for practice installation. The exact dollar amount of federal funds is dependent on the CRP contract size and acres, the enrollment type, whether it is new land or a re-enrollment, and the type of restoration needed. The federal funding covers most of the conservation restoration work on these projects. During Minnesota law years 2015 through 2018, Bowser did receive funding from the Outdoor Heritage Fund through the rim buffers for wildlife and water and the Rim Wetlands Program that was specifically used for Minnesota crop. Those appropriations have since closed and final reports accepted. The relationship Bowser has with our federal partners is strong, and the opportunity to leverage federal funding to Minnesota is here right now. Thank you for the opportunity to discuss the opportunity to leverage federal funding, and I will take any questions you may have.
Questions? Carol?
So I'm just trying to get my head wrapped around how the two programs work together. So are they effectively separately administered, that somebody signs up for RIM independently, right? And then they can still apply for CRP funding. In that, it's a permanent protection for the CRP, or just only like a 10 to 15 year? I wasn't sure I was understanding that.
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the question. So the landowner enrolls into a 14 to 15 year CRP contract with the Farm Service Agency. And at the same time, they would enroll into a perpetual RIM easement. So for the first 14 to 15 years, the landowner would follow those policies and provisions of the CRP contract. And then once that contract expired, the RIM easement terms would take place.
Daryl, I have one of those. It's CRP and then it flips into permanent easement after.
Well, actually converts then.
After the contract is over. Yeah, after the CRP contract is over, it converts into a permanent easement.
Because I always thought the CRP program was effectively compensating farmers not to farm, but I thought that was an annual or a period of time thing, but I didn't realize it was a RIM easement that had to be a part of that.
It doesn't have to. This is marrying two programs together.
There's a federal program that's a temporary easement in essence. And this funding is being asked to make the temporary permanent. So the question I have, and then I'll let you talk.
Ask yours first, Mr. Chairman.
Maybe I'll ask yours. If I own 100 acres and I do a CREP easement, how much do I get paid as a percentage of the land value for the CREP versus the easement that is then done permanent through your program? What's the total that the landowner gets compared to the land value?
Mr. Chair, members, so in the Minnesota CREP program, the landowner receives the annual contract payments through CRP as well as a one-time payment through RIM. So the difference, the total amount that the RIM easement would provide, the federal portion is subtracted from that to make a whole.
It's not a double payment.
So if my land is worth 10,000 an acre, I'm going to get how much over the period of both payments?
Mr. Chair, members.
5,000, 12,000?
So the RIM rates are based on the average assessed township value coming from the Department of Revenue from the prior year. And for the cropland rate, it is 90% of that value.
So do the math for me and help me understand. If my land is worth 10,000 an acre, what do I get?
Mr. Chair, members, I could get back to you with a response. The federal portion of that depends on the CRP soil rental rates and a number of variables. So I wouldn't be able to give you an exact.
I would love to see it because it's always been a question in my head as to what are we actually paying for? What's the, I hear no double dip, but
Matt says he's got one. So what was
I
his?
bought it while it was in the when it was in the program
Okay.
already. But
I had an offer on a piece of land I own up north. And I didn't say it was like 60 or 70% of the value. And again, I still own the land. I chose not to do it, but I mean, I thought it was crazy at the time.
I'd like to see it. I think there might be interest from council.
Someone with a hand up in the audience.
Hands up. Where was the hand up?
Martin County rate, $7,800 for RIM, $285 for CRP.
So 80% of the value.
285
For 15 years per acre.
per 285
per acre
per year. So
Your
285.
contract, you get 285 turned towards your CRP contract rate, which is basically your farm minus roads. If you got non-tillable, you can get CRP on it, with creek and wetland areas, above the tillable rate. So it compensates a little more than under the farm rate. And the rate for per acre in Martin County is about $7,800.
So just in rough terms, you're getting $7,800 plus $4,000 over the period of the 15 years.
On a $15,000 per acre chunk of ground.
I'd say Martin County's 10, 5,
10, 5, oh.
So you're getting more than the value of the land,
but over 15 years.
but over 15 years. The bulk of it you're getting right up front from the RIM payment, though.
Takes about 2 years to get your room.
The bulk of it you're getting up front. So you're actually, I just want the clarification. You're getting more than the land is worth, and you get to keep the land.
And use it however you want, as long as you don't
Break the-
build on.
Not however you want.
To me, that just seems like, is
Not
that really what
however
we're
you want.
supposed to be
You can't
spending money
look
on,
up.
making some of the private hunting ground?
I want to give you the opportunity to get us exact figures and not go based on off the cuff, but we'd really like to understand it.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members, if we could provide a response to that, we can do that.
Yeah, we'd like to know what the restrictions are as well that are in both of the programs.
It looks like you may have someone that wants to talk some more.
Good morning, Chair, Council members, Sharon Doucette, Eastman Section Manager at Bowser. What happens is that RIM perpetual easement is exactly the same as all of our other RIM easements. It has all of the same restrictions of no cropping, no structures, no fill. It follows typical RIM easement language. The CRP contract language is basically a rental program to not farm it for those first 15 years. That does not mean our RIM easement does not still exist in those first 15 years. But if there is some slight difference in the management of the property, the rules of CRP prevail as the larger federal government in those first 15 years. But our RIM easement from the day it is recorded exists on the property. It is that the 15 years after this, 14 to 15 years after the CRP contract expires, then it is just the RIM easement that the property is held to.
It's a rental versus a easement. They're different things.
Ted?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, when the CRP program first began, you could sign up virtually anything for CRP. There were, I don't know if there was an acreage limit, but it was high enough that it didn't come into play. A few years back, the rules were changed that the CRP had to be highly erodible, whether it was a renewal, a re-enrollment, or if it was a new enrollment. And there was an acreage cap unless it was along the buffers, the continuous enrollment. Are there acres eligible for CREP that are not eligible for CRP because of that erodible land condition? And are farmers interested or landowners interested in CREP easements if their land is not eligible for the CRP payment that is being discussed?
Mr. Chair, members, through our federal agreement with the USDA, there are 4 CRP practices that are eligible. I'm not sure how many practices CRP has offhand, but there are only 4 that would be eligible for the CREP program. And those would be wetland restorations in floodplain or non-floodplain. So that's 2 separate filter strips, and then grassland restoration and wellhead protection areas, and then outside of that as well.
And I would add to that, that every single parcel that comes in through the CREP program has to meet both all of the typical CRP requirements and all of the RIM requirements. If it doesn't meet one of the 2 sides of the coin, it is not eligible.
Great. Well, we'll look forward to you getting us the figures on payments. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is PA 09, Minnesota River Watershed Habitat Conservation Program. Go ahead.
Good morning, Chair Hartwell and members. I am Todd Rexine, Conservation Director at Great River Greening. And I have with me this morning Chad Kingstrom, Conservation Program Manager for Minnesota Land Trust. So why the Minnesota River Watershed Habitat Protection Program? Minnesota River Watershed covers 20% of the state's land area, stretching from the South Dakota and Iowa borders to the Twin Cities metro area. Historically, the watershed, including a great variety of ecosystems, ranging from prairies and prairie potholes to big woods and oak savanna. Scattered throughout these major systems were over 3 million acres of wetlands and lakes. That historic natural landscape has been greatly diminished. While prairie once covered 1/3 of Minnesota, only 1% remains. Over 90% of wetlands have been drained, 80 to 85% of historic big woods are lost, and rock outcrops in the region were targeted for mineral extraction. This loss of habitat has had profound impacts on Minnesota's native species. More than 140 species in greatest conservation need are known or expected to occur within the watershed. Protecting these habitats, improving the condition of what remains, and rebuilding connectivity between remnants is key for ensuring the long-term viability of these systems and Minnesota's species of greatest conservation need. This is the goal of our program. In the second phase of our program, Great River Greening will restore, enhance 1,091 acres across government and municipal public lands in Le Sueur, Brown, Redwood, Nicollet, Blue Earth, and Big Stone counties. The Land Trust will protect 670 acres of wetlands, rock outcrops, riparian forest, prairies, prairie streams, and associated habitats through conservation easement and fee acquisition. While this is a watershed-focused program, this is not a water quality program. Our focus is protecting and improving wildlife habitat and adding to habitat complexes made up of already protected lands. This is a request for our Phase 2 proposal, but our Phase 1 results are, as a partnership, we decided to wait a year. We took a year off before coming back for another request, giving us time to commit funds and continuing conversations with partners on the landscape. In that time, Minnesota Land Trust has been working on 2 projects on our Phase 1 project. A 140-acre conservation easement in Blue Earth County adjacent to Picnic Rock WMA, and a 54-acre public land acquisition in Renville County that will become part of the Whispering Ridge WMA. These projects will meet the Land Trust's deliverables for Phase 1 and expend available acquisition funds. Great River Greening has expanded active restoration from our committed 259 acres to 663 acres through cost efficiencies and working with various contractors on the landscape. The funds for the restoration work are under contract and work is actively progressing. Program partners, Great River Greening and Minnesota Land Trust will build off momentum from Phase 1, bring in our respective expertise in evaluating conservation impacts across the watershed, with added focus in the central portion of the watershed where Outdoor Heritage Fund and other sources of conservation investments have remained insufficient in comparison to needs. We will complement the work of our partners and not compete. For Great River Greening's portion of the work, the Minnesota River Watershed is an extended geography for our restoration and enhancement work across the state. We have staff located in the watershed and are continuing to build partnerships that will allow further expansion of our efforts geographically to improve habitat for Minnesota's wildlife. With the wholesale loss of habitat in the watershed, many species, including the regal fritillary, grassland nesting birds, landing turtles, and others have declined. Greening has continued to have conversations with partners across the region, including the Minnesota DNR, county municipalities, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, to undertake targeted habitat improvement projects on existing protected lands. Project sites address the greatest present threats to protected lands within the watershed. cedar and invasive woody encroachment, and a lack of diversity to support species of greatest conservation need. Greening will restore and enhance 1,095 acres on government and municipal lands across the 6 counties. What we have heard: partners are at capacity and need assistance to keep up with encroachment of invasive species. Diversification of native and restored vegetation is a priority. Previous surveys and partners confirm that significant cedar encroachment is a concern on public lands. On state land, DNR roving crews will continue to be at capacity, and our work will complement their activities, not replace them. County staff in the area have reached out to us with a list of sites where they presently lack the capacity to remove infestations of invasive tree and shrub species that are choking out the understory of big wood systems. Our proposal provides a list of sites prioritized by our partners and continues to build off the enhancement work currently underway. I will now hand it over to Chad Kingstrom from Minnesota Land Trust to share their proposed land protection work in the watershed.
Chair Hartwell and members, thank you for your time today. I'm Chad Kingstrom. I'm the program manager from the Minnesota Land Trust. The Land Trust will focus its land protection work on areas of high priority biodiversity as identified in Minnesota's Wildlife Action Network and around areas with existing protected land. In phase 2 of this program, the Land Trust will protect 670 acres of wetlands, rock outcrops, riparian forests, prairies, prairie streams, and associated upland habitat through conservation easements and public land acquisition. We're prioritizing parcels within Minnesota State Wildlife Action Network and build on prior conservation investments. The Land Trust will use its market-based approach to conservation easements that incentivize landowner contributions of easement value as leverage to funding through the Outdoor Heritage Fund. Why do we need these funds now? Well, with natural habitat within the Minnesota River watershed already minimized through historic land use, demand for agricultural land, mineral deposits, and housing sites, they're all placing an inordinate pressure on remaining habitat. It's important to act in order to protect what remains. Since the initial proposal submission, our list of interested landowners has grown, with 3 landowners waiting for us to have new funding for land protection in the Minnesota River Valley, and our outreach efforts continue. The benefits of this partnership, we add restoration capacity that the Land Trust doesn't currently have. With our restoration staff engaged in projects in Southeast Minnesota, the Metro, and Western Minnesota, the Land Trust just doesn't currently have the staff to address the need here. The Land Trust takes an inclusive whole property approach to land protection, and for some landowners, providing a degree of flexibility may be the difference in whether we can get a project done. Our program is highly complementary to easement programs offered by state and federal agencies. Often we can complete important habitat projects that can't be completed through other programs. We incentivize landowners to participate through easement value. We're a non-governmental organization, and that matters to some landowners, and we add capacity for acquiring public lands. And as I said, when we presented for phase 1 of this program, it's very personal work for me. We still keep a home kind of just a few miles north of the Minnesota River. It's a place that we visit with my family and growing up. It means a lot to me to be able to add protected lands in the valley. It's a good partnership, and I'm grateful I get to work here. Happy to take any questions you might have.
Questions? I think since you put in the proposal, there was an adjustment to what was the acceptable landowner outreach. Is your proposal going to comply with the new guidance on landowner outreach that we provided in the spring, late spring?
Absolutely. Yes.
Just wanted to check. I think I cut you off.
No,
Andrew.
I
Sorry.
didn't start talking. Okay, so in your proposal, this one's kind of unique in the fact that you have easements, you have restoration work, you have acquisitions, and it really isn't defined on, you have a parcel list in here. And these are all WMA parcel lists. Is all the restoration being done on WMAs, or is there easement restoration as well. As I
Talk about
read
the
through,
thousand acres of enhancement.
yeah, it's confusing because you have easements in here and the parcel, I don't see the easements listed in the parcel list. Backside. Oh. Just that one. Okay.
So Chair and members, yes, the list that's in the parcel list that's under restore and enhanced parcels, that's the 1,000 acres that Gray River Greening is proposing to do the enhancements on.
Okay, so the easement is nothing as far as restoration.
No.
Okay.
I would say, Chair Hartwell and members, that it could, if we're not done with the easement yet. So there's going to need to be a restoration. And so the way we've built the program is that we'll come and look for funding once the.
It feels kind of like the easement was thrown into the proposal at the end.
Well,
Like the restoration is the proposal and then you kind of threw the easement at it.
I think we wanted a list of the work that we were doing.
Sure.
Yeah, protection has been part of this from the beginning. It's a new program for us, the Minnesota River, so it might not, I mean, our ask wasn't that big at the beginning, right?
And that,
Just phase 2.
so that one parcel is 3.5.
No, we're working on the easement through the first phase,
Mhm.
right? We're going to be doing further ones that we have a few landowners identified, but I'm asking for funding to do the work on new easements.
I think you confused me more.
So actually,
So, oh, go ahead.
no, please. My question is.
There's one easement parcel listed, right?
Currently working on one.
Okay, and you have 3.5 in here for that easement.
No, those for further ones. We might need,
They're
we may need a
asking for
little bit of money
program
on that
money
one.
Okay.
Without identified easement parcels that they would add,
Unidentified, okay.
which is not untypical.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm
But-
speaking to landowners, but I can't make a commitment to them until I have further funding. So, I mean, I have people interested, but
Matt, you would.
Yeah, so it's $9.6 million in requests. Half of that is acquisition, about 4.1 million is enhancement. Clearly, like every other program, you're not gonna get 9.6 when you get, shocker, right? Let's say it's a third of that. How do you determine what the balance is? Is this now an acquisition play or do you go to enhancement? How do you divide up those dollars?
Chair and members, we work together as a partnership, making sure we're supporting each other in the process. We look at the list and see where the priorities are, and usually we come to some sort of arrangement between the two of us, whether it's a split or what the exact split is.
In other words, they arm wrestle.
Yeah.
I mean, it gets to a point of, back to your question earlier, what are we funding? Are we funding acquisition or are we funding enhancement? And I'm not judging, it's just, I just don't know.
And we've given direction before. It's like
We could do
acquisition
that.
or restoration only. We've done that.
We've done that. We've also funded both.
Mhm.
It's up to us.
So-
They're
Hypothetically,
coming in asking for both. We can decide.
so hypothetically, if I could just follow up, the question is, hypothetically, you have $3 million on this $9.6 million project. What's your gut tell you your priority is going to be if you have 3 rather than 9?
That's a question I'm
There-
asking in my head.
More than likely, we're gonna probably take a percentage, whatever our percentage is of each. So if, we're 50-50, we probably look at how do we split the the allocation, 1.5, 1.5. Now,
Okay.
there's flex in there too, because there may be a project that I have that's a priority, or there may be a project that Chad has that's a priority, and we come to an agreement then at that point.
Or we provide direct.
Last year, when we had the Wakuta Bluffs, they came together and said Wakuta Bluffs is more important than the other parts of it. As a partnership, they made a decision and came back to us essentially. And unless we give them specific direction, That's what they're gonna do.
I know like in the case of one of the projects last year, we funded the engineering. We said, do your engineering. Here's the money for the engineering. And
For
come
Proud
back.
Unlimited, yeah,
Yeah.
come back for
So
the
this
real
case,
stuff,
we
because we
could,
didn't have enough money.
Yeah, so we could decide we're funding acquisitions or we're funding restorations or we're funding equal shares, but I'm putting in mind what I'm recommending.
That's fine. That's what you should do.
Yeah. I did.
All right. Any other questions? Good enough. We're gonna break for lunch. Yes, we are gonna break for lunch. We'll be back at 12:55. Oh,
Mr. Chair, if I could just, council members, you received an email from Mr. Redmond this morning with the correct parking code. If you meander to your car over lunch, you can put that code in, but that code is also good for tomorrow as well. So
Ron, you gotta go back to your car now and sign
and
it.
if you paid for
Don't work.
parking, you put it in
Yeah.
for reimbursement.
Thank
I
you.
tried to pay for parking.
It didn't work?
You know, when we do this,
I-
I should just take me to jail. Scan you
So
off.
council members, your lunch is over here.
I should.
Oh, council members, your lunch will be up here.
I should just stand by the Senate building parking garage and let you guys all in.
It's $8, you know?
Yeah.
Hey, how are you?
Just following up here.
Oh.
Yeah, that was grandfathered in, I think.
I was looking forward to pushing that button so much.
You certainly can. That would be great.
You stole my thunder.
PA10.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you all for being pretty prompt. We're back in session, Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council on the 25th of August. We're next going to move to PA 10, Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program. Thank you for being here on that.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I am Liz Beery, the Associate Director of Grasslands in Minnesota for the Nature Conservancy, and I'm also the Program Manager for the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program. With me today is Travis Isendorf, Prairie Recovery Biologist. Thank you for inviting us to present on behalf of the Nature Conservancy, and thank you for your continued investment in prairie conservation in Minnesota. I'm going to provide an overview of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program, and then I'll dive into the details of this proposal. Our program goal is to maintain key areas of functional prairie systems that provide wildlife habitat for both game and non-game species. Healthy grasslands mean clean water for surrounding ecosystems and communities. Intact habitat helps us sustain the plant and wildlife diversity that are trademarks of prairie in our state. Increasing habitat connectivity and improving habitat quality are high priorities due to the increasingly noticeable impacts of climate change across our state. The work within the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program spans across much of Minnesota's prairie region. We have 5 priority landscapes that you can see if you look at our handout. Based on the Minnesota Prairie Recovery or the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan, where a dedicated staff implement restoration, enhancement, and protection projects. This map identifies those 5 key prairie landscapes. Within these focal areas, our staff closely collaborate with federal and staff partners to implement prairie protection, restoration, and enhancement work. One way we accomplish that critical work is through limited and targeted acquisition in existing prairie complexes. In phase 16, we are requesting funding to protect 600 acres of prairies, grasslands, and wetlands in fee title. Generally, acquisitions adjacent or very close to TNC preserves will stay in CNC ownership. Lands adjacent to DNR tracts or separate from existing conservation lands would be transferred to DNR ownership in collaboration with DNR staff. We also accomplish our work through accelerated enhancement of permanently protected lands, primarily on federal and state public lands. We are requesting funding for 26,250 acres of prairie enhancement. We implement work such as prescribed fire, invasive species control, the removal of woody species, conservation grazing, and interseeding. We also complete very diverse prairie restorations of key parcels within these habitat complexes. We are requesting funds for 300 acres of prairie and wetland restoration. And through all of this protection, restoration, and enhancement work, we will sequester approximately 180,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent. Previous phases of the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program are indicative of the Outdoor Heritage Fund's impact of scaled-up prairie conservation in Minnesota and the Nature Conservancy's commitment to stewarding public dollars. To give you an idea of our track record, to date, we have protected 8,981 acres of prairies, wetlands, grasslands, and oak savannas. All of these protected acres are fee title and open to public access and hunting. We've enhanced over 235,000 acres. We've restored 2,890 acres, and we've sequestered approximately 1.85 million metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalent, and will continue to hold that carbon in the soil. The Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program often attracts questions about our personnel costs. Restoration and enhancement projects require people, either through contractors or employees. Within our program, we've honed cost efficiency and program effectiveness to achieve this work through contractors for larger scale projects, and through our seasonal TNC habitat crews for small scale projects or work that is simply too expensive to contract. Projects like that include prescribed fire, invasive control, and some woody removal projects. Both large and small projects provide valuable wildlife habitat benefits. While much of our people costs show up on the personnel line, other restoration and enhancement programs facilitate their work solely through contractors rather than staff. The Prairie Recovery Program has always had a very low cost per acre for prairie enhancement projects due to the efficiency of our program model, leveraging our staff time to implement many of these projects. Using personnel enables us to deliver more cost-effective enhancement accomplishments than almost all the other programs. I'd also like to share some budget updates. If you see the back of your handout, you'll see a budget table demonstrating that we've allocated or obligated $5 million of our existing $7.6 million to acquisition, restoration, and enhancement projects through June 2027. We also currently have a potential fee title acquisition totaling 360 acres and an approximate value of $1.5 million, which currently exceeds our ML26 acquisition budget by almost double. We will run out of program funds in a little over a year from now without additional funding to sustain our strong track record of protecting, restoring, and enhancing prairie and wetland habitat in Minnesota. Based on responses from previous years, we worked diligently over the past years to spend down existing funds. And we also had the opportunity to close on a tremendous prairie acquisition project. I'll pass the mic to Travis so he can share the details of that project with you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, council members and staff. For the record, I'm Travis Isendorf, Prairie Recovery Specialist for the Nature Conservancy's Agassiz Beach Ridges Landscape in northwestern Minnesota. Today, I would like to describe a recent fee title acquisition named the Blazing Star Edition that the Nature Conservancy and our partners completed in May of 2026. In my 14 and a half years of working in this landscape, I have not had the opportunity to support a protection project of this size, nor quality of prairie that is found within the Blazing Star Edition. It is worth noting that colleagues of mine that have been working in natural resources for 30 plus years describe this as a career protection project in the prairie landscape of Minnesota. The Blazing Star Edition Protection Project is a 1,900 acre fee title acquisition in Clay County that was protected by the Nature Conservancy and our partners. This project was truly unique in that the Nature Conservancy could not have accomplished this without our partners. There were multiple OHF funding phases that were utilized by the Nature Conservancy, Pheasants Forever, and the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society to get this project across the finish line. The reasons for our success were due to the established partnerships, our aligned priorities, and all entities understanding the value of this project. Now I'll give you a little overview of the acquisition project. 480 acres are being retained by the Nature Conservancy. 160 acres will be transferred to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service as an addition to the Northern Tallgrass Prairie National Wildlife Refuge. 320 acres will be transferred to the Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, creating the new Keene Wildlife Management Area. 940 acres will be transferred to the United States Fish and Wildlife Service as an addition to the Flickertail Prairie Waterfowl Production Area. The protection of 527 acres of diverse native prairie comprised of dry, mesic, and wet prairies. And just recall that there is only 1% of the historic tallgrass prairie acres remaining in Minnesota out of roughly 18 million acres pre-settlement. Native prairie is one of the most endangered ecosystems on the continent. This project reconnects over 7 miles of protected grassland habitat that is open to public access and hunting. The project area is recognized by the Minnesota Biological Survey for having high to outstanding biodiversity. The project area is within a prairie core area identified in the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan. The site supports more than 80 species of conservation need, and some examples are the greater prairie chicken, upland sandpiper, and the chestnut-colored longspur. During the acquisition process, we were pleased that local government units were supportive of the project and stated that the marginal cropland acres should never have been farmed. They were pleased to hear those acres would be returning to grassland cover and open to public access and hunting. I'll touch on the restoration and management. One major aspect of this project will be the restoration of cropland acres to native grasslands. With such a large project area, we have the opportunity to restore hundreds of acres of dry beech ridge prairies and mesic interbeach swales, which are unique features in this landscape. Those lands will be restored to native species through a thoughtful restoration planning process. We'll be working closely with our partners on upcoming enhancement activities. And in the next couple of years, we will implement tree removal, prescribed fire, invasive species control as needed. We will be collaborating with our partners during the planning process to reduce duplication and increase efficiency of the use of private contractors' equipment and time. Lastly, this project attracted a lot of media attention in the past few months. Hopefully you saw this story pop up in the Star Tribune, Outdoor News, WDAY Fargo, or other news outlets. We are excited to share this remarkable prairie protection accomplishment with Minnesotans and welcome the public to visit and enjoy the Blazing Star landscape. Thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for your time and attention today and your past support.
Great. Questions? So I have a question. Help me understand the habitat crews, because I heard you talk about seasonal crews, but you've got in your budget what looks to be like over 2 years, 8 full-time people. What am I not understanding?
Thank you for your question. Mr. Chair and council members, the 8 FTEs is broken up into multiple people, many people. The crews are seasonal in nature, and that's representing crews that range anywhere from as short as 12 weeks to maybe 6-month crews. But those don't cover full-time staff. It's just broken up so that there's more people than just the FTEs listed.
So it's the equivalency is what it is.
The equivalency, correct.
And of your 25,000 acres of enhancement, what percentage is a fire versus actual going in and, I don't want to say doing work because fire is work, but fire happens very quickly and then it's over versus, you know, the habitat work of taking out invasives and such. How does it break out for you?
Well, thank you for that question. Mr. Chair and
Are you
council members.
thanking me or just pretending to thank me?
I appreciate the question. So just to add to that, I did look at our past allocations, and the numbers do vary depending on the year. Some years, as many as 50% or more of our acres might be prescribed fire accomplishments. Other years, things vary. It really depends on the allocation, which projects are lined up in terms of invasive species and tree removal, prescribed fire accomplishments that year. Some years we really have tremendous weather windows in the spring, summer, and fall where we can get more prescribed fire accomplished. And I will mention too that prescribed fire isn't just a single day activity. It involves, fire break installation in the fall. That's mowing fire breaks, sometimes cutting woody vegetation to establish fire breaks along boundaries. And then that also includes, some staff time writing up burn plans and also the amount of training and preparation of equipment and other items that go into prescribed fire accomplishments. So, at face value, it looks like it's just one and done, but a lot of those projects require quite a bit of preparation. And
Come on, I'm a
lead up to
burn
that.
crew boss. I know what
I
it
know.
means. No, you're absolutely right.
Yes.
Other questions? Ted?
Sure. Is it just not feasible to do anything east of Highway 169, southern Minnesota? I mean, it just, everything is to the west. That was all prairie, pre-European settlement. I mean, just, why is there nothing east of basically Mankato?
Well, thank you for that question. Chair and members, the reason that we have not done work under the Minnesota Prairie Recovery Program that far east was because we identified some specific prairie core areas where it made sense to staff, our program out of, and we wanted to maintain the efficiency of having, so many staff based in a landscape that they could manage feasibly. There's certainly, I very much acknowledge there's a lot of prairie in southeastern Minnesota, and I know some other programs focus on that, but we could certainly put more effort into that. But under this program, we've just tried to prioritize some key landscapes, and we've established those long-term, and it would, require us to pivot our program significantly to, establish work in some new landscapes. Something we would consider for sure, though.
If you allocate enough money, they'll do it.
The corn and soybeans are too profitable.
Thought you wanted to go up and play down, start doing some prescribed burns up there.
All right. We're gonna move on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Next is PA 11, Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. My name is Saban Adams. I'm the Minnesota State Coordinator with Pheasants Forever. We are presenting on the Prairie Chicken Habitat Partnership of the Southern Red River Valley, PA 11. And I will let my co-presenter on Zoom introduce himself and kick us off. Hopefully.
Or maybe not. I think he's just on mute.
You might be on mute.
All right. Hopefully.
There you go.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. I'll start again. I'm Doug Wells. I'm a longtime board member of the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society. Over 30 years as a board member, currently serving as president of the organization. So I just wanted to start out, first of all, this afternoon. My intention was to be there in person today. And I felt that's the most effective way to do that. And my wife had an unfortunate accident and sort of shattered her collarbone. So she had surgery yesterday. And so I needed to stay home and help deal with recovery efforts. So, but I want to thank the council staff for making the arrangements so I could join you by Zoom today. So some of you are probably familiar with the Minnesota Prairie Chicken Society. Some of you may not be. So I'd like to take a few minutes to just introduce the Prairie Chicken Society itself. I want to emphasize it's an all volunteer organization. We have 0 paid staff. We have great partners like Pheasants Forever that can work with us and help us out. But it's an all volunteer organization founded in 1973. Some of the founding board members include names that you may or may not recognize, like Grady Mann, who's no longer with us, and Dan Swidarski, who is very much still with us. Those are 2 of the pioneering members of the organization. 2015, we met to revamp our strategic plan, or perhaps develop a strategic plan, which we are operating on at least through 2030 anyways. There's 5 areas of focus on behalf of the Prairie Chicken Society. I'm not going to mention all 5. I'll mention just 2 of them. One was increase awareness of the prairie chicken, and I'll talk a little bit about that, make a few other comments. Perhaps more importantly, today's discussion is what's probably our main focus right now is to support efforts to preserve habitat for prairie chickens and other prairie life. And so why prairie chickens? Why are they appropriate for that sort of endeavor? I think people that understand prairie ecology and prairie wildlife will agree that the prairie chicken serves as a great ambassador for grasslands and wetlands in the prairie region. Some people would refer to it as a flagship species. It's a species that requires large blocks of grassland and wetland habitat in a complex. The other thing that makes it so appropriate is it's easy to hook people into the whole prairie chicken story, partly because of their spectacular courtship displays, lecking behavior, as it's called, where all the males gather together on a communal site in the spring. Sites are quite often used year after year in the same location. And they put on this spectacular display. And that's part of where the increasing public awareness of prairie chicken comes in, that we're a kind of a clearinghouse for prairie chicken blinds throughout the prairie chicken range in Minnesota. And if you haven't had the opportunity to go into a blind in the spring of the year, I'd strongly encourage you to do so. And I think we'll convert you on behalf of prairie chickens. So there's a lot of interests that are working against the habitats that prairie chickens rely on. There's a lot of forces that are going the other way. Federal farm policy certainly plays an outsized role in that. And the years when we had peak CRP enrollment in recent times were our most recent highs for prairie chicken population. Of course, that has diminished. And quite honestly, farmers can't make as much on grass as they can on commodity crops. There's a very large incentive, if you have grass, to plow it up, and you'll be supported by federal crop insurance policies that will help bail you out, even if those soils are really not well suited to agriculture. So there's certainly some factors that are working against us, and part of this proposal, which is the phase number 13, that we've been working on over the years, is to try to claw some of that back and create some of these complexes. So this is phase 13, as I mentioned, with a goal of 1,200 acres. I think you've got a handout that shows some of the 22 parcels we've already acquired on previous grants with over 6,800 acres. There's a criteria that we use evaluating parcels that they fit within the Minnesota Prairie Conservation Plan. Other factors include a distance to existing LECs. So we want to work within the existing prairie chicken range and build on what's already there. We want to make sure we're adding on to public hunting areas. And all the sites, I want to emphasize all the sites that we've acquired and the sites we acquire in the future will be transferred to a public agency, whether they be open to public use, including public hunting. We also factor in tract size and the presence or absence of native prairie. These are all things that raise a parcel, determine how high it goes on our scale. We also look at wetland density too. So those are the initial comments I wanted to make. Just introduce the Prairie Chicken Society and what our objectives and criteria are. And well, Saban, I'll turn the remaining time at this point over to you.
Thank you, Doug. So if I could draw your attention to the handout that we provided, I wanted to go over the budgets from previous phases. And so the dollars represented on this handout are for only the open appropriations. None of the closed appropriation amounts are included in this. And so if you look at the fee title budget, we have spent 86% of the dollars that were allocated for purchasing land. We have legally obligated, meaning it's under a purchase agreement, $65,000. You'll notice that there's not very much money legally obligated. The biggest factor that I want to point out is, and you can see this on the back as well, the ML26 appropriation, that money was open on July 1st. We have not yet received that allocation from the DNR. We don't have a contract. I did include it in the budget, so you can see that, but we don't have the authority to spend any of that money right now. So technically, we have an obligation to pay $65,000 that's under a purchase agreement of the money that we don't have yet. So don't tell DNR I said that. But under the unobligated planned, meaning we have parcels in progress, meaning we have a purchase agreement, we have a survey or not a purchase agreement, excuse me. We're working on title, working on an appraisal, et cetera. We're working on a project that covers 5% of that money from ML26. And then the rest of it is projects that we are just waiting on that funding to come available. So the main story being that we have all of the dollars either spent or we're waiting for the dollars to get to DNR, and then we're going to quickly spend those as well. A somewhat similar story on the restoration side. We've spent 5% of the money that is remaining. We have legally obligated, meaning we have contractors lined up with signed agreements to do 17% of the funding. And then we have a plan, and basically the plan is with the DNR, we're going to restore these cropland acres, we're going to restore these wetlands at some point in the future, but we're not to the phase of entering a contract with a company to do the restoration work. And then the unobligated waiting is essentially all of that is the money under the ML26 contract. We haven't purchased the properties in order to know what we're going to restore and spend that money on. So that's the specifics of our budget. I'd like to thank the council for your time and the opportunity. And if you have any questions, we're here.
Questions?
What's the source of the $970,000 in leverage, and does that leverage scale with the total project, or is that a fixed amount?
The leverage is multiple sources, and it does scale down. So if the council, if we get 1/3, we will scale that leverage down 1/3. The predominant source of that is federal funds, which is mostly from the North American Wetlands Conservation Act, the NACA program. And it's that is comprised of a council just like this council on a federal scale. And so we go to them and ask them for money, and sometimes we get money and sometimes we don't.
Thank you.
Other questions? I have just one. Since you have $1 million of unobligated restoration funds, what happens if we just give you money for fee title acquisition?
So the money that is $1 million of unobligated, we will need that for whatever we purchase with the ML26 funds. So we haven't purchased any properties with ML26. That $1 million is almost entirely from ML26. So we don't have that money to spend it yet. That's why it's not obligated to anything. If you took away the contract line, then we wouldn't have any money to restore whatever we buy with ML27 with these dollars.
Got it. Any other questions? Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, everybody.
Is PA 12, good luck with your wife.
Oh, thank you.
Sounds miserable. PA 12, rim buffers for wildlife and water.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members and staff. Again, my name's Dusty Anthony with Bowser. I'm an easement programs coordinator. Thank you for your prior support of the rim buffers for wildlife and water program and the opportunity to be here today to discuss with you PA 12. The goal of the rim buffers program is to restore and protect riparian and floodplain acres across the state to improve and enhance wildlife habitat and water quality. This will be accomplished by permanently protecting approximately 360 acres on 6 rim easements across the state through voluntary enrollment. The number of easements and acres funded with this program, again, will be dependent on the size and location of the applications received. Enrolling these riparian and floodplain parcels into rim buffers will help create corridors for wildlife that are critical to linking larger habitat complexes while maintaining agricultural landscapes and improving water quality. Crop cessation will be the main form of floodplain wetland restoration in this program. A small amount of funding was budgeted for engineering staff to restore altered hydrology, typically through tile breaks or ditch plugs. Extensive depressional wetland restorations will not take place through this program and are better suited for our rim wetlands program, which you'll be hearing more about today at 4:15. That project is WA02. Rim buffers utilizes a ranking and selection process and is implemented locally, working with Soil and Water Conservation District and other partner staff, work directly with landowners throughout the state. If you turn to page 1 of the handout provided for the hearing, you'll see a pie chart highlighting categories the Bowser easement section uses when talking about funds budgeted for easement payments as easement applications are received and easements recorded. The pie chart on the handout is only focused on the easement payment portion of the budget for each law year. And the numbers on both pages of this handout were current as of the 24th. Page 1 is focused on the rim buffers appropriations that are still open. And the categories are briefly described there to the right of the pie chart. The main point to take away here is that there is 0% available. You'll notice the pie chart for ML 25 and 26 has 0% available for easement payments, and the soon-to-be committed funds from ML 25 and 26 will be committed next month with applications that were received in July. 7 easement application periods have been held from October 2023 through July of 2026, utilizing funds from ML 21 through 26. During that time, $32.6 million in applications were received. The Rim Buffers program receives funding from both Outdoor Heritage Fund and the Clean Water Fund. While no individual easements of this phase of funding are expected to be split funded with Clean Water Fund, the Clean Water Fund has supported protection and restoration of riparian areas through rim buffers. The funding from the Clean Water Fund was not included in the proposal budget as leverage, only in the narrative. I wanted to provide an acre update on the prior appropriations and the rim buffers program as a whole. This information can be found on page 2 of the handout, the backside. While page 1 focused on the law years that are still open, page 2 includes law years that are closed. ML 2011 through 2022 protected over 6,800 acres throughout their Heritage Fund funding. All are closed and no longer funding easements. ML 2025 has funded 392 acres as of the 24th, which exceeds our acre goal in the accomplishment plan. During the July batching period that just ended August 14th, over $11 million in applications were received and are not accounted in this handout for the hearing. The around $3.9 million shown as soon to be committed from ML 2025 and 2026 for easement payments in the pie chart, those will be committed in September after funding decisions are made on the applications recently received. So in closing, the $11 million in applications just received and the continued interest in the program, we are confident that we will be able to utilize an ML 2027 appropriation in a timely manner. Again, I'd like to thank you for the opportunity to be here, and we'll take any questions you may have.
Matt?
I have two questions for you. One is between 2018 and 2021, why the gap on the funding for those couple of years on your chart? And then the second is in 21 and 22, can you describe or explain a little bit more about the difference between acres proposed and acres completed, where you've got 35% and 44%, where previous it looks like all pretty close to 100?
Mr. Chair, members, thank you for the question. The gap between 2018 and 2021, if you remember, the ML 2015 through 2018 were utilized for the CREP program. So we probably didn't close those appropriations out until just 2021, 2020, due to the extension received through the federal funding. So we didn't apply or request funding during those years while we were still utilizing those. And the ML 2021 and 2022 appropriations, at the time we created the proposals for the accomplishment plan, we were utilizing an average payment rate that we had seen in prior years. And with the increase in land prices, the easements were more expensive than we had originally proposed or expected them to be when we wrote the proposals.
So they didn't spend the money and didn't ask for more. Cheryl?
So on the public use aspect, again, we've all seen the answer be changed this year, but for rim easements, is there a percentage at all of the public that when they sign up for this are allowing public use?
Mr. Chair, members, our easement application that all landowners complete with a rim application, there is a question on there asking if they are interested in the walk-in access program, which is available in most counties that rim covers. I think we recently discussed with DNR staff, and I believe that it was 22% of rim acres are enrolled into walk-in access. 22% of the walk-in access acres are enrolled in rim. Thank you. So the walk-in access program, I think, is 30,000 acres. So 22% of that is under a rim easement. Sharon, did I get that? Yeah. Okay.
Andrew, did you have a question?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious about the price per acre as these easements go forward. I mean, we're probably paying very close to market value. Is there any interest either from Bowser or DNR or anything you've seen, make it? It's just interesting because we are paying a lot per acre for these easements, for perpetual easements. And the benefit is there without doubt, but do you think you'd get people to sign up at 7,000 an acre? You know, half of what we're doing, or 10,000 an acre? It's just interesting when you go forward and you see that we're paying market value for easement. And we really don't have much public access. Of course, you know, we've talked about ad nauseum the benefit to habitat for sure, but it's expensive for an easement, where at some point you almost have to ask, maybe it's just better for acquisition. Then we have control. I don't know. Do you think you'd get landowners to be, I don't know, open to prices at that level? Or I mean, you're not statutorily obligated to pay that.
Mr. Chair, members, just want to point out that the budget tables in the proposal do include the restoration costs for the easement. But I can't speak to if there would be interest, not having spoken to the landowners locally, but there are some landowners that include lands that are unpaid just to square out boundaries or things like that, but yeah, I don't have a good answer for you off the top of my head. We can reach out to our local partners and provide a response if requested.
The question that you didn't hear is, how do you determine the price that you pay? Which I know you said before, but do it again.
I'm gonna ask Sharon to come up and explain that one better, Mr. Chair.
Fun question. Sharon Doucette, Eastman Section Manager. So our rim rates for this program in particular, because it is a restoration program, are based on Department of Revenue township average value for cropland acres. So we pull information from Department of Revenue. It is last year's data, and it's based on basically good sales from at least a year before that. So we recognize we're about 2 years behind actual value normally. And then we take we look at the township scale, what the average assessed value was in that township for cropland, and then we pay 90% of that.
What was the percent?
90.
90.
And it is a significant amount, but what we have found over 40 years of the program is landowners aren't looking just at the value of their property, particularly with cropland. They are looking at the loss of income forever on those acres, the loss of being able to sell it at that higher value, the loss of crop income on those acres, the inability to sell it to someone else to build a future house. Landowners are really thinking about that future loss of revenue, not just what the value is worth today.
Thank you. That's all.
This may be more for you or staff question. You know, when we're talking about these easements, they go a line in here about easement stewardship dollars. Do those stewardship dollars have to be spent within the grant period? Or
No.
is that
So
money that goes to them to spend whenever they need it?
the stewardship funds in all of these proposals go into a investment pool to essentially defend the easement in the future, to monitor and defend the easement. So it's not tied to the parcel specifically, it's tied to the program.
Okay.
And it's there to ensure, it used to be folks like the Minnesota Land Trust collected stewardship dollars so they could defend the easement, and government thought we're going to be here forever anyhow, so we don't need to collect it. And they saw the light and said, geez, you know, sometimes we actually have to get involved and we actually have to go out and monitor the easements. So everybody started collecting and putting money into a pot to ensure long-term they could defend the easement.
Okay, so that money is used whenever.
It's in a pool that can be drawn upon for specific easement preservation activity.
Okay, all right. Thank you. I don't know why that question didn't come to me sooner than 3 years in, but.
And I can add a little bit to that, Member Baird. So at Bowser, we charge $10,000 per easement. It is transferred then to the State Board of Investment. And we are statutorily allowed only to withdraw 5% annually to be used to do things like monitoring, inspections, enforcement, lawsuits on the rare occasion with those funds that we get to take that 5% out on an annual basis.
And I
So
think
right-
that's pretty consistent with nonprofit practice as well. The mechanics of it are different, but it's intended as an endowment, not as a slush
Then
fund.
the rest of that money is used for, in case there's a lawsuit or,
Yes,
okay,
hopefully not, but
hopefully.
it happens.
No, I get that. Okay, thank you for the clarity.
Ted?
So, Mr. Chairman, thank you. I've heard this 90% figure forever. Is everything considered cropland in the township? So if, is it only cropland that's eligible for RIM?
No. But you're getting really far into the details of the program, so I'll try to keep it high level. So we have restoration programs like buffers and rim wetlands and CREP that absolutely are cropland focused. There has to be something to restore. And it usually is because that it is in row crop agriculture that we are able to restore it. And so those acres, the landowner via the SWCD on their application, basically have to prove their row crop history to us
Okay.
to get the cropland rate. We also have a non-cropland rate. And so on certain programs or with certain parcels, we do allow a certain percentage of non-crop, basically looking at like a little isolated pocket of trees within a bigger farm field or a wetland basin that was always too wet to completely drain. And it's sitting in the middle of the field and it doesn't make any sense for us to cut it out of the easement. So we allow it to be enrolled with our easement that is mostly cropland, but we do pay a significantly smaller amount, especially in the Southwest, on those non-cropland acres than we do on the cropland.
Cropping history is a criteria, if you will, for this program. Okay.
Yes.
I was gonna say, I bought some pasture land that the guy who bought the cropland didn't want it. I paid half of what he paid per acre. It's not a wetland, it's not forest, it's just too damn hilly to farm. So that would not qualify for this program. Okay.
It would qualify, but at a reduced rate.
Yes.
Qualifies for growing buckthorn.
The 90% that we've been talking about, where is that established? Is that established within Bowser or is that statutorily obligated or?
It is not statutory. It has been as far as I know, the 40 years of RIM. It's
The
been-
internal policy of,
Yeah, it is just been the established rate. We did just do last year a significant overhaul and revision of the details that go into our non-crop rates, effectively reducing them considerably in the Southwest, much to the dismay of the landowners who thought they could wait one more year to apply. But we have not discussed that price point of our cropland acres. We have talked in the next couple of years, possibly doing a comparison, kind of bigger project study of appraisals versus our RIM rates across the state on various types of easements, but we have not embarked on that at this point.
well, and the only reason I say it is I think there's enough of a precedent set of CRP, REM, CREP, whatever it may be of property that's been sold that has those perpetual easements on it that does not lose 90% of its value. Is there a substantial decrease in value? Sure, but I'd be much more comfortable if this price per acre was closer related to what sale prices have been over the last decade of property like that. When it, you could look at the depreciation. If it's 40, 50, 60%, that's a topic of discussion, but 90, I don't think we'll ever see that. So
I think there's a business to be had.
that,
Yes.
oh, that exists,
Sorry,
Mr. Chair.
Pieces of land.
It exists. That's.
I get it. I was being a little facetious.
It is, I mean, we've kind of talked.
Daryl, your mic. I got a little bit
Sorry.
of a
Sorry.
thing. in-
Sorry.
Everybody's got to remember to use their mic if they would.
So as we talked about the restorations, we talked about this. I mean, is there anything in our bylaws, charter, if you will, that allows us to set dollar amounts that we will or won't do for certain things?
The answer is there's no prohibition. We have that. If you look at what DU and their purchase of easements or Minnesota Land Trust, the DNR requires them to get an appraisal. So it's based on something hard where Bowser has established, and other programs have established a rate they, for whatever reason, feel is appropriate, and they never appraise it.
And
so
I guess I wasn't.
we could say, we'll only give you money if you do an appraisal, which would make them crazy because that's not the program they want to run.
Yeah. And I wasn't thinking about the appraisal side, but I was thinking about the, we only fund projects at 85%, or 75 or some number, because again, I mean, to me, that looks like a heck of a profit opportunity for somebody, but I mean, whether
think-
it's tiling or whether it's how we define a restoration, I just am curious what we have for ability or not.
I'll make a suggestion, just as we're talking about it, and that is that we would encourage Bowser to do an analysis of fair market value before they apply next year. Because next year we might do something different than 90% being acceptable.
And when you
We
say,
want some evidence that they're paying an appropriate amount.
I guess I think it's that percentage, not so much the valuation.
Well, but the valuation would give you the percentage.
Valuation of properties that were sold that had
Yeah.
the rim stuff on it. Yeah, agreed.
Well, I'd hate to hamstring us in the future too by putting a hard, fast rule
Yeah.
in place, because we have done the over market value too in certain cases where the council has said, yeah, we're good.
I'm simply saying we could give them advice that it would be wise to do an evaluation of what fair market value is when they come to us next year. It might be asked. It's just a thought.
It'd be a good starting point to try to make some determination of what that looks like. I mean, I don't have a problem doing easements if we're protecting certain things, but if it's ultimately, it did protect them, but we basically funded the sale of someone's farm because they could
Well,
double
I
up or
will
whatever. I'm not sure that's what
tell
I
you, the
want.
Minnesota Land Trust over here would be ecstatic if we would give them 90% of fair market value for every easement that they had to do.
He's
I mean,
jumping up and down. He wants to go.
We do have a double standard. One is based on appraisals, one is based on a formula with an arbitrary number. And maybe that's okay, but we do have a double standard is how we are doling out funding. And maybe that's a discussion we need to have at a future meeting.
We keep adding to that list of future
That's okay.
discussion stuff.
That's what, we might have to have an extra meeting.
I'm okay with that. I think we need that.
So I think we beat this one to death. You've
Thank you.
heard what's likely coming in your direction. I would just ask why this year it crops up that you could have up to 10% in food plots when you haven't done it historically, and you all of a sudden are saying food plots at 10%. Could be,
I'll stay and take that one.
because it's new.
It is a new way of Bowser responding to that question. It is not a different answer. And we explained that in the written response to comments. Our previous response was an overall percentage of rim easements that had food plots, 1 to 3%. Our response this year is to tell you the rules at an individual easement level. So there is a 10% limit on any one easement. By no means does every single easement have a food plot. But it is when you request a food plot, you have a 10% limit, and then it varies what your maximum may be depending on the size of the easement. So the larger the easement, do you remember what the rules are exactly? There's
No.
3 groupings based on size.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members, I don't have those numbers in front of me, but we can provide them.
Sure. We'd be interested. Some of us would be interested.
I want 20%.
Saw that coming.
All right,
Hasn't
with
done
that,
anything all day.
thank you very much.
Thank you.
We'll move on to PA 13, Western Minnesota Prairie and Wetlands Protection Program.
With me, aren't you? You can tell Dave is not a pheasant hunter. Sorry. Oh, it is. Oh, it is happening. Come to the critters. Who's habitat?
All right, go ahead.
Chair Hartwell and council members, I'm Chad Kingstrom, the program manager at the Minnesota Land Trust, working in Western Minnesota. With me are Wayne Osley, the director of land protection, and Leah Hall, the senior program manager. We're here today to present the Western Minnesota Prairie and Wetland Program, a marriage of 2 existing programs, where we've been working since 2013. No other part of Minnesota has been more negatively impacted by past land uses than Western Minnesota, with prairies at 1% of their historic extent and wetlands at 10%. It also has the lowest percentage of protected lands. Investment in conservation through the Outdoor Heritage Fund is critical here. Wetlands, shallow lakes, and their corresponding upland prairie habitat provide the essential backbone for the survival of waterfowl and other important wildlife species. More than 50% of Minnesota's species in greatest conservation need use wetlands at some point during their life cycle. And due to the loss of prairie habitat, the population of grassland birds has declined by 50% over the last 50 years. With an aging landowner population, high land prices, pressure from conversion on remaining habitat, organizational momentum, and strong local partnerships, now is the time to amplify this important conservation program. Our proposal aims to capitalize on strong landowner interest secured from years of successful land protection program development and landowner outreach, now at a point where landowner interest far outweighs existing funding. We have landowners with 22 high-quality parcels waiting for funding that have come in since our proposal. Across these 2 programs to date, the Land Trust has procured 57 conservation easements, protecting 12 square miles of habitat and 81 miles of shoreline.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and council members. I'm Leah Hall, Senior Program Manager with the Minnesota Land Trust. We thank you for supporting the Land Trust work in Western Minnesota through past appropriations to protect and restore habitat in the prairie portion of Minnesota through our Accelerating Habitat Conservation in Southwest Minnesota and Wetland Habitat Protection and Restoration Grant programs. This year's proposal presents a change in how the Land Trust is approaching land protection in Western Minnesota. To better align our work across the prairies of Western Minnesota, we have consolidated our land protection work under these 2 existing programs into a single grant proposal. This move will bring a level of efficiency to our work and better enable us to use funds where they are needed. In addition, we are broadening the focus of our land protection work beyond conservation easements to include the acquisition of public lands. Although conservation easements remain core to our land protection work, we recognize that for some projects, the discussion begins with conservation easements and evolves to fee acquisition. In addition, priority fee projects can pop on the radar when resources with other organizations may be limited. due to our ability to step in that direction when those opportunities arise, can mean the difference between a successful conservation outcome or the loss of a priority property. In this current proposal, the Land Trust will build on past investments by protecting 1,520 acres of native prairie, wetlands, and prairie streams while building wetland and prairie complexes across western Minnesota through conservation easements and the acquisition of public lands.
Chair Hartwell, council members, my name is Wayne Osley. I'm the Director of Land Protection with the Minnesota Land Trust. And I'd like to talk a little bit about why you should support this work. And as Chad mentioned earlier, the need for land protection work in western Minnesota and the prairies is acute. The Land Trust is really doing a great job out there in terms of spending down its money. If you look at the results to date table, I'll just look at some of the open grants that we have there. Our wetlands program, that's the historic one that was essentially the counties north of the Minnesota River, is routinely the need is outstripping the funding level in order to deliver high quality conservation easements. As you might be aware, because I talked to you about a possibility last year, Southwest Minnesota grants have been more challenged. Our program's newer down there. Building name recognition, doing effective outreach to landowners has taken time. And so if you look at the 2023, 2024 appropriations down there, they don't look like the wetlands programs farther to the north, but things are changing down there. Our outreach work this year has changed the equation, and we're confident, which was a different place than where we were last year, confident that we'll be able to meet our grant deliverables in both of those two grants. And as Chad mentioned earlier, we do have a pretty significant list of landowners on our parcel list. Actually, clarify that landowners that have applied to us, they don't show up on the parcel list in large part because our practice typically is to receive funds, put out a request for proposals, evaluate the proposals that come in, really have a conversation with landowners about donation of easement and value. And we'll get into that in a little bit and use that as the basis to kind of launch these programs forward. We're in a position this year by essentially having 20 parcels on our parcel list before those grants are even in hand. And that's an indication of the amount of landowner interest there is out in western Minnesota right now. A lot of presenters have already talked about the importance of private lands conservation as a critical tool in the conservation toolbox. And as a state, we simply can't reach our conservation goals by focusing purely on public lands ownership. Encouraging landowners to play a role in habitat conservation is essential while keeping the local tax base whole. If you look at the two drone photos on our hearing handout, I would challenge you to tease apart the public from the private lands in those photos. And to a pintail duck or a dick sizzle or monarch butterfly or any other species, habitat is habitat. And I would say also too that our project selection criteria prioritizes projects lying adjacent to or near to existing protected lands. You saw an example of that for those that were on the tour in Southeast Minnesota, where the complementarity of private and public land really showcase the value of those projects. Conservation easements can set the stage for future fee ownership by local, state, and federal agencies. And finally, we do discuss, Chad discusses the DNR's walk-in access program with landowners should they wish to make their lands available to the public in that fashion. We and the private landowners leverage the state's investment. Across western Minnesota, the Land Trust has secured $12.8 million in landowner donation of easement value as leverage to the state's contribution. And we get that because we ask. Overall, landowners have donated 89 cents to every dollar of state investment, and no other land protection program in Minnesota has that track record. You'll see an example of that in our results to date table I mentioned earlier. We collaborate also effectively with partners. The need out in Western Minnesota, as I mentioned, is very acute. It takes all of the conservation organizations pulling in the same direction, using their complementary tools to achieve success that we're having out there. And so we ask the council to meet the need reflected in the burgeoning landowner interest out in Western Minnesota in light of the merger of the two programs into one. And we thank you for your support and consideration. We're open for questions.
Let me ask first, because I'm. So what's the average percentage you pay of market price for the easement?
Average, I can speak to average because we actually did this evaluation a number of years ago.
I'm just curious on
Yeah,
the heels of our other conversation.
it's 60%
Okay.
of the county assessed value of a given property. And that range or that number can vary widely depending on the type of habitat. You know, we could be at 20%. Some places, if it's highly developable and really attractive, like as you get into the Twin Cities Metro, you know, you could be pushing 75% or so. But that's the average is 60.
Thank you. Daryl, I'm sorry to create.
That was not my question, but that's good. I'm glad you got that answer for me. So Wayne, can you talk a bit more about that leverage? I'm intrigued by that. I mean, I was circling it and going, what the heck? And then you started talking about it. So I was glad to hear that, but I'm still a bit confused. Is that the value of landowners contributing back additional land in the easement, or how do you achieve that dollar? What is that?
It's based on the appraised value of a property. And so we are obligated, I think, as Chair Hartwell mentioned, to go through an appraisal process. And landowners can decide to donate the value. And when I say donate, there's no exchange of resources, but it reduces the amount of the appraisal that we pay. And so if appraisal comes in, say at $350,000 and the landowners decided, you know, I really only need 200,000, that's what we pay. And so then that 150 that is there, it shows up as leverage to the grant. We have landowners, a fair number of them, that donate the full value. Other landowners where, you know, the property is really important for conservation, but based on their own specific circumstances, need to get paid the full value. And so we work with all those landowners. And so some provide it, some don't. And that's where that number comes in.
Thank you. That clarified it for me.
Go ahead.
Wayne, I'm curious, how did you get the 1,400 acres for easements and 120 for acquisition with or protect with PILTs? I was kind of thought you guys as the easement ninjas.
Yeah.
And what's the I mean, how did you come up with like 120 specifically for acquisition?
I'll let Chad talk about kind of the fee side of the equation and what's playing out there. For conservation easements, we look, I think a lot of that's calculated by kind of trying to figure out what the target of the ask is based on what we're seeing in terms of landowner need. And so we then take that number. We're looking at kind of what we expect to be the kind of the average easement value and out there, and then kind of just work backwards to get to the acres amounts. Like we don't have, typically it's not, that number is not based on a set of projects that are before us. Right. I mean, we have them now, but we did it at the time of submission of the proposal. So it's really based on the cost per acre where we expect kind of that average project to fall, and then kind of what we're seeing in terms of that landowner interest out there in the landscape. So that's what gets us, I could get into a lot of detail.
Yeah, I was more
But that's
interested
where that number emerges out of it. And so a lot of our proposals, the number is similarly, unique like that.
Yeah, I just wondered that 120, it just kind of felt strange to have this.
Turn
Yeah,
that over.
Chair Hartwell and Councilmember Kucharski, thank you for the question. In this case, that 120 acres is based on the two parcels on the map, on the parcel list. One's 40 and one is 80 approximately.
Got it.
So that in this.
Those
case-
are specifically.
Those are
carved
specific,
parcels.
that's a specific number, yes.
Other questions? Great, thank you.
Yeah.
Next is PRE 01, Enhanced Public Lands Grasslands.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. I'm Becca Clute, Pheasants Forever, Minnesota Habitat Restoration Manager. With me, I have Ethan Borchi, who is one of Pheasants Forever's restoration specialists. He will be referencing the illustration during his portion of the presentation. So if you'd like to follow along with him, that can be found with the proposal. We'd like to thank you today for listening to our proposal on the 10th phase of the Enhanced Public Lands Grasslands Program. We're requesting approximately $8.6 million to enhance and restore 6,000 acres of wetland and grassland habitat on public lands that are open to hunting. Properties that are eligible for this program include WMAs, WPAs, and national wildlife refuges in the Metro Prairie and Border Prairie transition regions. When these properties were purchased, it was often subprime habitat in their original state, and there was relatively little to no funding for restoration. So this program seeks to set those properties on a positive trajectory to improve wildlife habitat, and then also to improve the overall enjoyment for the public as well. The methods that we're going to employ to carry out these goals are the same as the previous 9 phases. So we start off by sending out a request for proposal to our agency partners for projects like wetland restoration, upland enhancement, prescribed fire, conservation grazing, and tree removal. We do this RFP period in the months of December and January, as we found that this generates the most interest and engagement from our partners as they're doing their planning at the same time. Once these proposals have been received, we evaluate them and then select them based on available funding. Once selected, PF restoration staff like Ethan will work with our agency partners to do initial site assessments, perform surveys, and then develop scopes of work during the spring, summer, and fall following that open RFP period. PF then uses our procurement policy to hire local area contractors to carry out this work. And that contracting process typically happens during the fall and winter following that open RFP period. So now I'm going to turn it over to Ethan for his portion of the presentation, where he's going to go over an example project that we've completed under this program.
Thank you. For the record, my name is Ethan Borchi. I am one of our habitat restoration specialists here in Minnesota. And at this point, I would like to draw your attention to the illustration that was provided with the proposal, specifically on the back page. The project that we chose to highlight with this proposal is the tree removal and wetland restoration on the Rustad Lake WPA located in Clay County. And the overall goal of this project was to combine multiple management activities in close succession to improve the overall wildlife habitat on the WPA. The project started in 2023 when we completed 100 acres of tree removal, primarily on the eastern side of the WPA, as you can see in the map on the top of the page. We did both dense and scattered tree removal on the site, where both areas had their trees flush cut and then the stumps treated with herbicide to prevent future regrowth or resprouts from those stumps. And then the dense areas had their trees piled for future burning, where the scattered areas had their trees mulched. We paired the tree removal with 2 years of follow-up retreatment to target any resprouts from those stumps or new growth on the site and those were also treated with herbicide. Following the removal of the trees, that allowed us to begin the wetland evaluation and survey process, which was performed in 2024. And overall, we were able to restore 33 wetland basins covering 18 acres in 2025. These wetlands were largely drained by shallow ditches and had sediment buildup in the wetland basin from previous farming activities. So we filled in the shallow ditches and we scraped the sediment from the wetland basins to complete the restoration. We also removed tile from one of the wetlands to a calculated distance where the wetland function would no longer be affected by any remaining tile on site. And then the funds that we used to complete both the tree removal and the wetland restoration were from our ML23 fiscal year 24 appropriation. And continuation of this project will be to install a wildlife friendly fence that will encompass the entire 406 acre WPA. And that will help us with two main tasks, which will be to facilitate management of woody encroachment on the site, as well as to effectively control cattails in the wetlands that we were able to restore during the wetland restoration process. And the local WMD that this project falls under has a very active grazing program where they partner with local producers and ranchers to carry out the terms of their grazing plans as they have them written. And at this point, I'll pass it back to Becca to go over the financial details of our current phases of the program.
Okay, I'd like to turn your attention to our handout and specifically the side that has the pie chart on it. We have closed out phases 1 through 5, so the pie chart and then the rest of the conversation that we'll have today will be in reference to the open appropriations that we have. So looking at this page, we've spent approximately $2.1 million and have impacted 2,886 acres. 8% of our restoration budget, which includes the contracts and the supplies and materials line items, has been legally obligated. And when we say legally obligated, that means we have a legal agreement with a contractor to carry out the work in those scopes of work. We have approximately $6.1 million in this unobligated planned category. So that means that those funds are allocated towards projects. I'll also note that in that category, we also have the ML26 funds, which we have yet to receive an agreement for, and the ML25 funds, which had their open RFP period during December of 2025 and January in 2026. So we're still in that initial evaluation and survey and design phase for those projects. And then also for ML26, we have allocated all but 413,000 of those future dollars. So the unobligated waiting category is 9% of our budget. So that includes that $413,000 from ML26 that I was speaking of, and then approximately 10% of the restoration budget from each appropriation, which I hold back to account for any overages for the budget when it comes to the contracting phase. Breakdowns of each appropriations budget can be found on the back page if you're interested in checking that out. And with that, we're happy to take any questions.
Carol? Just curious, how many of your properties do you typically fence for cattle grazing?
I would say maybe 20% of those. It depends on the property. Some of them already have pre-existing fence. Sometimes we're adding on to pre-existing fence as well. So it depends.
And from an effectiveness, how long does it take a number of years for the cattle grazing to actually get control of the cattails and vegetation, or what does that process look like?
Yeah, thank you for your question. The effect is pretty immediate. There's a site that's just south of the Rustad WPA that we had also just recently done a wetland restoration, and we put fence up as well. And they have been rotationally grazing in there. And the effect is pretty immediate in that the cattails aren't coming up, but we're seeing other native vegetation coming up instead. So.
Thank you. I continue to think about the wildlife management area next to me, which is nothing but cattails for as far as you can see, and thinking, I wonder if there's any local farmers that have some cattle they want to graze.
And it depends too on the local area manager.
Sure.
How
Yep.
they'd like to manage that.
Thank you.
The unintended consequence of what those cattle do in that wetland area.
Ask them a question.
Is there an unintended? I mean, you're putting a lot of cow shit in the wetland.
Sure. Yeah, that's very possible. But a lot of, I guess, common complaints that we'll get, not that, but just that it does, that compaction is kind of uneven and it will make the land a little hummocky. But we just think that those trade-offs of, having some uneven ground or maybe a little bit of high nutrient load for a short amount of time, that the benefits that we get for some of that invasive removal and mitigation outweighs those.
So the impact is lasting then? You graze it for a period of a year, 2 or 3, the cattails don't come back?
You need to continually manage those, have it on a grazing plan. So you might graze it for a summer, a couple months, and then you'd let it rest and then come back. So grasslands, they need more management, more intervention to stay grasslands. So
Yeah, I mean, because all you're doing is removing the
biomass
right there. So as soon as you take those cows off for any period of time, it's going to come back. And there is a potential for that to come back thicker because you're breaking up the root matter, creating more cattails. So there are some pros and cons to that management activity.
So Suzanne, what's the answer then? If you remove the vegetation to begin with, is there a next step that you've seen that works to remove the cattails?
Well, if you remove the above ground biomass and flood it and have the capacity to flood it for a certain period of time during the growing season, you can knock back the amount of cattail growth. But in most cases, it's really hard to have that kind of
to control that
of
water level.
That effective.
Nothing further, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next is PREO2, Restoring Minnesota's Prairie Pothole Ecosystem.
I was impressed she took your cow shit and turned it into nutrient load.
I was just gonna let it go.
Well played. It was well played.
Yeah, electric.
Sometimes David's full of nutrient.
More times than not. You are talking to the guy that backed the lawsuit against Fish and Wildlife for grazing in a wetland.
Is that right?
Yes. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Hartwell and council members. My name is Daryl Peterson. I'm the Director of Restoration Programs with the Minnesota Land Trust. And with me are Anne Marie Krimtoch, the Minnesota State Coordinator with the Fish and Wildlife Services Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program, and Amelia Kenow, a Senior Restoration Program Manager for the Minnesota Land Trust. Chair Hartwell and council members, we thank you for giving us this opportunity to present PREO2, Restoring Minnesota's Prairie Pothole Ecosystem proposal for your review. To start off, this is a new proposal, but it's not a new partnership. It builds on the expertise and capacity the Fish and Wildlife Service and the Minnesota Land Trust have developed together over the past 10 years, primarily under the Land Trust Wetlands and Grasslands Protection and Restoration appropriations. This proposal presents a new, more targeted approach to achieving restoration and enhancement outcomes specific to prairie potholes, the single most important ecosystem for migratory waterfowl recovery in Minnesota. We believe this new approach is clearer of purpose and addresses the "when are we done" question we have previously heard from council members. This proposal is based on realizing the full capacity of our prairie potholes restoration program over the next 8 years. Highlights of this proposal include a focus only on restoration enhancement activities, consolidating the work done previously done under 3 separate OHF-funded programs, significant leverage from federal sources, and realistic goal-oriented objectives. I'd like to now hand off to Anne Marie to further describe the impact we believe our proposal can have on Minnesota's natural resources.
Thank you, Daryl. As Daryl said, my name is Anne Marie Krumpetich. I am the state coordinator for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Partners Program. And I'm here on behalf of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, the Partners Program, and our partnership. And this is a specialization to support the National Wildlife Refuge System's network of lands. The prairie pothole region is and will remain for years to come a priority geography for the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. This unique landscape has disproportionate ecological significance for migratory species, including waterfowl, grassland birds, and pollinators. The U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service is actively acquiring lands that support our mission through the use of duck stamp funding for waterfowl production areas and perpetual conservation easements, which is our contribution of funding leverage for this partnership program. While the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has some predictability of the continuity of land acquisition funding, we continue to face significant declines in restoration funding needed to meet the biological integrity standards we have. As a result, we cannot achieve our desired conservation outcomes without our strong partnerships. This partnership between the Minnesota Land Trust, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and the Partners for Fish and Wildlife Program demonstrates what is possible when resources and expertise are aligned. Over the past 10 years, this partnership has positively impacted 15,000 acres of strategically placed tracts that serve as habitat corridors and are contributing to larger connected habitat complexes. The results are directly linked to the catalytic funding provided by the Council and the CPL program. Looking ahead, we have established an ambitious goal through this partnership to restore 25,000 acres of perpetually protected prairie pothole, wetlands, and grasslands within the targeted migratory waterfowl corridors and habitat complexes by the year 2034. Over the next 8 years, we aim to restore and enhance an additional 10,000 acres to reach that goal. We have structured this effort around 4 funding requests, each supporting approximately 2,500 acres, 1 request every other year for the next 8 years. If achieved, this effort would result in approximately 40 square miles of new and restored habitat, supporting an estimated 2,400 breeding waterfowl pairs and potentially producing an additional 10,000 ducks annually for Minnesota's waterfowl populations. This is exactly the kind of conservation outcome that partnership funding makes possible. Continued investment from the Council will allow us to build on a proven model, leverage federal conservation expertise and resources, and deliver measurable landscape-level efforts for Minnesota's wildlife and people. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Emmy.
Again, I'm Amelia Kino. I'm a restoration program manager for the Minnesota Land Trust. I'm going to get right to what you're all probably wondering. What about all the money we already have? On the back of the hearing handout, you'll find our results to date table. And you'll see that 100% of the restoration and enhancement funds in our open appropriations have either been expended or are committed to already identified parcels. You can see that we have met or exceeded all restoration and enhancement deliverables on closed appropriations to date, and we're on track to keep that up. This proposal seeks to build on the success demonstrated in our work to date. Through the proposal, the Land Trust, in partnership with the service, will restore or enhance 2,500 acres, or 4 square miles of habitat on 30 already identified parcels protected by the service or the Land Trust. These projects will include restoring drained wetland basins, along with the restoration or enhancement of adjacent upland acres. And the Land Trust and Service have a strong track record in getting these projects accomplished on time and on budget. In this partnership, the service's private lands biologists and MLT's biologists utilize their extensive local knowledge and longstanding relationship with landowners to develop and implement site-specific restoration plans while utilizing local contractors for the completion of the on-the-ground work. The Land Trust also assists with project management, handles contracts, and grant administration. In combining our efforts in this way, both organizations can accomplish more restoration and enhancement than we would ever be able to alone, accelerating habitat restoration enhancement on the prairie pothole landscape. We had some questions related to, in response to our proposal related to wetland restorations. There are a variety of things we look at when restoring a wetland basin. We check for drain tile, and if found, we'll remove it. We check sediment depths within the basin to determine if a scrape or sediment removal is needed. And if so, we push that material back onto the hillside where it had eroded from. This can be quite expensive, the sediment scrape, so we only do it for small basins or for portions of larger basins. If a wetland is being drained via surface ditch, we'll construct a ditch plug, restoring that hillside topography and allowing the water to be held in that basin once again. Most basins will require more than one of these activities to restore it to its historic condition. So with that, I hope you can see we have the capacity, systems, and momentum in place to make our goal of completing another 10,000 acres of prairie pothole restoration a realistic one. Thank you for your time and your consideration for this proposal, and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
Carol.
So I'm a little confused by the explanation about the use of duck stamp funds. It looks to me like it says it's for acquisitions, and then yet in your documentation it's showing it listed as easements. So I'm not sure if that's a correct description or.
Considered easement acquisition versus fee acquisition. In the term, you're still acquiring rights, so it's easement acquisition, but then you can also buy things with fee acquisition.
So it's not like buying acreage to add to a WMA. It's actually acquiring easement in a wetland area then?
Thank you for your question. I can help clarify. Duck stamp dollars, 98 cents out of every dollar is used explicitly for conservation acquisition. That can be conservation easements. It can be fee acquisition for waterfall production areas and wetland basins themselves. So in this proposal, what the Fish and Wildlife Service is offering is it's completed acquisition dollars of the Migratory Bird Conservation Fund. We have $2 million in parcels that are completed. And we are using that to leverage our restoration dollars within this proposal geography in our complexes where we are doing restoration activities.
You call it leverage, but I understand how you're claiming that as part of your project, but either way, the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service has already acquired that $2 million in parcels, correct?
They are completed acquisitions, correct. Recently completed that now need restoration.
Okay.
Can't use that money for restoration. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Right. I get that, but it's in my mind, it's already, that part's already been done. The acquisition of the easement, or however you want to call it, has already been done, but it looks like it's part of this project because it gets some leverage then, because our leverage looks great when you've got $2 million from the Fed, but really they didn't get $2 million from the Fed. The Fed did their own deal and bought the land, and now they need restoration money.
Yeah.
That's what I see.
Yeah, and that's accurate.
Matt?
I think you answered this, but I just want to get a clarification, partly because it's phase one, kind of the first time this has been presented as is, and there's only one other in the category. Your cost per acre is about $2,700 per acre, and the cost per acre on the other one is 14. Is that because it's more wetland restoration than prairie restoration, and you have to move a lot more dirt around, and there's a lot more work associated with it?
Chair Hartwell and council members, we can't speak to other organizations' costs for restoration, but I can say that each of the properties that we will be restoring do have wetlands on them, so we are doing wetland restorations. That's the reason the easements or the property was purchased. The restorations that we do, we try to be very complete on them and make sure that we're using pollinator friendly seed mixes. You know, we are not doing kind of the low bar. We're trying to do a very solid ecological restoration project, because this is our opportunity to get in there and set the right trajectory for the wetlands in the prairie. So if it does take a little bit of extra work, we want to do that, like controlling cattails and things like that, get the root mass out if needed. So yeah, we do a little bit of extra work, and we're also doing more work with the Fish and Wildlife Service just to make sure that we're kind of lining out the projects that we have and kind of making sure all the coordination is going on.
Are there any sort of rules of thumb on the cost per acre of some of this? I know each parcel is different, totally get it. But I mean, there's $1,000 or $1,400 per acre difference in these two proposals in the same category. And I have no idea whether yours is high, low, or whatever.
Chair Hartwell and council members, our response to that is our costs are based on 10 years of doing this work in this geography with these partnerships. And so we feel like they're pretty solid, that we know what they're going to cost.
Yeah, and I'm not questioning that. It's just,
Yeah.
it's so hard. They're so different.
Right. I can't, I don't think I can answer that question. I don't know if anyone has.
Quit
more to
smiling,
add.
quit laughing, David.
Someone else is asking questions that are tough. It's good.
Mhm.
No.
So I get when you're in the planning stage, you have to use some rule of thumbs, right? But if in the planning stage, you have these rule of thumbs you're using based on 10 years of stuff.
Mhm.
But is your rule of thumb that much different for one project versus the other, that you have that difference?
Chair Hartwell and council members, thank you for your question. I'd like to respond by saying the restoration costs and estimates not only are done based on 10 years of how we do like to make sure that our return on investment is upfront, so that we are the way we do restoration with the partners program and with our partnership here is we do that high value restoration upfront, so that the return on investment isn't that we need to come back and do maintenance and fix. But I will also say the parcel lists that are attached to this proposal in the program here, we actually do the design and are speccing out ahead of time for those estimated costs. So they're not arbitrary or estimates. They are actual parcels for this proposal that you're seeing. We have the exact tract that have a design, and those estimates are derived from that based on, yes, tract by tract it is different, but in this proposal, we have a fairly accurate assessment.
That answers my question. I was thinking, how do you know that unless you're actually looking at specific projects, but you have done that work already. So thank
Correct.
you.
Yeah, thank you.
So Matt, what you're asking goes to my earlier question about how do we know what we're buying for restoration? If we're taking out the cattail roots, it's very different than plugging a dike. And how do we judge we don't have a way. I'm not asking you a question, but this is the struggle of wetland restoration. The variance is so huge.
Well, you know what the heck the project needs. You can't begin to estimate what the restoration costs.
Well, I mean, and I appreciate what you said about you've got 10 years of history. That's great. One of the reasons why you've gotten funded is because you've shown great success. There are other organizations that are getting money who also have data. I wish we could start aggregating all of that and we'd be able to actually start to put some better rules of thumb in place and use that.
And one of the things.
I'm stuttering here. I'm sorry. It's just every parcel is going to be different. And so you can't come up with a specific rule of thumb because the needs of that particular parcel may be different than even the neighboring parcel.
We'll have to at least be able to come up with some ranges.
So
shouldn't we?
One of the things I'm going to ask in a couple of presentations, which is restoration evaluations, if they can help us understand and rank perhaps or rate the difficulty of restoration so that we can start to understand this, because I don't think, I'm hoping there's nobody who's gaming the system, but I don't believe that, but we're kind of blind on this.
Just to your point, Suzanne, I totally appreciate that. And you know better than anybody else the difference in all of these. But it almost gets to the point where how do you decide when the project is like, wait a minute, too much, or we gotta stop, or you know what, it becomes a money thing.
I understand the dilemma.
Yeah.
And I'm there too.
Yeah.
Is trying to understand that, but
So I have one specific question for
Go
you.
ahead.
Your proposal says you're going to restore a property near Pipestone National Monument, and it's not on your parcel list. Can you explain that?
Yes, Chair and council members, that is a property that is, I think, currently under acquisition. That's not hasn't been fully protected yet. And so we didn't put it on the parcel list because we don't know if that's actually going to be complete by the time we are, get the appropriation.
Good enough.
Yeah.
Other questions, Ted?
Well, kind of rehashing what's been being discussed here. But I've been involved in a lot of public buildings. And every building is different, whether, every school building is different. But you look at that specific building, you have an architect write a spec, you put out an RFP, and you do competitive bidding. And I guess maybe part of the concern I have is, should we have some requirements for some form of specifications and competitive bidding? It's because every project, I can look at my own property, and this one over here is going to take thousands of dollars to restore, and this one I just need to mow it. So I'm wondering what kind of requirements we ought to have to make sure that the money that we're asking the legislature to appropriate for projects is getting the best bang for the buck. And I don't think you can answer that question. I think we have to answer that question.
I'm going to let you go.
Thank you, Chair.
very much. Next is the CPL program. Ted, I'm not ignoring you. I think
No, I did
this whole question of
no, actually, I want a complete answer from.
yes, your chair will have to resign before he can give you that answer.
I don't think there is an answer.
No. Go ahead.
Perfect. Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and members of the council. For the record, my name is David Stein, and I'm here representing the Conservation Partners Legacy Grants Program. With me today are Amy Yolen, the CPL Program Administrator, and Karis Rittenauer, the CPL Grant Specialist. Today, we are here to ask you for $15 million in continued support for our small grants program that has funded over 1,100 projects throughout the state through over 290 unique organizations, restoring, enhancing, and protecting over 604,000 acres of habitat since 2011. In this past fiscal year, 59 grants were awarded, with 1 round of traditional statewide and metro project applications and 5 rounds of expedited conservation projects or ECP applications. There were projects from all varieties of local units of government, institutions of higher education, regional, state, and national conservation organizations, and local sportsmen's organizations. 24 of our applicants last year were submitting applications to the CPL program for the first time ever. Responding to feedback from grantees, we increased our ECP grant award limit from $50,000 to $75,000. With that, we received 10 more applications than our previous fiscal year, awarded 36 grants, and had over $3 million in requests. 25 awarded grantees requested over $50,000. Now I'll turn it over to Amy and Karis to talk about our monitoring efforts for this year.
Thank you. Over the past year, we continued our project monitoring efforts to directly observe CPL projects on the ground with our partner organizations. Some of the projects that we visited can be found on your handout. On the top of the page, under Restoring Ecosystems, our partners at Pheasants Forever purchased and enhanced approximately 24 acres of wooded grassland transition habitat that was transferred to the Prairie Woods Environmental Learning Center for long-term management. Additionally, Lake County SWCD planted 2,500 trees and shrubs across 60 acres in the Two Harbors area over the past 3 years. Under protecting native species, you'll see 3 native flowers found for the first time after removal and wetland restoration in a prairie pothole region site restored by Minnesota Land Trust. Finally, under enhancing habitats, if you look closely, you may be able to make out trumpeter swans that are using Lehman's Lake after hybrid cattail was removed and the wetland ceded by Three Rivers Park District. On the right, you'll see a rock arch rapids installation which removed the last barrier to fish passage in the Roseau River on the US side. Our partners at Roseau Watershed District said they hope that once the last obstruction on the Canadian River is removed, that sturgeon may be able to be reintroduced to the Roseau River.
Again, thank you, Mr. Chair and council members, for inviting us to speak on behalf of the CPL program today and on behalf of the small conservation organizations that you have continually supported through the CPL program over these past 10 years. I will gladly take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Questions? Ed?
Mr. Chairman, David, the legislature made a rather significant change in eligibility. And I'm assuming you wrote your application prior to that?
That is correct.
Any advice for us on that?
That is a very good question. I have been thinking a lot about this over the past several months, I guess. My biggest thing is that I don't want every other year to be a metro and then a statewide and then a metro and then a statewide. I think for the stability of the program and for the long-term benefit of the program, I think going back to the model of doing statewide and metro simultaneously every year is really the way to go. I know next year we'll be looking at a big backlog of statewide grants, so I don't want that to be a continuing theme over the next several years. So any way that we can continue to go back to business as usual with the program, I think it will benefit us very highly.
And Ted, I would say one of the true dilemmas of what happened in the legislature is that because most of the work that's done by CPL is restoration, it gets done over multiple years. So I thought, gee, just next year we won't do any metro, just do outstate. The problem is that then you're cutting out restoration programs in the metro area. It's really a bad situation.
I guess my question, and asked a little bit less facetiously, is should we seriously be considering reducing the allocation because so much of the state is not eligible for funding at this time?
But they're only not eligible for this year.
For 1 year. So.
I guess, Ted, I
consider the chairman's answer.
Yeah.
I think we leave it alone. I think you start seesawing and then you got more problems. The
We
only,
just hope they don't do it
Yeah.
again.
the one observation I had was one of the projects we listened to this morning. I mean, it was kind of a 7-county metro geared project. It's almost like, can we just move that over into a CPL grant and call it 9 different programs? Because what are the odds of the metro area? Again, nothing against doing projects there, but what are the odds of them being able to use the 15 million?
Just in the metro area, I would say the odds are very low.
So for the benefit of our funding and helping try to balance this, do you attempt to tell those people that were here earlier today, say, apply through the CPL program as 8 projects rather than a project in front of us, then we attempt to help our problem, I guess. I don't know if I can say fix it, but do we attempt to help our problem by trying to push it that direction? I don't know, but I think you can't seesaw it. I think you just got to stay the course and do what we got to do. And if they use the funds, great. If they don't, I guess eventually it comes back, right? And then we move from there. But
in here, I thought the CPL discussion would be a short discussion at this meeting. Is there any merit? First of all, I think those of us around the table don't love what happened here, and appreciate your candor about the flip-flopping back and forth.
Yep.
Is there any value knowing that once this goes out of our hands and goes through the legislative process, it could go any number of different ways? Is there any value in us recommending a percentage of the CPL dollars going to metro versus rural and saying, look, we want us of the pot that X% should go to metro programs and maybe at least get that issue out on the table? I'm curious what your opinion is of that.
Yeah, that's a very good question. In the past, previously to this year, we've specifically called out subsets between metro and statewide. Those have varied in dollar amounts. I know they have been fairly even, but I know traditional or statewide has always been larger than the metro. I think in fiscal year 26, we had 3.5 million specifically called out to statewide versus 3 million called out to the metro. So that's been in place in previous recommendations to the legislature. So if we do end up doing something similar to that, I think that would help. But a percentage is something that we just haven't done before, but I would be open to that idea.
So can I ask for you to get us the last 5 years of what percentage to which program so that we can have a discussion when we get to allocation that is based on not what we're going to remember because you tell us,
Yep.
but what is down in writing. I think that would be helpful for the discussion we're ultimately going to have.
Yep.
Great idea.
Yeah, I would be happy to get that.
Yep, Ron.
2 questions. Did the legislature ever ask you your opinion of what they were thinking of doing?
No, they did not.
My second question is, once word got out that local conservation, sportsmen's clubs, et cetera, were shut out, Pheasants Forever, Ducks Unlimited, on and on and on were shut out, did you hear from those people?
I will
Were
turn
they
that
happy?
I will turn that over to Amy, but yes, we did hear.
Thank you for the question. I primarily conduct our site visits that are outstate because I just have more flexibility to do that with my schedule. And I've gotten a mix of reactions. It's been surprise, anger, asking, is this targeted just to rural populations? Why? I gave a presentation in Ely and got very negative responses. So just a mix of responses, and some of our metro partners are upset about it too, because all of it's in the metro right now and not being spread across the state that has just as important needs as the metro.
Just to follow up, Mr. Chair, at Game Fair a few weeks ago, I stopped at the Minnesota Deer Hunters Association booth and I said, what do you think of this CPL change? And did you say anything about it? They go, we probably should have been more outspoken about it. And I said, what were you waiting for? And they got my point. And since then, of course, it's too late now. Since then, they've been raising holy hell about what happened. So I think there's some legislators in Minnesota that have also felt the bite as well for what they did. Anyway, it's the end of my sermon.
I think we'll let you go on.
Okay, great. Thank you, guys.
Good job. Good job, though.
Next, O2 restoration evaluations. Go ahead.
Good afternoon. Chair Hartwell, council members, Wade Johnson with Minnesota Department of Natural Resources, also working on behalf of the Board of Water and Soil Resources on the Legacy Fund Restoration Evaluation. As my coworker Kyla Tripp and I were in less than a month ago to talk to you and give you an overview of our program, I'll keep it fairly short this morning. Just to remind you where we're coming from, this is in statute 978.056 subdivision 10, directing DNR and Bowser to seat a panel of technical experts to review legacy funded restoration projects, which again, we cover Parks and Trails Fund, Clean Water, and Outdoor Heritage Fund. The charge there is to review projects based on their stated goals, the application of current science, and whether we're seeing any problems with implementation. And then finally, to make recommendations for improving future restorations. And as we noted on July 29th, we have set about doing that on over 325 project sites, 160 of those being outdoor heritage funds since 2012. And we've seen that projects are generally meeting their goals and applying current science, and there are a number of areas where we could be doing better. And that frames up the recommendations coming from our program. So as a program, as we focus on furthering these recommendations and improving work, we're engaging at the project level in evaluating individual projects, and at the programmatic level in generating expert recommendations, and then at the community level in communicating information to practitioners and stakeholders across the states that are engaged in doing this work. And about the lessons learned in improving future restorations and enhancements in the state. Evaluating those individual projects, our process exerts the influence of oversight and provides an opportunity for direct one-on-one engagement between project managers and outside technical experts discussing outcomes in the field, which in most cases is not happening directly or formally outside of this context. These interactions really yield a constructive outcome. For example, the evaluations have identified undocumented invasive plants creeping into sites, discussions around recommending effective herbicides for specific situations, in kind of improved management practices for invasive species such as buckthorn and garlic mustard. And that's kind of what I see in the direct engagement between our assessors and project managers when we're out in the field having those discussions. And then, as I mentioned, also our program and our process generates these expert recommendations coming from our panel group to improve future restoration practices across the board in a number of specific areas. Those project assessors that we're working with really bring a wealth of expertise and experience into the evaluation process, identifying where those opportunities for improvement are. And our panel are unpaid experts bringing their extensive expertise from university and research contexts and other applied areas of practice across state and federal local agencies. That knowledge and expertise, this community of experts has really provided thousands of hours of analysis and discussion over the life of this program to shape the recommendations coming out of our program. And leveraging this expertise through the evaluation program has accelerated that kind of always messy learning process of learning from implemented restoration processes, projects in the field. And finally, we really take an emphasis on the community level of taking the panel's recommendations that form the basis of our evaluation program's communication and outreach. And our communications are targeted to primarily restoration practitioners and have focused on several topics over the years, including seed selection, effective project teams, stream restoration practices, buckthorn management, and a number of other things. We've continued our collaboration with the University of Minnesota Extension on another 4-part webinar series coming up this fall focused on wetland restoration. And it builds on 12 webinars we've previously done working with the Extension on topics focused specifically from our panel's recommendations for making improvements. And so one thing that we're really cognizant of is trying to work across all of the organizations we work with, including the funding councils like yourself and up to the legislature and the agencies and all of the parties involved to communicate about what we're doing, but also be sure that we're translating what we're finding well enough so that it has some, meaningful substance for funders and organizations involved. So we recognize that importance of working side by side with the agencies and the council to ensure best outcomes. And we really welcome the opportunity to continue to engage the council as we have been recently in continuing to develop action plans for supporting and maximizing our program's value to the council's work. And to that end, as Director Smitten may have mentioned to you today, I welcome you all to come out this coming Monday to Meesville Ravine in Dakota County to a site visit that we're conducting there. So that's an opportunity to actually see that phase of our evaluation process in the field, discussing practices on the ground with the project manager and what we're seeing in the moment on the ground as it relates to those practices and how they've been applied. So I welcome you all to come out to that. I think that will be an insightful piece. Our current ML 27 request for $206,000 allows us to continue our suite of program activities by funding 2 program staff, state and contract assessors, and completing up to 20 OHF project evaluations each year. Again, to fulfill our unique role as the sole mandated program providing on-the-ground evaluations of legacy-funded restorations and providing that feedback to the community of restoration practitioners. So thank you for the opportunity to come in today and happy to stand for any questions.
Questions? I would just reiterate the good news is there are no bad actors that we're seeing consistently underperforming.
Right.
There are circumstances that happen, but there are not people who are not taking it as seriously as we would hope. So we appreciate knowing that. And with that, we'll take a break. We'll come back at 10 after 3.
Thank you.
Thank you. We did gain some time.
Well, but
Yes, senators.
I know, man. What'd you say?
I said, we're gonna get going again.
Whether you keep a task list and taskmaster going, I agree.
That autocratic chair. Man,
Does everything by executive order.
I'm really good at it. No. Next is contract management. And I know you want to take at least half an hour to tell us about it, but you don't need to.
If we're behind after this, we have a problem.
We can keep it a little shorter if you'd like.
A little shorter would be good. Thank you.
Okay. Chair Hartwell, members, for the record, I am Catherine Sherman-Hohen, the Agency Grants Manager for the Department of Natural Resources.
Good afternoon, Chair Hartwell and members. My name is Andrea Sternberg, and I'm actually the new pass-through grants manager here at the DNR.
So for about the past 10 years, you have seen me give presentations from time to time up here. I am delighted to be able to pass this presentation off to Andrea, and I will be here just for questions.
for any help, which I appreciate. So I think, as you all know, the pass-through grants unit oversees contract management for both ENRTF and Outdoor Heritage Fund grants. This proposal that you see before you is for ongoing contract management of Outdoor Heritage Fund programs and projects. Outdoor Heritage Fund projects are unusual compared to the typical DNR grant. Administrative responsibilities are split, with programmatic control residing with LSOHC and fiscal controls with us. Because many project issues come up that cover both programmatic and fiscal areas, we work very closely together to coordinate on many various topics. On the grant management side, OHF projects are considered legislatively named grants. Department Administration policies require us to manage them at the same level of due diligence as any other grants. We oversee management of grant agreements, reimburse partners for work done, and monitor their work for fiscal compliance. I also wanted to mention we had a little bit of a discussion earlier about competitive bidding. So we don't get into the technical details of a competitive bid, but we do ask partners if they are doing competitive bidding at the appropriate monetary or fiscal thresholds. So we do check and monitor on that. We work with grantees for the entire life cycle of the grant and provide them with a consistent point of contact for their questions. This past year, we managed over 309 active OHF grants, which is around a 25% increase since 2022. The last 3 years, I think you've got a picture, a sheet in our proposal, have seen us leveling off in the number of active OHF grants. Our biggest activity is evaluating payment requests for the work done. As of May 2026, we made around 747, very easy number to remember because of the airplane, payments to partners in FY25. For each, we make sure all expenses were allowable, contracted appropriately, and relevant to the project. Especially for Outdoor Heritage Fund, land acquisitions are a significant piece of the puzzle. We processed 77 as of May 2026 this year. They are a major part of partner spending and one of the most complex activities from the fiscal point of view. So we have specific guidance, attachment E is what we call it, which lays out how partners make sure their appraisals represent fair market value, what kinds of quality reviews they do to make sure that the land will be compatible with OHF uses, and statute necessary to make sure that the land will be compatible with OHF uses and statute. Since none of the grants teams are actually general appraisers, we work with the DNR Lands and Minerals Unit when we need help and maintain our own land acquisition team lead to help partners through the process. Last year, I think you're familiar that the Office of the Legislative Auditor completed an audit of the Outdoor Heritage Fund with a focus on pass-through grants. As you may know, while the report affirmed that our work was largely solid, it had several recommendations which the DNR agreed to respond to. We have now completed our resolution of all recommended findings, except revisions to our webinar for grantees, which will be final in October when we hold that webinar. We always appreciate the OLA's review and focus on program integrity. While we did have some legislative changes this year to state grant policy administration, they're fairly low impact to the pass-through grants work for Lessard-Sams. That's the end of my presentation, and we'll both stand for questions.
Questions? My question is, your request is up 22% this year. Why is it increased that amount?
Absolutely. The largest portion of the increase is to fund another position or portion of another position that is designed to streamline a lot of the caseload management, contract management, monitoring, and pre-award financial reviews. We've experienced, just due to sheer volume, a fair amount of slowdown in some of these points where there's a lot of back and forth. And so we're funding a position that will handle a lot of streamlining those consistent processes so that we're able to concentrate on reimbursements. That is the largest portion of the increase. The rest of the increase is basically the usual increase accounting for inflation and adjustments to salary.
So if we were to ask at the end of fiscal year 27, our grantees, how did it go this year versus last year? They'd tell us things went faster.
Well,
You're
once
measuring
the
that and you'll be able
position
to
is
report on it?
hired, we absolutely are measuring that. I think there are a lot of factors, but yes, hiring this position should help. We're in the process of hiring them right now.
Okay. Other questions? John, have I missed any of your questions? Because I haven't seen your hand. Okay, please let me know if I screw up and don't see you. Good enough, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is 03, core functions.
David, I'm assuming we don't really put dollar amounts to any of, well, I guess the CPL we can talk about as a wrap.
So
The other ones are auto.
Yeah.
We'll get into this in a little bit, but the 01, 2, 3, and 4 we've budgeted to fund what the request is. The one there that we may want to discuss is 02, which is restoration evaluations. As you heard, it is mandated, but it's mandated at 0.1% of the amount that essentially the Office of Management and Budget says we'll have available, which is 180,000, which is 180 million. So we would have to spend 180,000. They've asked for 206.
180 million.
No, restoration evaluations.
0.01%.
0.01% of the 180 million would be 180,000. They've asked for 206. It's in here at 206. We could have a discussion about that. But everything else is just, we've put into your calculation what we've already agreed and is necessary to run the program.
Excluding the CPL.
CPL is up to us. We can do nothing or 20 million. Yeah, I mean, we have, and that's something that each one of us will score, we'll come up with an average and then talk about. Did I lose you anywhere?
No.
Okay, just checking.
Thank you.
Go ahead.
Pondering.
Good afternoon, Chair and members. My name is Jennifer Olson. I'm the Initial Development Plan Coordinator for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. I'm here with Rick Walsh, the Land Acquisition Consultant for the Division of Fish and Wildlife. Today, we're here presenting an administrative proposal focusing on core functions and partner-led acquisitions. The proposal addresses efficiencies between partner organizations and the DNR concerning land acquisition costs and specific initial development plan activities. Please refer to the illustrative document that was provided as part of the proposal for an overview. It's two-sided. The DNR currently partners with multiple organizations to strategically acquire land from willing sellers. Some parcels acquired by our partners will become part of a wildlife management area, an aquatic management area, a scientific and natural area, or state forest. With every acquisition that is conveyed to the DNR, what we are calling core functions make sure the parcel or easement meets OHF and DNR requirements. There are two main components to the proposal. One covers the DNR initial development plan costs and activities. That's the part I'll cover. The other part Rick will cover on the DNR land acquisition costs. An initial development plan is required for all land acquisitions being conveyed to the DNR, regardless of whether they are being acquired by DNR or one of our partners, and regardless of the funding sources. The IDP is intended to identify the needs and funding to develop a parcel to the minimum standards for public access and cultural resource protection. The IDP needs are discussed on a parcel-by-parcel basis between the partner and local area manager with regional approval required. Only limited IDP activities such as cultural resource reviews, boundary posts, signs, fencing, access from a public road or easement, and parking lots are covered under IDP activities. This proposal does not include funding for site cleanup or habitat restoration. Soil disturbing activities may need to comply with the Minnesota Field Archaeology Act and Minnesota Historic Sites Act. The Fish and Wildlife Division has a contract with the Minnesota Historical Society, and they conduct the cultural resource reviews for us. So archaeologists will go out on site if needed on soil disturbing activities. We have an IDP formula that's provided to partners that they incorporate into their proposals. The IDP formula was new in 2025. And that formula is for every 120 acre goal associated with fee title acquisition with PILT, they budget $21,000. And that DNR IDP budget line that you see in partner budgets gets swept out of the partner proposals and into the DNR core functions proposal late in the calendar year. Now I'll pass it over to Rick.
Sure. I'll talk a little bit about the land acquisition cost side of the core functions funding. There's also a formula that informs that, and we communicate with partners every year the dollar amount that they should budget for in their proposal. And it's the input is the funding request for fee acquisition with PILT. So if they're buying a piece of land that's going to come to the state, right now the formula is for every $500,000 that they're proposing, they contribute $15,000 to this core functions budget. then it gets a little more confusing or convoluted that sometimes partners will buy land with outdoor heritage funding that doesn't come to the state. It goes to private conservation or it's a conservation easement. But if the value of that is over $1 million, then the state DNR still has to do the appraisal review. So in order to cover those costs, there's a little bit of a wonky formula that relies on some speculation, not speculation on the part of the partner, but an estimate of their funding request for protection not coming to the state, how many of those might be worth over $1 million. For every one of those, they give us 7,500. But so that is all swept into the core functions budget, and the tasks that it supports are all of DNR's required due diligence that we need to do to acquire and accept state land. You know, appraisal reviews, survey reviews, attorney time to review any types of drainage agreements or access easements, any kind of easements, any pertinent, things that apply to that piece of land. Property taxes, will pay property taxes sometimes, not until PILT kicks in. There's a 6-month window where if the state acquires a piece of land, during that 6-month window, there's a 1-year time that we have to pay property taxes. So property taxes, deed taxes, recording fees, anything that's associated with a land, real estate transaction. I'll hand it back to Jennifer.
All right, so the first year of the DNR core functions proposal was in LSOHC 23. And so we're in year 3 of that appropriation, and we have spent 75% of those funds. So we are on track for meeting the goals in LSOHC 23. When we proposed the LSOHC 23 core functions proposal, I was tracking over 50 partner-led accounts where money had been released to the DNR for land acquisition costs and or IDP costs. Currently, I'm tracking 20 partner-led accounts. So it's gone from 50 to 20. That's fantastic from just a management standpoint to see that efficiency come down, those numbers come down. So if funded, this administrative proposal would streamline DNR land acquisition and DNR IDP accounting and allow partners to close their fee title acquisition grants earlier. We thank you and the partners for previous support of the core functions proposal, and we will answer any questions you have.
So my only question is, you've got these amounts you're asking the partners to budget for that you end up getting. How do you close out and know that that's the right number? Someone gives you $21,000. Did you spend the $21,000?
So I track all the expenses to the parcel level. Ultimately, I would go back to a spreadsheet and tell you whether we met that goal or not. It is, all the expenses are tracked at the parcel level, so.
And are the numbers working out is the question I'm trying to ask.
I think for IDP, because we're in year 3 for LSOHC 23, they still have 1 more year of acquisition. IDP is still ramping up because that's the second phase of the acquisition part. So I won't be able to answer that 100% until a little more time passes.
I guess, Chair and members, I have a little additional, insight similar to what Jennifer said, that if you look at LSOHC 23, the part of the budget that I most am familiar with, the land acquisition cost side, it is on track to be fully spent. It probably is going to prove to have been slightly inadequate to cover all costs during that 4-year acquisition activity window. When we do run out, the state DNR is going to have to pay those costs with other funding. But by revising that formula the way we have, every other year, I think it's going to provide an adequate level of funding to cover those costs. I don't think it's going to be there's not going to be lots left over, which nobody wants that. We don't want to turn back hundreds of thousands, but we don't want to be hundreds of thousands of short either. I don't think we will be.
And just so everyone remembers, all the projects are budgeting IDP in their proposals to us. At the last minute, we take the money out of their budget and put it into this budget so that they can close out their projects quicker. So we're not actually voting on IDP per se. It's coming back through at the tail end and being included in our recommendation to the legislature.
I guess the only.
But it's an offset.
The only question you would have then is how efficient, how effective is our.
Which is why I asked the first question.
Yeah.
They're not overdoing it and underdoing it by much at this point, or they'd be squawking.
So if there's a net positive or negative, we absorb that.
If they don't spend the money, they probably have to return it. If they overspend, they go to the DNR, who then says, you need to give us more.
So if I heard you correctly, if you get $21,000 for a parcel and you track all your expenses back to the spreadsheet, if the total expenses are less than 21,000, that's added back to the project people, or is that kept in house?
Yeah, so the formula is meant to be an average.
Well, that's what I was, if you
Yeah.
added back the ones where you're long, but you have to eat the ones that you're short.
Yes.
Yes, yeah.
We're never gonna catch
They're
up.
not gonna ask each individual project to give or get money. They're looking at it on the average and adjusting their formula every year so that they will come out, so that they don't have to ask the DNR to supplement their budget or don't have a huge amount left over, which they then have to admit to us.
Because I'm guessing there's no cost accounting system that says I'm charging this project my hour a day or my half an hour a day. When you get done, the cost of management is the cost of managing, correct?
Correct. Yep. Yeah, Chair and members, that kind of data is what goes into to make the formula, that we have parcel by parcel information, that how much did it cost to develop that, those dozen parcels or those 4 dozen parcels, whatever we use to develop the formula.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we will go to what used to be HRE 07 and became 04 because of our action at the last meeting to budget roading crews as I can't remember what we called it, but it's part of our base program or other.
So is it now 04 or is it now HRE 07?
It's now 04.
Okay.
Okay. It was HRE 07.
There's always more paper.
Go ahead.
Okay, Chair, members and staff, my name is Greg Hook, Prairie Habitat Supervisor with Minnesota DNR. Thank you for the opportunity to present 04, the DNR's roving crew proposal. First, we want to thank you for transferring us to the other category. We are honored and not likely, and do not take this responsibility lightly. On a personal note, I'll say I've been added to the other category many times in my life. This is the first time it's been a positive for me. We are requesting, according as on our handout, roughly $13 million to support 34 staff across 5 crews. We hope to accomplish about 54,000 acres of habitat enhancement over 2 years. On the back of the handout is some information we have from our recently completed ML23 appropriation, and I'm currently working on the final report. To summarize, the crews have enhanced and restored over 52,000 acres on 540 projects. That's roughly a little over 81 square miles of habitat work, or 2.3 townships. It would be a strip of habitat 0.55 miles wide, going from St. Paul to Duluth. Also, at the bottom of that chart, we provided a Gantt chart, or at the bottom of the second page, a Gantt chart showing how we plan to continue to come back and ask for funding for this crew, at least for the next couple of cycles to get us through the next 4 or 5 years, just so that you know how we are thinking about our funding cycle. Now, to talk about some of the specifics of the roving crew projects, I would like to introduce Louise.
I'm Louise. I am the roving crew supervisor from the Montevideo office. We cover southwestern Minnesota. Today I want to tell you a little bit about a project at Willow Creek WMA. It's in Martin County. The WMA as a whole is 70 acres. It consists of low-lying reed canary grass, trees, upland knobs, and native remnant prairie habitat ecosystems. So pretty cool site. I met the manager out there shortly after I took the supervisor job in 2022. And he brought me to the site and he wanted to know what we could do with it. There was a 7-acre knob kind of in the middle of this WMA, and it was native remnant habitat, right? So as soon as I hear that, my ears kind of perk up because it's cool habitat. We don't see a whole lot of that. A lot of that's gone now. And so we went onto the site and we went onto the knob, and it was just like a wall of buckthorn, just like a big black wall of buckthorn. Kind of reminded me of that mean forest in The Wizard of Oz where they're throwing apples at her and stuff like that. So he asked me, he says, I know it's remnant forest underneath this buckthorn. And, you're kind of looking below, I'm short enough to see below and just down through the trees myself. And you could just see it was all black dirt because everything was shaded out. But as you walked around the outside of this knob, there was a lot of remnant species and warm season grasses coming up. So you knew it was there, and you were just hoping underneath this buckthorn that there was a seed bank that was going to just express itself as soon as we remove these trees. So we agreed that we would take the project on. I got a hold of a forestry mulcher, and I sent a couple crew members down. And usually it doesn't take too long to clear 7 acres, but this was so thick, it took probably 3 times as long as it normally would. And so the guys went down changing out days, and they mowed through the whole 7 acres, and we were left with a big thick mat of mulch. And so our prairie species aren't going to express themselves through a thick layer of mulch. So in talking with the area manager and seeing some other experience with burning mulch, we decided that we were going to let this little knob rest for a couple of years and let all that mulch kind of start to dry and prep itself to be burnt. So I wrote a burn plan, focusing on the objectives of burning this mulch to stimulate this little knob. So we waited 2 years to give it a good dry out, and we picked a day, the lowest RH that we could have on our burn plan and the highest temperatures. And we decided we were going to burn it that day. Now, to get to that knob, we have to burn the whole 70 acres. So we did good habitat work and enhancement work on the entire 70 acres. We just didn't focus on that 7-acre knob. And I remember walking into the knob. I had to walk across a beaver dam on a creek to get to it. And I had one of my other firefighters with me, and we were going back and forth and covering it really, really well and with fuel. And it just, I looked over at Alex. I said, I don't know what's going to happen with this, So we came out this knob, and as we were lighting the grass behind us, you could just see the heat. I mean, it wasn't even like smoke coming up. It was just like billows of heat. And I kind of looked at him jokingly, and I said, I think we're cooking it. And it was good because you need that heat to burn that mulch, because there's not a lot of oxygen underneath the mulch in the ground. So we got out of the unit and we closed the box. And I remember thinking to myself, it was kind of like having a birthday present sit on the table all day long, and you had to wait for your dad to get home and eat supper before you could have your birthday present. And it was May, so there was a lot of smoke. You couldn't go in, and we just sat there and wait for the smoke to clear. And Chad and I, the manager, finally went in, and it was a moonscape. I mean, there was like, everything was gray and black. There wasn't a lick of mulch. There wasn't a buckthorn stem anywhere. It was cleared out. And I looked at Chad and I said, well, you know, I hope we didn't get things too hot. I hope we didn't sterilize the soil or do anything. And so we left, and Chad called me back in August and September, and he said the entire knob had expressed itself. It was covered in warm season native grasses. There was common forbs. So you could tell that it worked. You know, it was something that we took from start to a full phase to start a second phase. And so he noticed that there was some smaller buckthorn resprouts and some stuff coming up from seedlings. And so he had the Telcott office do some mowing down there. And I talked to him, and now it's on this next round, spring. It'll either be spring or fall. There's enough litter, duff layer building up that we're going to be able to get another burn in there. And now now it'll change the objectives of managing that unit from going to a buckthorn removal to now a native remnant stimulation project. And, you know, obviously we'll have to continue on a rotation, burning that unit, but it'll help keep that buckthorn down and those prairie grasses and that remnant coming back. So super cool project. I mean, and you know, you benefit the whole 70 acres at the same time. So.
With that, we'll take any questions.
Any questions? Just to remind everyone, this is a proposal we see every other year. So next year we don't see it.
You have to use a forestry mulcher and got to burn. What's not to like?
Right?
So from a funding perspective, we fund it 1 year, but we don't fund it the next, or is this cut in half in effect?
No, we fund it 1 year and don't fund it the next. We're essentially doing 2-year funding. That gives them the buffer. So if it didn't come through 1 year because the bill didn't get passed or something, they're still in business.
So I guess I do have a follow-up question on the mechanics of that project that you just mentioned. Can you say again where it was? What land was it on?
It was on WMA land.
So it's on a WMA land. The DNR roving crew is doing that work.
Correct.
Is any of the restoration / enhancement being funded out of another one of the things that we're funding here? It's just strictly sweat equity going into that because it's multiple years that you've been working on that, right?
Yeah, it's all roving crew, and then area office staff. So like the Telcott Lake, they're the ones that have been going back and doing some of the buckthorn mowing, the resprouts that have been coming up, but they're all funded by regular DNR funds. There was no seed used to do any of the seeding, so there's no cross contamination with any other grants or funds that way. So.
Thank you.
I do have a follow-up question. So how do you pick your sites throughout the state? What's the prioritization methodology you use to send crews?
Yeah, I'll take the first run, the general run, and hand it off for the more detailed. So the roving crews, they're great, but they can't do everything. So kind of one of the first questions we ask is this a roving crew project or is this a contractor project? And that can be, you know, it's 3 hours, or it's, you know, a full day's drive for the nearest roving crew. So lots of travel, overnight, food. It's just really expensive for the roving crew to do it. Or the roving crew has a lot of really cool pieces of equipment, but they don't have that one particular piece of equipment that they need. So I think overall, in general, we've gotten pretty good over the years of this is a roving crew project. This is probably better for a contractor project. And then once you guys get it, what are some of the?
Yeah, so a lot of times I'll go out to site and I will essentially do kind of like what a contractor would do. You know, I would say this isn't something that we're able to do, or this is going to take too much of our time and take us away from other projects. So it's probably a good idea to contract it out. A lot of times when it comes to prioritizing, it comes down to need, you know, is it a remnant prairie? Has it been grazed, and is it going to make it a little bit easier for the guys to get around? Does it need some kind of specialized equipment that I might have to get, like a forestry mulcher, something along those lines? When it comes down to burning, where a lot of times we're looking at what's the management objectives on the habitat? Does it need, once again, specialized equipment? Has there been something else done that's going to make the burn safer or easier? So there's a whole lot of factors that kind of go into how we spread the love, I guess, I think you'd say. But sometimes it does come down to ease of moving around, ease of cutting trees, that kind of stuff. And there might be something else that's going to be a follow-up project. A lot of times that we'll like to go out, if we burn a unit and I know that there's going to be a tree removal project, that tree removal project will bump up the list because now it's been burned and it's easier to get around. We can find things. Piling trees or mulching trees makes things a lot easier when it's been burned.
Thank you.
Great, thank you so much. Next is WA01, Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program.
Give me feel inadequate. Not beyond my crush list of boys. Just have a chainsaw.
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair and Council. Again, I'm Mary Jo Hill with Pheasants Forever, Minnesota Public Land Specialist. And again, with me here is Jake Granforce, our Pheasants Forever, Minnesota Public Lands Manager. We're glad to be here this afternoon to present our proposal for Accelerating the Waterfowl Production Area Program, Phase 19. This proposal is for a program that is a continued partnership between Pheasants Forever and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to add permanently protected wetland and grassland habitat as waterfowl production areas, or WPAs. The long-term program goal has been to slow the decline of wetland and prairie habitat by acquiring and restoring as needed habitat that is then open to the public as a waterfowl production area. This program has worked in the prairie landscape in the LSOHC regions of the prairie, forest prairie transition, and metro regions. At the time of the proposal in May, the program had acquired 153 parcels that had added 18,917 acres to the WPA system in Minnesota. Since then, we have closed on one additional parcel, which Travis with TNC talked about today at our partnership with them. That was 302 acres in Clay County this summer. This program has also had been able to bring a lot of non-state leverage dollars to date, over 42 million. To reiterate our strategy from the past appropriations that would continue into this proposal, it's very similar to our WMA proposal that we've talked about this morning, but we do target parcels that are adjacent to existing WPAs or in very close proximity, prioritizing adding on to existed protected habitat areas. To do this, we work closely with our U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service counterparts in the local area to ensure that these parcels that we're adding will be good acres to add to the WPA system that will work towards their priorities of increasing waterfowl populations, as well as benefiting other prairie and wetland species. As many of our acquisitions in this program are located in parts of the state where prairie and wetlands have been altered in some way, we do also work with the local staff to meet the restoration needs of those parcels before they're conveyed to the Fish and Wildlife Service. In our proposal, we did include an illustration on one of the project areas that we've been working on in Murray County, 5 Mile Corner WPA. We have been able to utilize 2 appropriations from this council, one in the appropriation in 2015 and another appropriation in 2022 to add 428 acres to 5 Mile Corner WPA, which essentially connected 2 existing WPAs to result in 824 acres of connected public land habitat. Additionally, not on the map, but there is another 55-acre easement that adjoins that parcel as well, expanding that prairie and wetland habitat complex. Just one of the many benefits of acquiring adjacent parcels is that often the opportunity is presented to do some restoration work that wouldn't have been possible prior to the acquisition. And in this case, our most recent acquisition If on your handout, you can see there's 2 photos, a before and after photo of a 28-acre wetland that was able to be restored. Prior to the acquisition that we last did, the Fish and Wildlife Service had been able to partially restore it on their property. But then once we made that acquisition, we were able to restore the rest of it. And so the photos that you see on the proposal is before, where it's cropland, and then after you can see the wetland restoration. Our proposal overall this year is to acquire an additional 1,440 acres to add to the WPA system in Minnesota and to continue our partnership with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service to do so. And I'm going to turn it over to Jake now to go over our current appropriations.
Good afternoon again, Chair and council members. Jake Granforge, our Public Lands Manager. Again, looking at our budgets for our current appropriations, open appropriations, the fee title budget, we have spent 56% of what's available. And actually on the graph, it shows 9% for a little over $2 million. That project actually closed yesterday morning, so this is outdated, but so that $2 million is now part of that spent. Just kind of a cool change since this was done up, but that was up in Otter Tail County. And then the large remaining $7.8 million, 35% is all again planned projects. These are projects that are in the works from appraisal to nearly closing. We just don't have a purchase agreement signed to legally obligate it. And it is a larger number than, our WMA program this morning, but last year our ML 26 was nearly $4 million. So that's half of that unobligated planned is brand new FY or ML 26 funding. But at the same time, all of it is planned. We've already got projects assigned to it. And then if you look at the unobligated weighting, it's actually a negative number. If everything was to close currently today, we'd have to come up with $100,000 essentially to close all of our projects.
Thank you for the leverage.
Yeah, right. Yeah. And then, so that's the fee title portion. On the restoration side, that is again similar to what we heard this morning on the WMA side. We got smaller chunks that's spent, about a quarter spent, 7% legally obligated with contracts executed. But another quarter of plan, those are properties that we've already purchased and are worked with the area manager to decide what restoration needs, budget estimate, they just have not been contracted out. The 43%, the 1.8 million for waiting restoration funds, that's relative to the $7.8 million we have planned to spend. That's the money that's going to be required to restore those properties. So while the balances are 43% waiting, it's not like there's not a plan to spend them. It's just sitting there waiting for myself to acquire the properties so our restoration team can restore them. So we're sitting in a pretty good place. And again, common theme, but we've got more properties coming in as WPAs or whatever, WMA, WPAs than we have funding for. So I guess with that, I'll open up for questions.
Questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll move on to WA02. Rim wetlands restoring the most productive habitat in Minnesota.
Afternoon, Chair and members of the Lessard-Sams Outdoor Heritage Council. My name is John Vaz. I'm an easement program coordinator with the Minnesota Board of Water and Soil Resources. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today in support of WA02, Rim Wetlands, Restoring the Most Productive Habitat in Minnesota. I am asking you to support the $7.5 million request for this statewide rim wetlands proposal. This proposal would protect and restore approximately 495 acres of previously drained wetlands and adjacent native grasslands through approximately 11 easements on private lands. Wetlands are among the world's most productive environments. They support an extraordinary diversity of life, including migratory and resident birds, amphibians, reptiles, fish, insects, and native plants. For many species, wetlands aren't simply a nice place to live, they are essential habitat. When wetlands are drained or degraded, we lose nesting areas, breeding habitat, food sources, and places where young wildlife can grow and survive. Restoring these wetlands gives us an opportunity to recover some of those lost functions. The inclusion of adjacent native grasslands makes these projects even more valuable. Wildlife doesn't recognize property boundaries. Wetlands and upland grasslands work together as habitat, and protecting both creates a more complete and functional landscape. I also want to address the question of public benefit. RIM easements are located on private lands, and they do not require those lands to be open to the public. But public access and public benefit are not the same thing. The public benefit comes from the permanent protection and restoration of wildlife habitat. RIM easements can provide an even greater public benefit when they expand, connect, or complement wildlife habitat near existing public lands. Protecting private habitat next to public conservation lands can strengthen the entire conservation landscape. That is particularly important in Minnesota because private landowners are such an important part of our conservation future. We cannot accomplish our wildlife and habitat goals by focusing only on public lands. Private landowners have to be part of the conservation solution. And that is where RIM has such an important role. Reinvest in Minnesota is a flagship easement program. It has established a proven framework for working with willing private landowners to permanently protect Minnesota's natural resources. This is not a new concept or an untested approach. RIM has demonstrated how public investment and private landowner commitment can come together to create permanent conservation benefits. There is also an important indication that the demand for this program is real. Past RIM wetland appropriations have been spent quickly. As of yesterday, we had a funding meeting and we had an open application period of 6 weeks and closed. And we received 18 applications for a total of $8.3 million request for a total of 921 acres. Our last appropriation as of July 1st, $2.98 million for easement payments. We obligated all but $520,000. That tells us there are willing landowners, viable projects, and a demonstrated need for continued investment. When appropriations are put to work quickly, it shows that the program has the ability to turn outdoor heritage dollars into actual habitat protection and restoration. We should take advantage of that momentum. The approximately 495 acres in this proposal represent habitat for wildlife today and for generations to come. They represent wetlands restored to functioning ecosystems. They represent native grasslands providing food and cover. They represent habitat for birds, amphibians, reptiles, fish, insects, and native plants. And where these easements are located near existing public lands, they can expand and strengthen the benefits of those public conservation investments. The Outdoor Heritage Fund gives Minnesota an opportunity to make investments that last. A permanent conservation easement can continue providing habitat benefits long after today's landowner, today's council, and today's legislature are gone. That is the kind of investment we should be making. Chair and members of the council, I respectfully ask you to support WAO2, Reinvest in Minnesota, Wetlands, and the $7.5 million request. Support the 495 acres of wetland and native grassland restoration. Support the willing private landowners who are choosing to permanently conserve their land. And support Minnesota's flagship easement program and a proven conservation approach. And support the broader public benefit that comes from creating, restoring, and connecting wildlife habitat across Minnesota. We have an opportunity to leave Minnesota's next generation with more functioning wetlands, more wildlife habitat, and a stronger outdoor heritage than we have today. Thank you for your time, your service, and your consideration. I welcome the opportunity for questions.
Yeah.
John, help educate me a little bit. There are already some rules in place with regard to your ability for a landowner to drain a wetland.
Yes.
How do we make sure that we're not putting an easement in place for something that they're not allowed to do in the first place?
Yeah, Chair and Council, many of our wetlands in Minnesota are drained many years ago. Before the Wetland Conservation Act, the State of Minnesota Wetland Conservation Act, and other wetland protections. A lot of drainage occurred in the mid-70s before the Farm Bill actually came into place. So
this is more for past wetlands that have been drained in the past, as opposed to preventing future wetlands from being drained.
Correct, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
So I'm curious, you've got 3 ecological sections that you're doing work in, and the price per acre goes in the metro area, which is the lowest at 6,000, up to Forest Prairie at 21,000 and Prairie at 15,000. Can you explain the difference in cost?
Chair and council members, land varies in price and location. Our Southwest Minnesota easements are much more expensive. The closer you get to the metro, the more expensive they get, but there's always opportunities of certain landowners that have marginal cropland adjacent to the metro where we can get a bargain, and it all depends on the willing landowners.
Okay. Other questions? Good enough. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is WAO3 Shell Lake and Wetland Protection and Restoration Program. I just have to ask, why does everyone have to come up with these really long titles that I have to read off? You could just say wetland protection. We'd be happy. Sorry.
They'd all be the same.
It's late in the day.
It's getting tired.
Good afternoon, Chairman and members of the council. I'm John Schneider, Senior Manager of Conservation Programs for Ducks Unlimited in Minnesota. And I'd be happy to rename our program any way the chairman and the council would like us to. I just want to get that out of the way right off the bat.
Thank you so much.
I lead with me is Luke Anderson of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Luke is the Minnesota Realty Supervisor, so he handles all the realty transactions for the service from his office in Fergus Falls, Minnesota. I lead Ducks Unlimited's conservation program in Minnesota with a team of 22 trained wildlife biologists and professional engineering staff. We focus on restoring, enhancing, and protecting wetlands and associated prairie grasslands, primarily in the prairie pothole region of western, central, and southern Minnesota. This WAO3 proposal is phase 16 of our ongoing shallow lake and wetland protection program, whereby we purchase and restore lands with drained wetlands and converted prairie to restore wetlands and to buffer intact wetlands and shallow lakes. That's our focus. This is our only land acquisition proposal and program. And we fund land acquisitions for both the Minnesota DNR and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service from this single program. We made that decision years ago to just combine it into one program to administer, to simplify it for both DU administrative purposes and also the council staff. It just made more sense to have it in one program. And that's part of the reason why our request is a little more this year than in past years, because we have no other land protection program that we're proposing to the council. This program also complements our other ongoing programs that you'll hear about from us, including immediately following me. Logan Shoup will present our work to restore wetlands on U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service habitat easements. And tomorrow morning, John Lindstrom will present our public land restoration program as well. So those are the only three DU-led OHF programs and requests to the council, all of which are focused in the prairie pothole region of Minnesota. So why these three programs? Ducks Unlimited's mission is to conserve, restore, and protect and enhance wetlands. That's our mission. And other associated habitats, but primarily wetlands for waterfowl and people. We're again focused on small pothole wetlands in the prairie pothole region where, we've lost 90% of our prairie wetlands. In northern Minnesota, we still have 80% of our wetlands, for example. So we're not proposing to work up in the forest. We're proposing to work in the prairie pothole region. And we've also lost 99% of our prairie grasslands, as you've heard from other presenters today. So we're certainly worried about restoring grasslands around the wetlands we restore. Both are important for nesting duck species, but wetlands are the most important for all duck species. Some of you may recall hearing renewed concerns from duck hunters about the status and future of ducks in Minnesota at the Duck Summit a few months ago, or in the press related to the Duck Summit. But the bottom line is habitat is the limiting factor for waterfowl populations. If we want to stabilize or improve duck populations throughout North America, it's all about habitat. That's why we're focused on it. Primarily small ponds, the size of this room, half the size of this room, are critical for breeding ducks, but also larger brood rearing marshes and migration staging lakes and shallow lakes and marshes as well. Most existing state WMAs and federal waterfowl production areas are simply too small in size to function effectively, optimally to grow duck populations. So we're still in a state of restoring complexes and building upon the public land bases and private easement tracts that we have protected and restored to build out, if you will, viable, functioning habitat complexes that can grow duck populations. So DU's focused on restoring wetlands. Let's see. Questions about our goal and how many more proposals arise at times. Those were some of the comments, or one comment we heard. Essentially, again, because those complexes aren't big enough to function right now, we've still got lots of work to do. It's taken over a century to drain 90+% of our prairie pothole wetlands. It's going to take a long time to putting them back. And we're striving to do that strategically. We work effectively and fast to efficiently spend our funds quickly and move on. This proposal, we propose to protect 1,222 acres, including 306 acres of wetlands, 916 acres of prairie grass around them. Thus far, we've purchased 79 parcels since the Legacy Amendment was approved. 75 of those for the Minnesota DNR, coincidentally to their 75th anniversary. In total, we're at about 8,500 acres protected. We've got 2 more closings this fall that we'll be buying with laws of 2026 funding. We're spent out of our laws of 2025 funding, so What we have left to spend is on restoration of the 4 tracts of land we bought with laws of 25. With laws of 26, we just last week got our grant agreement. We've got a closing planned in September and another one in October. That'll spend about $2 million, and then we'll have another $2 to $3 million to spend in 2027. So we're here asking for more money because we're spending the money you've recommended for us in the past. Again, you've heard this from other presenters this year. For a variety of reasons, there's a lot of land on the market for sale. And we're strategically looking through those parcels, trying to pick the best of the best that add to complexes. We work closely with the DNR, U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, and our other partners. Just yesterday, DU and Pheasants Forever unfortunately had to come to terms with passing up a 210-acre parcel on a WMA in Douglas County near Alexandria that both DU and PF wished we had more funds to pursue at auction, unfortunately, but that's we're not going to be able to go for that one, even though it would have added to a really nice existing complex for the Minnesota DNR. So in summary, that's what we're about. We're focused on wetlands, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I would entertain any questions.
Questions? Ron?
John, Ducks Unlimited has been at this habitat plan for a long time. Before the Legacy Amendment came on, what kind of money were you spending in Minnesota to acquire or protect wetlands or create them?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, so the Legacy Amendment was passed in 2008, and prior to that time, we didn't buy land directly in Minnesota. We didn't have the financial wherewithal. Land is really expensive. We periodically made, back in the day, you may recall, our marsh matching aid to restore states habitat donation to the Minnesota DNR back in the 80s and the 90s. They would match that 1-to-1 with RIM funding, Reinvest in Minnesota, another variation of the RIM program, Reinvest in Minnesota money. The DNR, through a fellow named Kim Hennings, you may remember Kim, would do their land acquisition, and we would help them buy some parcels. But that was the extent of our land acquisition efforts prior to the Legacy Amendment, because land is just really expensive.
Have you ever looked at the acreage you acquired prior to the Legacy Amendment and how much you acquired since the Legacy Amendment? I think it'd be an interesting figure to see.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, yeah, again, we did not, to my knowledge, buy a piece of land in Minnesota prior to the Legacy Amendment.
Zero.
Yeah,
that chart.
It's an easy chart to draw. Yeah.
Matt?
I wonder if you could help me understand the WPA, WMA dynamic. Obviously I know federal versus state land. I also know normally how WPAs were funded. According to this, we're potentially taking state dollars and applying them to buy a piece of land that will be a piece of federal land. What are the mechanics of how that works in terms of who makes the decisions on how to manage that land, who owns it, who ultimately is responsible for it? And I'm speaking particularly with all the shenanigans that are going on in Western states with regard to BLM lands and discussions about sale of those lands. How does that work here?
Mr. Chair, members of the council, I'm going to quickly defer this to my federal colleague, Luke, but I will tell you that, on the front end, we work really closely together to decide which parcel is best suited for Minnesota DNR or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. Routinely, weekly, we have email conversations about, hey, this parcel's for sale, or I met this landowner, he's interested in selling. In one case, we're appraising right now a parcel that's adjacent to both a state and federal wildlife area in Big Stone County. And we had discussions over the course of 2 weeks to decide, and we're partnering with Pheasants Forever on that project as well, to decide, should it go to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service or the Minnesota DNR? And for a variety of reasons, it just made more sense to go to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. And so it's very collaborative, and it just, whatever the agencies want to, they have to decide what suits them best. And I've not experienced one disagreement yet. It's always been a collaborative, objective decision-making process that the agencies go through. But with that being said, I'll defer to Luke to talk about the security of the land once it's in U.S. Fish and Wildlife Services ownership.
Thank you, John. Chair Hartwell and council members, it's going to depend a little bit track by track. Easiest is if the track that comes up is next to a WPA, typically U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service will go after that tract. And if there's funds available and it's near WMA, DNR will go after that. Tracks come in different ways. Sometimes landowners reach out to Fish and Wildlife project leaders. Sometimes they reach out to Ducks Unlimited and they bring a tract to us. Sometimes our managers will find tracks by reading the newspaper, looking online, those types of things. So the project leaders, the managers for our wetland management districts, and we have 7 or 8 scattered throughout Minnesota, and they will be the ones managing it once it becomes a WPA. And it is a very collaborative effort, especially when we have lands that are building this corridor that starts to neighbor on to next to, if it's private landowners, DNR, other fish and wildlife lands, refuges. We are working together for management practices. Management gets a little bit out of my expertise as I'm on the realty side, so I don't want to step on the management side of things, but they are really looking at this and talking to other managers. I'm usually CC'd on a lot of emails where they are talking who is best to fit this. And we're looking long-term management, we're looking location. There's a lot of things that they probably can answer on what they're looking at when they're selecting a specific track. If that answers your question.
And let me just add, so I think you were asking about what's the security of the parcels once they're transferred to the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service in the context of, I think you used the word shenanigans at the federal level. Was that correct?
It's a habitat term, isn't it?
Yeah. You know, one thing I would say is we record a notice of funding agreement on the deed when we buy land for either Minnesota DNR or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So that's a legal restriction that says, hey, this land was purchased with state funds under this statute. You can't do X, Y, and Z. I'm trying to shorten my answer, but I don't.
It's also known as a NOFR.
Yeah, a NOFR. So I'm not an attorney.
No, that's great.
Yep, I'm not an attorney, but I don't think, again, Luke would know better. I don't think the federal government could dispose of lands we transfer to them that were purchased with state funds, correct?
Yes, to the best of my knowledge, with that NOFR in place, when we rarely do any land exchanges, but it's very careful that we look at the funding source that it was purchased with, and we would not do that for these lands that were purchased with LSOHC dollars.
There's a world of difference on legislative authority of BLM lands versus Fish and Wildlife Service lands. We have legal legislative authority for this purchase where BLM lands were in public domain. Right. And those are much easier to basically divest the nation of versus Fish and Wildlife Service lands.
The NOFR thing was something I hadn't heard of. That's interesting. That's helpful. Thank you.
So I think it's a little more, much more secure than, BLM lands would be to divest us.
Thank you.
Earl?
John, just a point of curiosity. So earlier today, we had another group that was requesting funding that had $2 million in duck stamp funds. What kind of drives that availability of land access, I'll call it, or funding? In their case, they're buying the easements or whatever, but I'm assuming yours is the same way. But Well, how do you access that and why do you only have 500,000 and they had 2 million? It's just a curiosity thing.
Mr. Chair, members of the council, it's a great question. That's at the discretion of the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service. So my understanding is the service has partners with several different NGOs on multiple proposals before the council. We have a coordination conversation, usually in the winter, late winter, early spring, and the service decides how much of their annual migratory bird conservation funding expenditures that they will allocate to each partnership. They're obviously big round numbers, 500,000 in our case, $1 million for Logan's proposal coming up behind me. That's at their discretion based on their priorities, based on their budget for how much migratory bird conservation funds are being spent in Minnesota. And to your point earlier, I mean, yes, it's a leverage thing. So they're spending money to do this similar conservation work and we're doing this, and it's not dollars on the same acre, to be clear. But that's how leveraging works. That's how these proposals and programs work. So, and we do the same thing with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service North American Wetland Conservation Act Fund subsequently. So DU always strives to, and we almost always do, with the exception of one case, we always use our land acquisition expenditures, and we're going to get nuanced here, but we call it old match with the North American Wetland Conservation Act. It allows in federal statute you to go back 2 years in the past and use old expenditures to leverage their federal money. So when we buy land for DNR or U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, we then work with partners, including Pheasants Forever and the Nature Conservancy, to put together NACA proposals where we pledge our expenditures to buy land to leverage federal dollars to restore those lands or other lands here in Minnesota. And so it's very tricky. You know, this process is a full year, right? From the time we propose funds in May till the legislature appropriates said funds in May or June. NACA is the same way. It's a 2-year process, full year of federal proposing, and then we have to wait for grant contracts from the feds, which takes time, and I'll leave it at that.
I wouldn't call that old math. I'd call it new math.
Well, NACA calls it old match. If you've spent it,
No,
it's,
not match.
Math.
Math.
oh, math. Very good.
MATH versus MATCH, yeah. I call it the twisted web you weave.
I'm glad you're capable. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Next to WRE-01, accelerating the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program.
Blaming that title on
Yeah, no.
Just shift everybody down. Thank you.
Yeah.
In my world, it's a notice of proposed regulations on them.
Go ahead.
All right. Good afternoon, Chairman Hartwell and members of the council. Today, I'm grateful for the opportunity to present our proposal to you all and also be the only thing standing between you all and happy hour. My name is Logan Shoup. I'm a regional biologist for Ducks Unlimited based out of Fergus Falls. And joining me today are Anne Marie Crumpetich with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Sabin Adams with Pheasants Forever, and Wendy Caldwell with the Monarch Joint Venture. The Accelerating U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service Habitat Conservation Easement Program has operated in western Minnesota for more than 8 years through a strong partnership between the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service, Ducks Unlimited, Pheasants Forever, and now Monarch Joint Venture. The Fish and Wildlife Service uses federal duck stamp dollars to acquire permanent habitat easements in high priority landscapes. However, as has been mentioned several times today, those funds cannot be used to restore or enhance that land. That is where the outdoor heritage funds come in. With your support, we turn those easements into high quality wildlife habitat. We restore wetlands, plant cropland back to native grasslands, convert cool season pasture to native rangeland, remove woody vegetation encroachment, perform prescribed burns to enhance prairie habitat, and a number of other habitat techniques. Many of these easements are also on working lands managed in a way that supports both wildlife and farm families. For this phase, our goal is to restore and enhance 4,300 acres of high priority prairie and wetlands across western Minnesota. This program has worked from Marshall County in the north all the way down to Jackson County in the south. These landscapes are a part of the tallgrass prairie and prairie pothole regions, which are some of the most threatened ecosystems in the country, as has been mentioned multiple times today. When restored, they become biodiversity hotspots, home to waterfowl, upland game birds, grassland songbirds, monarch butterflies, pollinators, and much more. Since last year, we've continued to show some strong results. These numbers are in more detail on the second page of your handout, but I will briefly summarize. Phase 2, we completed and closed out this spring. This marks the second straight year in a row we have closed out a phase of this grant. We also exceeded our acreage goals on that phase. Phase 3, we're 92% spent out. There's only a few parcels left to wrap up to get to the end of phase 3. Phase 4 has increased from 21% spent out at last year's hearing to 59% spent out or under active contract right now. And then phase 5 is well underway with 5% spent out, and then roughly $1 million of contract work that's not under contract but expected this fall. While phase 6 has just started, we are ready to get rolling on some of those tracks as soon as we have our completed agreement. Ducks Unlimited, Pheasants Forever, and MJV have highly capable teams of field biologists, engineers in DU's case, and conservation professionals in place to get this work done at an accelerated pace moving forward. This calendar year, we have expanded the workforce dedicated to this program by adding 2 full-time positions working solely on this program. And we anticipate our project delivery and expenditures to continue increasing in the coming years. Moving on, while wildlife habitat is the primary focus of this grant, our work is often also about the people whose land supports that wildlife. These Fish and Wildlife Service easements are often on family farms, small farms, independent cattle operations, sometimes, family land that's been passed down. They give landowners a way to keep their property productive through haying after July 15th and or managed grazing while still ensuring permanent habitat protection. With these easements, producers don't have to worry about losing pasture or hay ground to row crop agriculture. That long-term certainty then helps these producers maintain and expand their operations while keeping conservation on the landscape for future generations. One rancher in our program has told me directly that the Fish and Wildlife Service easement program is helping him pass on his operation to the next generation. And I think there's a number of producers we work with that share that sentiment. That's really the core of what we do, restoring habitat and helping small farmers and ranchers, wildlife, and the outdoor heritage of Minnesota. So today, we're asking you to support the next phase of this project to bring back wetlands, restore prairies, support family farms and ranches, and create permanently protected habitat complexes that will serve Minnesotans and wildlife for generations to come. Thank you for your time, your continued commitment to conservation in Minnesota, and for the opportunity to present today. With that, I'd like to turn it over to Anne-Marie Krumpetich with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service.
Chairman Hartwell and council members, thank you for the opportunity to show support of this proposal. Restoration and coordination with the NGO partners here in front of me, side to side in front of you, and alongside the Partners for Fish and Wildlife program at the Fish and Wildlife Service, we have continued to strengthen this partnership for restoration, conservation delivery across our Fish and Wildlife Service easements, which are tied up throughout the landscape of the prairie pothole region, next to or in corridors of publicly owned lands, whether that's state or federal entities. We continue to see an increased interest by landowners seeking to participate in conservation actions on their properties to benefit wildlife and the habitats upon which they depend. With partnerships and high-quality ecological habitat restoration taking place, we are continuing to build these meaningful habitat complexes throughout the prairie pothole region. And again, we just thank the partners here and our expanding roles of the partnership program for U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service easement restoration work. With that, I'll turn it over to Wendy.
I have to decide which way to go. Mr. Chair, members of the council, thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm Wendy Caldwell, Executive Director of the Monarch Joint Venture.
Monarch Joint Venture, MJV, is a national nonprofit dedicated to conserving monarch butterflies and other pollinators as a flagship for broader conservation benefits. And we do that through habitat conservation, science, education, and through collaboration. With that, we have deep roots in Minnesota with a habitat team based in the state, but also staff based nationwide. So we're excited to join this partnership and bring both additional capacity and complementary expertise to conservation delivery in Minnesota's critical prairie and wetland landscapes. Our habitat team brings expertise in pollinator habitat and diverse plant communities that can strengthen both the upland and wetland restoration components of these projects. By working alongside Ducks Unlimited and partners, utilizing their established planning, design, contracting, infrastructure, we can add our expertise and capacity without duplicating systems already in place. The partnership is particularly timely at a point when government capacity for conservation delivery has become severely constrained. MJV has existing staff capacity that can help accelerate this delivery at a pace which high-quality habitat gets in the ground faster. Importantly, the partnership brings conservation priorities together by designing projects that benefit waterfowl, pollinators, grassland species, water quality, and broader ecosystem health. We can create habitat acres that are more diverse and resilient and durable while making conservation investments work harder across the landscape. So we're excited to bring our expertise to this partnership.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and council members. Again, my name is Sabin Adams. I'm the Minnesota State Coordinator with Pheasants Forever. At Pheasants Forever, we are happy to be part of this partnership with Ducks Unlimited, Fish and Wildlife Service, and MJV in order to enhance what we do on the landscape beyond just public land work, providing value to private land, conservation easement work through our staff working in Fish and Wildlife Service offices. And Joe just gave me the warning, so I think I'll cut off my comments there and thank you for your time, and we will take any questions.
Questions? Daryl, you look like you're afraid I'm not going to let you speak or something.
Well, I was going to make sure you had your questions out. Matt had his questions out first. I just kind of a table rotation here, so.
Good.
So I think I know the answer. I didn't see the question answered about public use, open to public use.
If that was missing in the proposal, that was my bad. These are private land easements. And so while some of them potentially could be enrolled in the walk-in program there, it's not a requirement of our program. That being said, as has been mentioned before, these are in really high quality habitat complexes. And I don't know how many of them I have worked on where it's literally right across the fence line is the public area, whether that's a WPA or a WMA. And so when we're increasing the habitat quality in that overall complex, we're increasing the, the habitat quality of that wildlife area as well.
Yep, I understand and accept that those easements have value. I just, as I look at my scoring, I have to decide, and from my perspective, would I rather spend my money on acquisitions and improve those that the public can use versus improvements of somebody else's land that the public can't use. Thank you.
Ed?
Mr. Chairman, is this land already under easement?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the council, this land is all land that has been purchased by the Fish and Wildlife Service, but most of the time when they're purchasing land, there's significant restoration and enhancement needs on.
Okay, I just wanted to find out if Fish and Wildlife Service needed to have restoration money available in order for them to go ahead and purchase or acquire it. So
No,
it's already in public ownership.
Yes, the easement is.
the easement is.
So the proposal is just for the restoration
And enhancement.
and.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I thought. That's what I thought.
Some people can understand the exact difference. So tell me, what's the Monarch joint venture? What are you really adding? help me understand, and I don't mean that in a negative way, I just really don't know the organization and what you would do differently than what the other folks at the table would do.
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for that, Mr. Chair. We bring, certainly bring a pollinator perspective to the table, whereas like DU, they're the wetland people. They sure may be designing great projects for pollinator habitat, but when we all work together, and especially during a time, a challenging time like we've all been facing with funding cuts, I think a lot of what we're coming to realize is we need to pool together as conservation entities all around to extend our capacity, to leverage each other's expertise and continue to complement a matrix of projects everywhere that we can. My team has 2 full-time biologists and a senior habitat program manager in the area that we could quickly leverage in a time of funding constraint. And so we were a natural collaborator to help get a backlog of projects on their way to full-blown restoration.
And Mr. Chairman, I would add on just kind of how we see this working. They had available capacity, and Ducks Unlimited has existing contracting infrastructure that we can use. So we can leverage Monarch Joint Ventures capacity that they have with our existing infrastructure to really accelerate the rate at which we're getting things on the ground.
Okay, other questions? Great, thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
So this is our chance to give reactions, and I would encourage staff to participate if you have questions or things you want followed up or thoughts about what we're doing or shouldn't do or should do, so that we have an ability to share with each other versus all having great knowledge and going off in our own little corners. So anything stand out to anyone you want to bring up?
The one that I circle back to is thanks. One I circle back to is the discussion we had on the CPL program and how that would enter into our funding of these projects versus recommendations we might give someone who's requesting funds from us.
Say a little more, because someone requesting funds.
So one of our requesters was requesting funds that would have all been in the metro area, right? And I
So-
forget, it was a couple million, $3 million. It was like 8 projects combined. And I'm just sitting here trying to think about how we work this funding aspect of things. I don't have an objection to the project, but I guess I would wonder, since the DNR is giving us the words of wisdom as well, that they don't know how they're going to spend all the CPL money. Is this one of those ones where we, flip it back to the DNR for the CPL, take the money back up?
So
I can probably find it for you if you want me to go back.
no, I know exactly what it is. I got an email and it's disappeared. Yeah, it's the Great River Greening Metro Forest
Yeah.
proposal.
Right.
It was like eight separate projects that they were rolling together into one, that they said it's more efficient to do it as one. But I'm saying, well, if we're trying to, again, maximize our funding capabilities.
Yeah. I'm going to just read you the email they sent me as a follow-up to the proposal, because I don't want to summarize it improperly. Following up.
Use your mic.
Thank you. Chair Hartwell and members, and it was sent just to me and a general email address for the council. Following up on our discussion of FRE 03, Metro Forest for the Minnesota Wildlife and Communities regarding moving projects to CPL. At the time of the proposal submission, we developed this as a program versus one-off projects, and was submitted ahead of any knowledge that all CPL was being diverted to metro areas. We've been in conversations with our partners and identified around 500,000 in projects that we'll be submitting to CPL. Moving projects to CPL cuts the restoration timeline from 5 years to 3, and some of our partners need the full 5 years to establish the investment before they can maintain it long-term. This is restoration, obviously. They're saying it can take more time than CPL will give them. As a nonprofit, moving to CPL also means we lose the ability to apply for DSS funding, which is a real loss for us and limits how much CPL work we can take on, which is interesting. On the ultrasonic and acoustic wildlife monitoring question, we're glad to pivot if the council doesn't feel it fits the intended use of these funds and would redirect those resources to active restoration instead. So that was just a follow-up, only one I got, but I want to share that with everyone.
Doesn't change my perspective of asking the question.
I don't think you should.
Appreciate the responsiveness.
Yeah.
And flexibility.
So are they saying that they're pulling a portion of their proposal or?
What I
That's what
read
I don't
from that is that their request was
2.9.
2.9, and they're going to apply for 500,000 from CPL, so that would bring it down to 2.4.
Okay.
And then the whole issue of the monitoring using acoustics is a whole separate discussion we can have.
And they said that if they further deconstructed the request, they would lose DSS funds.
What they're essentially saying is by taking 500,000 out, they don't get any DSS on that, which they would like to support their base organization. If they did more projects, there's less DSS, and they're kind of counting on us to fund some of their DSS, which is really their core staff. As those are my words.
Yeah, we need staff to do the work, right?
No, I think they're at least being upfront and honest with
Right.
Yeah.
what
Right.
they see as the shortfalls of that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the DSS isn't really core staff. It's funding for things outside of direct payment of wages. Administration benefits.
Yeah, there's a certain amount of economies of scale by.
We should treat their request as 2.4 million.
I think they're giving us permission to do that.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Or you can treat it.
That's the way I'm
however you
reading
want.
You know, there's a whole question, the likelihood we were going to give them
Well, there's
2.9 wasn't great.
They're not guaranteed a CPL.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
Can they apply for funding from us and still go to CPL?
they could, but they'd have a tough time getting both.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't think.
I'll just make up numbers. We decided to give them 1.2. They
Sort of
couldn't
crap,
go get, yeah, they couldn't go get 1.2 then.
I mean, if
To
we
finish it.
funded for the 2.4 and then they went to, and then they also got CPL, they'd have to probably turn something back.
Yeah, the accomplishment plan would say this is what we're going to do with it, and CPL would have the same thing. So there would be a red flag that would pop up.
Yeah, no, I guess I meant in terms of if they got half of what they want from us, can they still go get the other half through a CPL?
There's no reason they can't apply, assuming there's money available.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about duplication. I meant in terms of getting
Yeah.
the other half.
Yeah.
Yeah. The question becomes, do they have enough time? You know, they're under CPL, they have 3 years versus 5.
If you could make your funding or not make your funding work,
You and I would make a
we'd make it
very
work.
similar decision.
Yes.
I do want to talk a little bit about the acoustic monitoring because I find it fascinating, and it actually corresponds to some work I've been doing with another organization. But we don't really have money in any of these proposals for monitoring.
Yeah.
Okay. But
For-
we asked the question, how are they going to monitor?
We asked the question, but we don't fund long-term monitoring
Okay,
of,
yeah,
of
that's true.
what this has done. We have restoration evaluations that do some monitoring of how well it went. But I don't think,
Okay.
and staff correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think we've funded any long-term monitoring of the projects that we've done. So it raised a red flag with me.
Okay, I understand your concern more now.
I mean, I think
That-
it's a really cool thing to do, but it feels more like research than project work.
Yeah. Well, I still think it's monitoring
Did they clarify?
and not research. There's a whole lot of
They
difference between.
didn't clarify. We didn't ask, so.
But Joe, is it, I mean, we've never funded long-term monitoring?
Mr. Chair and members, I don't think that we have ever funded an acoustic monitoring device.
But as far as other types of monitoring activity, has that been part of any of these proposals that we've funded?
Well, Mr. Chair and members, when the project is open, they have 5 years to do the work. So if they get the project done in a year, they still have 4 years. They could go out there and look at it and make sure that the project is meeting the standards, and they'd have 4 years to modify it or change it or improve it. So is that short-term monitoring? Is short-term monitoring fine, but long-term monitoring isn't? Like, we're kind of getting into.
I mean, has there been a proposal that says we're going to spend, X amount of money to monitor the outcomes of this project?
I don't know. I think that would be a policy decision for the council, but again, that it still has to be direct and necessary for the work. So they couldn't go and do monitoring on a site that OHF didn't pay
No,
for.
no, I'm talking
Right.
about monitoring of
Right.
the existing.
So-
project. They finish it, the construction or whatever restoration project or whatever it is.
I-
Within the first.
I think it's going to be a policy
3
decision.
years. I don't know whether it's ever been described that way or not. That's the question I'm asking.
I think the answer is we haven't ever seen a proposal that's requested monitoring dollars
Okay,
specifically. I think Joe's right. If you go out and you discover 3 years on that you need to do a little more restoration and you still have restoration dollars, you could spend them. But I don't think we've ever heard from someone every year, we're going to go look and see if we should spend extra money.
Apologies, I had to step out during that session this morning. What are they acoustically monitoring?
Their example was primarily birds,
Mhm.
but I would imagine, and bats.
Yeah.
And, the work there is fascinating. The truth is you really need to use AI to determine not just whether or not you heard it, but the frequency with which you heard it and something that gets you to the quantity that you're hearing versus just hearing the sound. They gave an example of, we can publish a list of what species were found in this area. But for it to truly be dynamic and understand the effect of restoration, you would have to have a population density number before and after to be able to determine that there's something exciting. And they're actually using that in tropical forests now.
It's
to
cool.
determine.
I just don't know that it fits the scope of.
That's the issue.
Let's put it in a different context here. We have funded dam removal, which has resulted in increase in river sturgeon, but there was no request to count the sturgeon.
Great analogy.
They did that themselves as proof that this work increased the spawning of sturgeon. So I find this is excessive, the request for,
Yeah.
it's not habitat.
Well, and I'm fine with them.
Doing it some other way.
Yes.
Totally.
Sure.
We asked them.
I want to check it out.
Yeah. Sandy,
Really cool.
you had, did I misspeak? You're, tell me I most misspoke. It's okay.
No, I think that the carp barrier, we funded fish tagging for that project. I think it was more of a, we tagged all different kinds of fish, not just the carp, to see which ones get through which type of barriers.
Huh.
But that was more of a design and engineering
Right.
thing.
Yeah, it's research to figure out how to build.
Right.
It's truly an interesting
100%.
thing.
Mhm.
It
mean, is
doesn't,
that-
it
is
doesn't
it
feel like
precedent
it
setting?
fits.
I personally don't think it is, because
I don't think so.
that research was done to inform the design of the structure. This is more after the fact. This is like, I think the analogy of counting sturgeon or doing a pheasant roadside count after a prairie restoration is what we're talking about here, and that just didn't feel.
And,
like
and
it's
in
going.
fairness, they wanted to do it before and after.
Yeah.
So they weren't saying, but I don't think it was informing
Right.
how they were going to do it as much as
The success of it.
I believe
understood.
you might have some way to help with that.
Didn't they say that I think they said this was going to the university as well, that the results for studying, I thought, because I thought that's where you started asking the question of, so you.
I said that.
Was it right?
That's a great idea.
No, I don't think that, they said they had an online platform. Sharing it on.
I think they heard our concern, and our accomplishment plan probably wouldn't include
Yeah.
that. And I think it was worth a discussion because it's an interesting concept.
Yeah. I mean, the technology is changing
So fast.
within this field so quickly. We have to be able to adapt, but if this is, I mean, in my opinion, it's monitoring, but if we don't typically fund that type of activity, then that makes sense that it should not be part of the proposal.
I wish we could ask the DNR, can you take this project on as a CPO to meet your metro goals? Is what I'd like. I mean, again, I have nothing against the project. I just trying to figure out how we.
You're
maximize
back
our
to the
dollars.
Great River greening.
Yeah.
We'll let you call Sarah to tell her that.
That sounds dangerous.
If you want me to do that, I can certainly do that.
I think we can encourage them to apply. And then we'll see. Because they've got to look at that project against all other projects and make sure it meets
Yeah.
their criteria.
I mean, just from listening to the DNR people, they're already saying, we don't, I mean.
For good projects, they're likely to get funded. That's what I heard. Because we
Yeah, but I
have,
mean, as far as having enough projects, the
Right.
metro area is gonna be a challenge for the DNR to use up the whatever $15 million they had. And again, I'm just looking at this saying, well, if they're not gonna have enough projects to fund, can they just fund this one in its entirety? And we use that 2.9 and the rest of the funding we have available
I
to
think-
something else.
Great River Greening would say, but you're killing our DSS. We're not very happy with that, and we applied for money.
I mean, it's their decision, not ours.
Yeah. They heard us, they offered to take out 500,000.
Which they weren't
We have to
gonna do either.
decide whether or not the rest, if we don't give them any money, they can always go and apply for separate grants.
Yeah.
And maybe they get them, maybe they don't. Clearly even at 2.5, they're probably not gonna get all the money, and they're gonna have the likelihood of.
Taking one
I
project.
wonder where else we can get
About-
money from.
Taking this project and
We're
moving.
not
on.
talking about $15 million either, so we're talking about
Yeah.
a couple $1 million at most that
Yeah.
we'll probably get.
Can they get arts money?
Is it worth this much headache?
So I hate to be the one to bring it up, but I will. The 90% that RIM is paying of fair market value, and the whole CREP thing that has both RIM and CREP dollars in it, which we're going to get some specific information on, versus a land trust or probably a DU using formal appraisals at 60% is really concerning to me.
I mean, the Fish and Wildlife Service does they do an assessment. They don't do an appraisal, but they're paying anywhere between 60 and 75% for those easements, depending, and it's adjustable depending on the rate of interest, so that if they're not getting enough interest, they can raise it a little bit, but I mean, not to 90%, I don't think so.
I don't know what we do about it, but I just say it's kind of,
That was earth shattering to me.
it's
Why not just buy the land?
challenging. Yeah, I mean, for 90%,
I'm at buying the land. Buy the land. Give them 110%, then at least we can do what we want.
Yeah.
I certainly support the concern about the 90%. The crep rim thing, I think, is a little different. I mean, but that's a debate team argument. I think that's a little different story.
I think you get one or the other, but you shouldn't get both.
well, let's see how.
I don't know that I agree. I don't know that I agree with that.
What the total
Then
is.
the 90% has to go down to something else.
And I think it does.
Yeah, to me, those are two different issues. I don't disagree on the 90%, but the crep rim combination, when you go CRP into rim, that's a different kind of thing. I mean, and we can debate a lot about that, but you're actually buying that easement 15 years earlier than, and it's costs a lot less than if you wait 15 years till the CRP is done and before you bought the.
And I can agree with that.
Yeah.
If I'm not at 90%, otherwise
Oh,
if it's at
yeah.
90%.
I hear you.
Sorry.
I get it.
Separate it.
Yeah, and we asked for the numbers.
Yeah.
So we'll get the numbers on what the crep side and the rim side is for a total. So we understand it.
Yeah.
I mean, part of this is understanding.
Yeah.
It would also be great if there was a little bit more enforcement of the maintenance of the crep land after, because that's not happening.
How do you know that? Okay, fine. I won't press you on that issue too much. Yeah, I mean, again, I understand easements, Suzanne, and I've had this discussion before. I understand easements have a place and I'm okay with that, but this one's just like, wow, as a taxpayer hang into it and us trying to do our job to give the public fair value for their money, I just really struggle with that.
If it were your personal dollars, which easement would you support?
As far as the rim versus the CRP?
No, the rim versus the Minnesota Land Trust or DU easement based on
So,
the appraisal.
that's a kind of a different discussion. I see a place where we're trying to connect habitat areas, right? I understand the need for easements. We're trying to connect corridors. I understand the need for around lakes and rivers and watersheds. I understand. This where we're paying someone a high value for land that may or may not be. I'm assuming most of them are connected, but to me, it doesn't feel right. I feel like all we're doing is providing someone with a piece of private hunting ground. It's their hunting ground, no public access. The public has no value other than you can say, yep, it did improve habitat. I can't dispute that. No matter where you do it, it does improve habitat. But if I got $100, where am I going to spend my $100 to get the best bang?
I guess the question is, if you're going to buy an easement, do you want to buy it under a rim program at 90% or an appraisal program at 60%?
Yeah. I'm gonna choose.
And if I'm writing a personal check, I know which I want.
Exactly. Mhm.
But if I'm the landowner,
Oh, if I'm the landowner, I know which one I want.
Yep, please sign me up for that one.
Yeah, it's got a question.
I think there's a little bit of an apples, sorry. I think there's a little bit of an apples and oranges thing here. Those of us who were up to Fergus Falls and went on that tour, we were on two different farms where Minnesota Land Trust acquired conservation easements. Both of those landowners were running livestock on that land. That was producing some economic return to those landowners. Rim, well, at least crap. I'm not sure about rim, but at least crap. If you've got a strip of crap along the end of your field and right next to a stream and you're planting row crop, you can't even legally drive your tractor onto that strip of crop land to turn around. You can't harvest hay off of it. You can't graze it. you still pay taxes on it.
It's supposed to mow a cut.
So I mean, I think there's an apples and oranges. I've always thought the 90% was a little rich, but comparing that 90% to the 60% from Wayne, it's just an apples and oranges comparison.
And I think we need to understand that. What are what are the rights that they're purchasing versus the rights of,
An easement is not an easement is not an easement.
And I
every
think,
easement can be
you know,
different.
the question that was asked is over time, you know, if you've got a rim easement and it's sold 10 years after you put on it, do you get 10% of the value of the land? Because if you do, then 90% is fair. But if you get 40% and you were paid 90%, even with the restrictions, then you got to say, what's the deal? So there's a historic information on sales with property with easements on it would help their
One person
discussion.
focus group. There's a lot of land that I'm looking at where the row-crop land is $9,000 an acre and the adjacent piece of crop is $1,500 an acre.
So it's 20%. It's not.
Yeah, not 90 or not 90, but also
80.
not
Yeah.
50, right?
So I think it would be beneficial for us to see data about over time in those circumstances, what is land with easements reselling at? And we're not going to solve it today, but I suspect you've heard us. And it's a concern.
I think it depends on what part of the state you're talking about. Because if I look at my piece of land that I was offered a rim easement on, think about putting a rim easement on my piece of land that has, in my opinion, zero chance because it's low ground, it's hunting ground, low ground. Have it ever been developed or somebody wanted to do something differently than what it's being used for now? It's not gonna happen. So, I mean, they would buy it and probably pay the same value, whether it had or didn't have an easement on it, would be my assessment, or at least they'd be paying 95% or something.
It would be nice to have someone who understands the nuance of it, do a little work and do a comparison of what's actually happening versus what we can sit here and talk about. We think.
Is that Christina's gonna do that?
Yeah.
Gotta know.
So I have to say the DNR statewide forest enhancement, they got a lot of money they haven't spent. And I was struck by that. I wrote a note.
Which?
Spend what you have and come back. FRE 01.
That was the destroy the bugs.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wrote a note, low utilization.
And in my mind, I see a value in trying to get rid of invasive species wherever we can before they get too much of a stronghold. But I also wonder in the case of like emerald ash borers and things like that, spruce beetles, what can we do?
I think what they're doing, which makes sense, is they're reforesting with things that will be more resilient.
Yes.
Yeah.
The one proposal for the emerald ash borers is definitely that, but I wasn't sure one with Ted Dick, that I wasn't thinking that was the one.
My issue was just that there was not that either of the projects were particularly troublesome. More that they had a whole lot of money left over and they seemed to have some struggle in deploying. And I wondered if we should take a pause for a year. And I just wrote the note to myself, so I'm.
And where is FRE 01 relative to spending?
FRE 03.
FRE 01, right?
FRE 03.
03? That's
Metro
a forest recovery
no,
project?
Sorry.
Or Metro Forest?
01, FRE 01. I'm sorry. So sorry. They
And what's
had
their update?
they're 24, they've spent 6%, they're 23, 40%, they're 22, 53%. Nothing in there 25. It just felt like you're probably
They didn't
doing good
really-
things, but
Yeah, they didn't really explain that either, so.
yeah, there are others that explained it. I didn't get an explanation, so it personally, it feels like unless someone tells me differently, because they heard something different or they know something different, not funding it for this year isn't going to hurt the program.
That they asked for 11 million, they got 3, they still have 8 million to spend. Which is more than what they were asking for anyway, right? So they were asking for 4.4 million, so they, right now they have twice in their coffers. Joe, you look like you got a comment. Oh, they have twice the amount in their coffers that they're asking for right now in cash.
I just
But I don't
wrote
know
a
how many
note and I'm passing it on.
Yeah, but I guess, one of the things we keep hearing from people is, well, we've already
Committed.
planned and committed to those. And so I don't know how much.
This one, they
planned.
didn't mention that, which is why I wrote myself a note.
Do we ask them that question? Do we have Christina ping or Joe ping Ted Dick and ask them what is their current plan for that remaining 8 million before we finalize numbers?
Yeah.
I heard a laugh over here somewhere. Okay, come on, spit it out.
With your mic. Oh, sorry.
I'm looking for some status updates so that I could better explain that. So
Have you given them a deadline to give us a status update?
they were due August 1st.
All right, well, then they've given us their status update.
David?
Yep.
The thought that ran through my head as they were talking about forest easements. Something you mentioned, Daryl, about the value to the public with these forest easements. Where they mentioned where the landowner could set aside an acre or two and surround himself with an easement that he got money for, but he could build a house there and have this wilderness retreat and got paid for it.
Yes.
It bothers me because where was I going here with this? So another thought that went through my mind was there might be a lot of woodlands where no way in hell is it ever going to be divided, developed, whatever.
That's my ground. That's what I'm saying. There's
So,
no
but
reason
we're
why.
paying an easement on it, so it doesn't have, we're paying to not have something to happen because it ain't gonna happen anyway, is the best way to put it. Now, how you decide that, I don't know.
And
But that's a
and
thought that went through.
never is a long time.
That's true. That's true.
Sometimes, protecting it now when it seems like there's no threat is the cheapest time to protect it, because in 50 years, that threat could be completely different.
And I'd be okay with that. Again, given the metrics of what's the value,
What
was
the
it
value?
50%, 30%, 20%, in my case, Ron, mine was such an odd duck in that they wanted mine because I separate a farm. My land sits between a farm and a river that flows into a wild raceway. And so the view was they wanted to protect the river system. That all sounds great, except the farmer owns the land next to me and he has a drainage ditch that goes from his drain tile right into the river. So I'm like, this doesn't make any sense to me. Why would you, I don't want to say I was offended, but I was like, why would you offer me this? Why would you offer me a whole bunch of money for this? And I'm probably stupid for not taking it, right? I'm gonna take the money and buy another piece of land or something, right? But I didn't. So, you have to wonder how many people just say, well, I guess if you're foolish enough, you want to give me the money, I'll take the money and buy another piece of land or buy a place in Florida. I don't know what the heck you want.
On some of those easement programs though, even though it doesn't look like it's developable anytime in the near future there, they do write forest management plans for those to help improve that habitat, right?
I researched this a bit and know just enough to be dangerous because I was looking at a piece of pasture that was along a river that I thought, could this be put into some sort of easement? In fact, Wayne was nice enough to direct me to some places. You know, we're talking about this 90%. I think, again, I think that's on cropland. If it's non-tillable land, it's not 90%.
Mine was like 60 or 70.
60 is what I understood it to be for non-tillable. And then there were some other easement programs where it was like 30. You know, it's so there are different levels for sure, and different types, for different types of lands it was.
And Suzanne, I did have an SFIA on my land and forest management plan, so I mean, I had crossed that bridge already as well.
So, you know, keep in mind, and again, I'm not arguing that the 90 is right, but if you got land that is generating income, you know, it makes sense that it's going to be a lot more than if it's, you know, something else, you know.
I would say if you ever believe there's undevelopable land, go to California. Because they can develop anything out there. And it's all about population density. And part of this is some of the work we're doing is essentially missionary work. It's well in advance of the threat, but long-term, it pays huge benefits. And I'm not saying we should spend money on one thing or another, but there is a value to striking when the iron's hot.
Again, I'd prefer an acquisition and pay an extra 20%, but if all I can get is an easement, then I acknowledge that.
Yeah, there are reasons we have both easements and fee acquisition.
Yeah, and
part of, I will say this, Wayne is probably tired of hearing me say this, but part of what we do when we buy easements, certainly at 60%, is we kind of lock in the development potential. And while it is still in private ownership, the ability to do much with it is so limited. As the value of the surrounding land increases, the value of the fee interest in the protected, you can't develop it land doesn't go up by the same amount.
Not at all.
And so every time someone wants to sell that property forever, a local unit of government, a nonprofit has the ability to go in and buy it at a discount that we have essentially locked in by having an easement in place. It is future public land. And the opportunity for it to be future public land goes on forever. And once it's developed, there is no opportunity.
Yeah.
And that's one of the weird benefits of easements.
Yeah, I look at where John and I kind of our playground up there in the North Country and think, I wonder how many centuries it'll be before the people mass gets that far north that you get that. But land values have gone up there, so.
Blandon property and is a perfect example of that. But Blandon, after it was all done, Blandon went to court, said, hey, you know, we shouldn't have to pay as much in the way of taxes because, you know, we can't ever develop.
Yeah. Other thoughts, other projects that people wrote down notes or want input or follow up from?
I do want to discuss something you brought up as well on the PAO3 project, the accelerating native prairie bank protection. I missed the piece in there about that they allow neonics. And how does that fit in with our?
Which one was that again?
Which one?
Sorry.
It's the DNR accelerating native prairie bank protection.
Was the one I got miffed about.
Yeah, because that's an issue.
You know, and I think there's some statute that says you can't use neonics on public ground, but maybe I don't understand.
Well, I mean,
rule
we have
versus the
policy on federal lands that we're not allowed to use neonics, but I don't know about what
But
the
it-
state policies are.
You know.
I think
I do believe the DNR prohibits the use of neonics on leased land in wildlife management areas and scientific natural areas. I'm almost certain, but I think that's a agency policy, not a statute.
I don't think it's a stat. I think in most cases it's a
Must be
policy.
somebody here that knows that. Guess there's not.
It's just, for me, I would rather they pay to lease that ground for the 2 years and not put something that's wildlife harmful on it than to say it's too much bother. I get why you don't empty the seed bin and clean everything and to, plant one row of crops, but just take it out of production then, and pay for that right to not put something that we know is
Yeah.
doing no good for wildlife.
Well, and one of the reasons they put it in, they leave it in cropland is to help with the restoration, to make the restoration
prepare the seedbed.
simpler. But putting neonics on it seems to me to negate that.
Raised my concern.
Well, that land is under easement. And, the owner has sold some of the rights to use it. And so saying part of that easement is you can't grow crops on that 2 acres in the curve there. Because that's what it is. It's, parts of fields that stick into the easement area. It seems to me that ought to be able to be taken care of in the easement negotiation, to simply say, there's no neonics. If that means you can't grow crops on it, you can't grow crops on it. And if you got a 32-row planter, you're not gonna clean it out and plant 2 acres.
It says under 15 acres. And until it's converted.
But I suspect that would require something in the statute. I don't think we could.
I
do
think
much more
we
than-
could say in the accomplishment plan, we specifically want you to acknowledge no neonics. And then it is part of what we approve. We could say, hey, if you want our money, no neonics. And I would propose we do that. Because it just is so wrong and goes against what we're trying to do, which is protect wildlife and habitat.
I guess we should have asked, what if we said no neonics? Would you pull the proposal? I don't know.
Can we ask them that?
Sure.
I mean, if it's under conservation easement, should they even be allowed for 2 years to grow corn or soybeans on it?
Well, I mean,
Well-
there's a conservation value in growing crops on lands.
Sometimes you plant soybeans and get the bank ready.
Yeah.
To plant.
And
So
bigger sowing
there is
soybeans.
value in planting it. It's just, we don't really want them to use neonics because
Right, but again,
it's harmful.
if I've got a 32-row planter and I've got this little strip of land, I have to stop the neonics. I'm gonna leave that fallow. I'm not gonna farm that.
And that's okay.
Which I think is fine.
If we do ask them to say no neonics, how do we ensure that? If they do choose to plant it or farm it, how do we ensure it? Is that something that we even want, that we're responsible for?
Statute.
Oh, what's the statute say?
Says a person may not use a pesticide containing an insecticide in a wildlife management area, state park, state forest, aquatic management area, or scientific and natural area. If the pesticide is from the neonicotinoid class of insecticides or contains chloropyrifos.
Does that include easements?
That's what I was just saying. I don't know that
It doesn't sound, I didn't hear easements in there.
I don't think easements are.
No.
Question is with respect to this.
We'll follow.
Yeah, so we'll have a little follow-up on to see whether or not they'd take money if we said no neonics. And then we'll get the information and be able to decide what we want to do.
Yeah, thank you.
Other things.
I do appreciate that you picked up on that because I had missed that in the proposal. So.
Yeah, you know, the value of all of us reading the proposals is you see things that Ted doesn't see. Ted sees things I don't see.
Yeah.
Daryl sees things that none of the rest of us see. There's a value. The staff reads it and we all pick up on certain things. None of us can absorb all this information and pick up on everything.
Did the staff have any things that popped up today as they listened to things?
I will tell you that some of my questions, certainly not all of my questions,
Came
are
from
the
somebody?
result of the staff and me specifically saying, what did you see I didn't see? And because it's uncomfortable for the staff, nobody in the world knows what the staff was thinking because I asked the question. And the staff has to work with everybody out there. And so it's much more comfortable for the staff to not ask questions that make people a little uncomfortable from time to time. So that's a little deal we have. But clearly,
You mouthpiece.
clearly,
You're the bad guy.
I am, but clearly I have questions the staff didn't flag. Just to be transparent.
So which you have staff don't like food plots.
I wouldn't think of letting you know that.
He just gave himself an excuse for any
I
question.
totally. If it
The
wasn't
fact
me,
he thought,
I
"God,
was just asking on behalf of the staff.
I had the opportunity to dump really hard and I passed.
Now we're all gonna be like, oh, that was
See what
Joe.
you got
That
yourself
was totally
into?
Joe.
It's your own damn
No,
fault.
I mean, I think everyone understands. It puts the staff in a very difficult position. to
That makes
ask
sense.
everybody.
That's a good practice.
And I would say, having said that, if there's something that all of us miss, staff can certainly participate by asking questions. And I hope you feel comfortable doing it because you have insight none of the rest of us have. And we're gonna miss things and we can coordinate as best we can and we'll still screw it up somehow. So it's important that you feel permission to speak when it feels appropriate. With that, we'll see you all tomorrow morning at 8:30. We are adjourned for the day.
Can we leave stuff
You
here?
can leave everything here.